Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41. Maka groans as her eyes open. She blinks. Where is she? Maka takes in this home. It's small and so dirty. Beer bottles are scattered all around. The green couch in the living room is faded. The metal doorknob of the front door is rusted. Dishes are piled high in the sink, all of them dirty. There's no room to walk in this place. She doesn't like it here. The front door opens. You're so fucking lucky my dad is out for the night. That brown-haired boy grunts as he walks in, kicking beer cans out of his way. He would fucking fip shit if he knew I let you in here. Why? Ragnarok grunts as he walks in after him. His piercing blue eyes take in this small home and he can't help his nose wrinkling a bit. Man, what the fuck is that smell? Don't ask me. I don't fucking know, but I'm not cleaning this place up. The brown-haired boy grunts as he keeps kicking the cans out of his way, making a path for the two to walk. He's barely home to notice anyway, but he will fucking kill me if he finds out I let someone in here. This man dares have a fucking pride issue. What a fucking pig. Ragnarok grunts as he looks at a half-eaten pizza just laying on the couch, the cheese sticking to the furniture. Who the fuck does this shit? Actually, that's mine. The brown-haired boy picks up the pizza and takes a bite out of it. Ragnarok blinks. What the fuck, man? Hey. When you're fucking hungry you'll eat anything. Yeah, okay, but you don't have to fucking leave it on the damn couch. You're the reason this place probably smells so bad. Fuck you. You're just a prissy bitch. Oh, I'm a prissy bitch. Fuck yeah you are. Ragnarok and this boy glare darkly at each other. But after a moment they grin, both letting out a chuckle. Seriously though, eating pizza off the couch. Got my eating habits from my father. The brown-haired boy smirks as he plops down on the faded sofa. He's a messed up motherfucker and so am I. I'll say. Ragnarok grunts as he takes his seat next to him. So what do you have to fucking watch here? I haven't looked at a TV in well I don't even know how long. Don't worry, I'm going to save you from dying of fucking boredom. The boy smirks as he stands up and walks over to the really small TV. He pushes the button and it turns on. It only has one channel, but hell, it's better than nothing. Fuck, I'm grateful for just looking at a damn TV. Ragnarok leans back in the sofa and lets out a sigh. The brown-haired boy looks back at him a moment. I still can't believe you live there, that you can fucking deal with that. The boy walks over and takes his seat next to him. What I can't believe more is that you're fucking taking that bitch's shit. She was just pushing you around and you didn't even make a smart-ass comment. That just doesn't seem like you. Hell, someone looks at you funny and you're about to fucking beat the shit out of them. She's my aunt. So? The brown-haired boy raises an eyebrow. Family don't treat you like that, man. She's fucking crazy dash. It's not that she's family that I don't say anything. Ragnarok glares up at the ceiling. My mom liked her. They were close when she was alive, but if I remember right we never went over her place. She always came to our place, so mom never saw what a crazy bitch she is. But the raven-haired boy has a faraway look. I don't want to fucking cuss out my mom's sister no matter how bitchy she is. I'm trying to not snap on her, but I'll be honest, at this fucking rate I don't know how much longer I can do this. Your mom, huh? The other boy frowns slightly, his eyes flashing at that. You're a fucking better person than me, man. I still couldn't deal with a woman like that. I'm not a better person. I'm only doing this for her. Hell, if my mom didn't like her, this bitch would be getting a mouthful. Don't I fucking know it? The brown-haired boy chuckles slightly. Did you see the look on their faces when I fucking cussed her out? That one fucking woman passed out. It was awesome. That bitch deserved it. Ragnarok growls. She's so fucking annoying you don't even know. Shit, man, I know. One look at that face and I knew she was a bitch. Do you have a smoke? Ragnarok looks over at the other boy. I haven't had one in weeks and I'm about to go fucking crazy. The boy responds by pulling out a carton of cigarettes from his jacket. You're a fucking lifesaver. Ragnarok sighs as the boy puts a cigarette between his fingers, then takes a lighter and lights it for him before he lights his own. You can take the pack if you want. The boy takes a drag of his cig. I have another one in my room. The gas station by the mall is so fucking easy to steal from. I would take it, but it's not like I have a place to fucking smoke it. Ragnarok blows out a puff of smoke. We could go to fucking McDonald's after school. The boy gives him a sharp grin. Living at that place you need some fucking nicotine. You got that right. I swear if I already didn't smoke that bitch would have brought me to it. Amen to that. The brown-haired boy puts his hands together in mock prayer. They both laugh at this, occasionally taking drags of their cigarettes. That's when Maka hears a car pull up. The brown-haired boy's eyes get wide in panic as he stands up and runs to a window looking through the blinds. Shit. He's fucking home. The boy turns to look at Ragnarok. You need to fucking hide. Now. Ragnarok looks at how the other boy's eyes shake. They shake in fear. And Ragnarok knows this. Without comment, the raven-haired boy quickly gets up and runs into the other room. Just as the front door opens, the brown-haired boy jumps on the couch, putting his feet up and taking drags out of his cigarette. Ah, what the fuck underscore. I told you no fucking smoking in the house. A man stumbles in with a bottle in his hands. His brown hair is wild and his eyes are so hazy. Maka doesn't like this man. The way he stands and slurs. It reminds her of Spirit. And she hates him. It's not like you don't fucking do it. The boy growls, his brown eyes flashing. What the fuck are you doing here? I thought you said you were staying at the bar. Don't you dare talk to me like that. The man roars as he throws the bottle towards the boy, but it hits the wall next to him. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Your mother couldn't tell me what to fucking do, and neither can you. I will fucking beat the shit out of you. That's why mom fucking left your ass. The boy snaps, his teeth baring. No, she fucking left me because of you and your fucking mutant teeth. The man grips his fist as he stumbles forward. I should have busted out those fucking teeth as soon as I saw them. You're the fucking reason I'm like this. It's not my fault, you're a fucking loser. The boy is roaring now. My teeth don't have to do with shit. Oh? Then why is it that she never fucking held you? The man snaps back. The boy tenses visibly. She was fucking afraid of you. You don't know how many fucking tears she shed because she gave birth to something like you. You fucking ruined our marriage. You're the reason I fucking drink. This is all your fucking fault. No, it's not. The brown-haired boy stands up, his chest puffing up. She left because of you. And you fucking drink because you're a bitch who couldn't take it dash. The drunk man's eyes flash before he lets out a battle cry and charges for the boy. Maka watches as these two get into a fist fight. The brown-haired boy gets some hits on his old man, but the man is stronger. And he's beating the shit out of the boy. Hitting him multiple times in the face, kicking him in the stomach, not holding back. You're the fucking piece of shit. The man roars as the boy falls to the ground. He's kicking him in the stomach. This is all your fucking fault. The man stomps down on his ribs and the boy growls in pain. I'm going to fucking kill you. That will fucking make your mother happy with me. To end your fucking life dash. Suddenly the man is pulled off the boy by an arm around his neck, choking him. The man thrashes in this person's grasps, trying to pry the arm off of him, trying to breathe. But he can't. Soon his struggling slowly dies. The drunk man's eyes roll back as he goes limp. The man falls to the floor, revealing Ragnarok. He stares down at the man he just knocked out with his eyes on fire before he looks at the brown-haired boy. The boy with the blood coming out of the corner of his mouth is staring up at the other boy with big eyes. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, and neither does the boy. They just look at each other, a silence falling over them. Ragnarok holds out his hand to the other boy. He looks at it for a moment before he takes it. Ragnarok helps him up. The boy still doesn't say anything. And neither does Ragnarok. But maybe he doesn't have to. Thank you. The boy's voice is quiet. You didn't have to fucking do that though. Ragnarok doesn't respond to this, but his eyes are still on fire. The brown-haired boy is looking at him with a respect, with a fondness. He's not used to someone sticking up for him. Maka is looking at the raven-haired boy the same way. He was always a protector. Even when he was alive. He acts like an asshole, but when it comes down to it, he has your back. Ragnarok is a vengeful spirit. Let's fucking get him in bed. He'll wake up and not even remember this. The boy walks over and grabs the man's arms. Ragnarok picks him up by the legs roughly and together they carry the man away. The brown-haired boy is still looking at him with that fondness. Ragnarok just looks pissed. Nothing has changed. Everything fades away with that static. When she can see again. She's in a church. Maka raises an eyebrow as she looks at all the nicely dressed people that are all sitting down in the pews quietly except for some that are getting up in a single file line and are walking up to the altar to the priest. They stick out their tongues and the priest puts something on it. She has been to church before but being her now scares her. It makes her uncomfortable. Maka's eyes fall on Ragnarok. The boy is sitting in a pew glaring into space. He looks so pissed off and he is still wearing that black. That woman is looking over at him with her nose wrinkling up. She doesn't look happy at all. When it's time for Ragnarok's pew to stand up, he doesn't. He stays seated. It's time to get up, dear. The woman with her stomach no longer sticking out is forcing her sweet voice. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. He just stands up. Good, now walk. You are about to receive the blood and body of Churst. He can save you from your sins, come boy, move. Ragnarok doesn't listen. People are starting to look over at him as he scratches his nose boredly. His unscarred nose. My sins, huh? Yes, your sins. I know you must be nervous at receiving your Lord since you are such a sinful boy, but be brave. The Lord died for sinners like you that they may be repented. Now you don't want to go to hell, do you? Ragnarok doesn't say anything. Move, boy. You're causing a scene. That sweet facade falls a little as the woman hisses at him. Ragnarok walks out of the pew. But instead of walking up to the priest, the boy turns the opposite way. And he walks out of the church. Oh, if looks could kill. That woman is glaring at where he was so darkly, her lips going in a tight line. Everything fades away again. When Maka can see. She's in that creepy ass home. But she can't help but to raise an eyebrow. Ragnarok stands before her. But he isn't alone. Can't believe I have to fucking babysit you. The raven-haired boy growls down at the baby he is holding. The baby giggles, his huge blue eyes looking up at the boy with glee. Oh, you think it's funny? Ragnarok shakes the baby a little, not roughly. The baby seems to like this because he giggles more. The raven-haired boy's eyes soften slightly as he looks down at the small child in his arms. Laugh while you can. Ragnarok points a finger in the baby's face. Your crazy bitch of a mother hates laughter. I feel sorry for you, really. You're going to be insane like her. Yes you are, yes you are. He sneers. But Maka can tell he's teasing the baby. In his own twisted way. And she can't help but to smile, especially when the baby grabs his finger and smiles up at the boy. It's too cute. And it's so odd to see Ragnarok holding a child. But he isn't being rough with him, and that hard look in his eyes has softened just a little bit. It's fascinating. You're not so bad, you little shit. Ragnarok chuckles slightly. The baby just giggles in response. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she's in that creepy house once more. Ragnarok sits on the couch with his arms crossed, a deep scowl on his face. Maka realizes he's looking at something, so she follows his gaze. A small boy sits on the floor with a Bible in front of him. He looks no more than 3, his curly blonde hair barely even there. The boy is staring at the Bible as if he's trying to read it. But he's only 3. Are you done, Justin? That woman comes out to the living room, her stomach no longer big. I've given you more than an hour. Have you read the first 10 pages of the Bible? The small boy just looks up at her with confused eyes. It's hard to read. The small boy looks nervous, his eyes looking away from his mother to look at the Bible. I can't understand it. The word of the Lord is never hard to understand. Her look gets cold. Justin, you will read this till you can tell me what the first 10 pages are saying. You are not leaving this room till it's done. The woman looks over at Ragnarok and glares. I'll be back in an hour. I must do a couple of things. Watch my boy and don't do anything ungodly. Ragnarok just glares at her. The woman leaves. Maka can't help but to sigh in relief. She really doesn't like that bitch. When the woman leaves, the small boy sniffles. I can't understand it. He flips a page. It's too hard, my head hurts. A tear falls down his face. Is something wrong with me? No. Ragnarok grunts. I don't even get that shit. That's a bad word. The boy frowns slightly. Bad words are a sin. Yeah, well, a lot of things are sins. It's all in that Bible. Ragnarok's voice is dark. But I can't understand it. The small boy wipes his tears. And my head hurts, the words don't make sense. Ragnarok stares at the distressed boy. Maka is staring at him too. And she can't help but to compare him to a Justin she knows. But this can't be him. She refuses to believe that this boy is the Justin she knows. That Justin is really Ragnarok's cousin. Hell no. Let's take a break from that. The raven-haired boy stands up. There's a park down the street. Kids your age go there all the time. It's great. But I have to read dash. Don't you want to get out of the house? To meet some other kids? Being stuck here and just reading this Bible isn't good for you, Justin. But mother says the word is always good for dash. Come on, we're leaving. Ragnarok snatches the Bible away from the boy. Hey. Justin pouts as he tries to jump up to reach the book, but Ragnarok holds it out of his reach. It's no use trying to force yourself to understanding this shit. Just come on. Bad word. I don't care. Come on. Ragnarok bends down and picks Justin up, holding him in his arms. Put me down. The small boy struggles with him. I'll put you down at the park. You need some sun, you're so pale. I don't need Sunday. The boy's eyes flash with excitement though. I only need the word of the Lord. Yeah, we're still going. Ragnarok opens the front door and walks out. Once the outside breeze hits Justin, he stops struggling. His eyes light up as he looks at the blue sky, listens to the birds chirping. He likes it out here. Ragnarok smirks at the boy as he keeps leading him away from the creepy house. It's so pretty out here. Justin gasps when he sees a tree. Better than that stuffy old house, huh? Why, yes, very. The boy looks around excitedly. There's more to life than just that Bible. Ragnarok gives him a look. Remember that, Justin? But mother said dash. Well, this is what I'm saying. He snaps. The Bible isn't everything. But dash. Holy shit. Look who it is. The brown-haired boy walks up to them from a bench he was sitting on when he saw Ragnarok with a grin on his face. Who the hell you get pregnant? No one, asshole. This is my cousin Justin. The raven-haired boy glares. Oh, so this is the brat you were telling me about. The brown-haired boy studies the small boy, causing him to tense. Well, damn, I thought for sure any kid that woman would be messed up looking. The brown-haired boy gets closer. Finally get to meet you after 3 fucking years. That was all your mother's fault, you know. He gives the boy his sharp smile. Maka wakchis as Justin's eyes get huge, then they start to shake and then they water. The small boy starts to cry, holding on to Ragnarok for dear life. It's obvious the brown-haired boy's teeth scare him, and to be honest, she can't really blame him. The boy with the sharp teeth side twitches, his face getting red. Oh. I wanna go home. Justin wails. It's not safe out here. Not safe, huh? The brown-haired boy grabs a hold of Justin, taking him from Ragnarok's grasps before he can respond to the boy he was holding. Don't hurt him. Ragnarok raises an eyebrow at how the other boy holds the thrashing Justin in his arms. I'm not. The boy snaps as he looks down at Justin. The small boy is still crying with his eyes closed. Look at me, kid. Please don't eat me. Justin wails, still not opening his eyes. If you don't look at me, I might just have to eat you. This gets the boy's eyes open. His blue watery orbs lock onto his brown ones. Justin sniffles. I'm not going to hurt you. Haven't you ever heard of the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? Just because I have these teeth doesn't make me a monster. It doesn't mean I'm going to eat you. I'm a human being with a birth defect that I can't change. I'm not a monster. Justin looks into his eyes for the longest time, but soon his crying dies down till he isn't anymore. The small boy looks at him with wide blue eyes, looking at him with a child's curiosity. The brown-haired boy just looks back at him, seeming to be waiting for something. Justin reaches out a small hand and touches the older boy's face. He doesn't do anything. Then the small boy touches his sharp teeth. But still he doesn't do anything. You're not a monster. Justin pulls his hand away. Your teeth are still scary, but they're kinda cool now. Damn right they're cool. Cuss word. Justin pouts as he gets comfortable in the boy's arms. That's bad. Oh well. I'm bad. He grins at him again. This time Justin doesn't cry when he sees his teeth. Don't be bad, I want you to go to heaven. Justin looks at him with those pleading blue eyes. Mother says bad people don't make it to heaven. Don't worry about me, kid. You're too young for all that. The brown-haired boy gives Ragnarok a look. Where you two heading? The park. Ragnarok grunts. He's been studying the two, simply surprised by the other boy. And we better get going. Will you come with us? Justin looks at the brown-haired boy with those big blue eyes. I don't know about Dash. Please. The boy opens his mouth like he's about to protest, but one look in those blue eyes and he closes his mouth in defeat. He lets out a sigh but nods to the small boy. Good. Justin cheers, grabbing the boy's shirt. Ah, how sweet of you _ Ragnarok smirks at the other boy. Fuck you. See, cuss word. I can't help it, kid. The boy places Justin on the ground, which the blonde boy pouts at. Let's get you to that park. Ragnarok keeps smirking at the other boy, getting him a middle finger, which he returns. They both grab a arm of Justin and start to lead him down the street. Maka follows them and can't help but for her heart to tug. These two boys aren't gentle at all. But they're showing a soft spot for this small boy. And if his mother is that bitch, he needs it. Maka can't ignore how her stomach twists when she sees the blonde boy. This feeling is so familiar. But she won't think about that. It doesn't take long for all of them to make it to the park. Like Ragnarok said, it was just down the street. The park is very small, with just a swing set in a little playhouse with a slide, but Justin is staring at it in awe. It's full of other little kids all laughing and playing. Go and have fun. Ragnarok lets go of the boy. Aren't you going to come with me? Justin looks up at him nervously. No, go out and make some friends or something. But Dash. Ragnarok pushes him a little towards a group of kids. They stop laughing to look at the small boy. Hi, I'm Justin. He looks so nervous as he messes with his fingers a little. Ragnarok walks away from him and takes a seat on a park bench with the brown-haired boy sitting next to him. So that's Justin. The brown-haired boy runs a hand through his messy hair as he watches the small boy talking with the other kids. Yup. Ragnarok grunts as he leans back and stares up at the sky. That bitch is really trying to fuck him up. She doesn't let him go outside. Since he was born, all she did was read the Bible to him. Now that he's a bit older, she's trying to get him to read it, and that's all he does. His life is already just the Bible and he's only fucking 3. I'm getting so sick and tired of this. I couldn't handle watching him just sit there for hours trying to fucking read the Bible when he should be outside playing, doing something. I can tell he's already being affected by her. Already worrying about getting to heaven at age 3, this fucking bitch. And he's more pale than a fucking ghost. Does she even feed him? For a rich bitch, she knows how not to use her money. Oh, she feeds him bread and fruit. She's not letting him eat any meat. This bitch's plan is to just have Justin locked up in that home to do nothing but study the Bible. She doesn't want him going to public school, so she's homeschooling him. It's fucking ridiculous, and if Justin gets something wrong, she flips the fuck out. I feel bad for the kid. The brown-haired boy keeps watching Justin. He's going to be fucked up by the end of this. Maybe if I can get him out of the house and get him some friends, there will be some hope for him. Ragnarok looks over at the other boy when he looked at him. But as of right now, he's pretty messed up already. What do you dash? A little girl's scream cuts him off. Mako looks over and she can't really believe what she's seeing. Justin has a hold of a girl, grabbing her by the ear and pulling. Get off. The girl screams, struggling with him. You don't understand. I'm trying to help you. Piercings are hurting your body and they will cause you to go to hell. I'm trying to save you. Justin keeps pulling at her ear, but Maka notices he's grabbing hold of the piece of jewelry in it. He's trying to rip it out. Justin! Ragnarok snaps, standing up from the bench. The small boy doesn't respond to him, he just keeps struggling with the girl trying to rip the earring out. Justin, fucking stop. This time it's the brown-haired boy who growls. Justin tenses and his hold on the girl loosens enough that he lets go of her. The small girl falls on her butt, her ear bleeding slightly as her eyes water. Justin just stares down at her with soulless-looking eyes. All the kids scream and run away from the boy in fright. The park is deserted now. I made them all leave. Justin mumbles to himself. What the hell, Justin? The brown-haired boy and Ragnarok make it up to him, both having a scowl on their faces. Justin tenses and looks over at the brown-haired boy. His eyes start to water. I was just trying to help her, but she didn't understand what I was doing. Justin wipes his tears away. I scared them all away from me, but I was just trying to help. I didn't want her going to hell. Ragnarok and the brown-haired boy give each other a look. Justin, you can't just go around ripping earrings out of people's ears because you think it's wrong. Ragnarok gives him a hard look. You're not supposed to hurt people. Hell hurts worse. Justin protests. Maka frowns. This boy is already too far gone. Just don't do that shit again. The brown-haired boy snaps. People are going to do what they want to do. You can't just try to change someone. I hurt that girl, didn't I? Justin frowns slightly at the blood on his fingers. Yes, you did. They won't want to play with me, will they? Probably not. Justin frowns deeply as he hugs himself and bows his head. Ragnarok doesn't look like he knows what to do. Maka wouldn't know what to do either. Tears start to fall down the small boy's face. Don't cry. The brown-haired boy takes a step forward. That never changes anything. Are you sorry for what you did? Justin nods. Then just say sorry if you ever see her again. Yeah, she will probably still be scared of you, but who knows, maybe they will forget about the whole thing. Forgiveness. Justin looks up a bit hopeful. I can have it. Hell yeah dash. Cuss word. Justin pouts. Enough of that. The brown-haired boy picks up the boy suddenly and seats him on top of his shoulders. Ah. What are you doing? Justin grabs his hair tightly, shaking as he looks down at the height. About to have some fun. You better hold on. The boy smirks as he grabs Justin by the knees before he starts to take off running. Justin screams at first, begging to be taken down, but after a while he gets used to it. And soon he's giggling. Ragnarok raises an eyebrow at the other boy as he does spins and everything, keeping a big smile on Justin's face. The raven-haired boy smiles slightly. His smile grows just a bit more when the brown-haired boy said a cuss word. And Justin didn't say anything. Everything suddenly fast-forwards. It makes a sound like a tape actually moving forward. She sees scenes of the three at the park, but they're all fast. Justin is smiling the whole time though. And the brown-haired boy plays with the boy. While Ragnarok watches the two with his arms crossed, not getting involved. Soon everything slows down again like normal. But they're out of the park now. Justin is still on the brown-haired boy's shoulders as the three walk down the road towards the creepy house they live in. That was so much fun. Justin giggles as he grips the boy's brown hair. Yeah, fun for you, my fucking legs hurt. The boy grunts. Ah, poor little underscore. Ragnarok sneers, getting him a punch in the arm from the other boy. I'm sorry. Justin frowns slightly. I didn't want to hurt you. Whatever. The brown-haired boy grumbles at the smirk Ragnarok is still giving him. Maka can see that large house getting closer. Justin is frowning deeply now. Will I see you again? Justin leans down to look the boy in the face. I don't know about that, kid. Your mother doesn't like me much. That must be because she doesn't know how nice you are. Justin grips his hair tightly. I'm not fucking nice. I think you're nice. Justin mumbles this as he pats his head. I think you're nice too. Ragnarok's smirk grows. Seriously, fuck you. What is the meaning of this? A voice screeches, causing everyone to pause and to look over at the large house. The woman stands in front of it and that sweet facade is completely fallen. She looks pissed. Her face is red as she takes in Ragnarok and the other boy. Her eyes catch on fire when she sees Justin on the shoulders of the brown-haired boy. A dash. Justin, how dare you go out with these two? You knew you had to read. Did Ragnarok kidnap you? Did that demon boy you're sitting on kidnap you? And no. They took me to the park to have some fun. Isn't a demon boy, he's really nice and dash. Sinful. The woman screeches again. He has brainwashed you with his sin, my boy. The woman runs over and rips Justin from the brown-haired boy. Get out and never come back. If I see you around her again, I'll call the police. The woman spats, glaring at the brown-haired boy as she holds Justin a bit too tightly. And you? You're going to pay for this, Justin. You disobeyed me. But I dash. No. You're turning into the devil's child. The woman drags the 3-year-old back in the house. The brown-haired boy looks conflicted about what to do. But Ragnarok runs in after them, and so does Maka. I cannot believe you have done this, Justin. The woman is pulling him by the hair. You will pay for doing this, dash. Put him down. Ragnarok's dark voice causes her to pause and look back at him. The boy's eyes are on fire. I'm the one who took him out. It was my idea. The woman gives him such a dark look it's actually scary. Justin, go to your room, I'll deal with you later. The woman throws him down. Justin looks at her, then at Ragnarok with shaky eyes. But he runs away. I will not tolerate this any longer. Ruining yourself is one thing, but trying to ruin my son? How could you take him out to the park? And with that demon child? Now my son thinks it's okay to be like you, and it's not. I gave you a simple order of watching him, but you can't even do that right. You know, I always wondered why my beloved sister died so young. She never sinned, but now I know. Your sins killed her. And now you're trying to kill my son. Just because you're going to hell doesn't mean you can take my son with you, dash. That's when Maka finally sees it. Something in Ragnarok's eyes snap. He snaps. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Ragnarok roars, causing the woman to stop going off. I'm so fucking tired of you and your shit. I've dealt with this for 3 fucking years, but I'm done. I'm fucking done. No more Mr. Nice Guy. You have been feeding me shit all this time and I have been just taking it like a bitch, but no more. I don't care if you're my mom's sister. You're a fucking bitch. Ragnarok is fuming, but the woman can only stare at him. You think your shit don't stink, but it does. It really fucking does. All you want to tell me is how sinful I am and how I'm going to fucking hell. Well, bitch, I'll see you there. What kind of mother keeps their 3-year-old stuck in a fucking house to read the Bible all the damn time? You're going to fucking make him crazy like you're fucking our bitch. I took him out so he could fucking enjoy himself, you know, Joy? The thing you fucking kill. And another thing, stop trying to get me to fucking read the Bible and go to church. I don't want to do it, and I'm not doing it anymore. Call me a demon all you fucking want, but I don't believe in God. There, I said it. Now what are you going to fucking do about it? And if God is real, he's an asshole. The woman is still just staring at him. Her face is nothing but shock. That hate is showing through in Ragnarok's eyes. He looks like he's about to hit her, but instead he turns around and marches up the stairs. Maka hears a door slam shut. The woman's face stays shocked for a moment longer before it completely falls. There's a dangerous glint in her eyes that sends a red flag in the back of Maka's mind. I know what you are. The woman's voice is low. You really are a demon, a spawn of Satan who has taken the shape of a boy, taken shape of my nephew. You're an evil being and you want to take my son away from me to drag him to hell with you. Her voice is getting creepy. I'm ending this now. The woman walks over to a phone and picks it up, calling a number. Gather the others, it's time we got rid of a demon. Everything fades away. The last thing she sees is that dangerous glint in the woman's eyes, that fire burning them. Maka opens her eyes and she's in that fireplace room sitting on the chair. But she can't help but to notice it's a bit different. That black stuff that was up to her ankles is now up to her knees while sitting in the chair. It's thick and she can barely move her feet in it. The spider webs that used to be white are now black. The fire in the fireplace is getting dimmer. So it's begun. Maka looks over at the girl in the cage. Her smirk is evil. It won't be long now. The girl is running her fingers over a small crack in the cage. It's like a chip, but Maka sees it. It unsettles her. What the hell is going on? Maka snaps as she looks around this ruin room. The real question is, what the hell isn't? The other girl giggles madly. Everything is going on, my dear. And you don't even know who to trust. Everyone is after you, but that doesn't matter to me. Soon I will be free. That's not happening. Maka growls as she gets up, so she's standing on the chair so the black stuff isn't touching her anymore. I'm in control. Not for long. The girl giggles again. That witch wants to set me free. It's going to be great. I'll make sure the first person I kill is Krona. I'll make him scream. I'll break every bone in his body. I'll shove his heart down his throat. You won't touch him, you sick bitch. You're the sick bitch, Maka. The girl is roaring with laughter. Then after him I will torture Ragnarok. I'll make him fade away. I'll send him straight to hell. You're not touching any of them. Maka is screaming at this girl. The black substance is starting to bubble like it's boiling. Oh, but I am. And soon you won't be able to stop me. The girl is crackling, her tapping on the small crack in the cage. I will be let out. I will fucking rule the world. I will bring sorrow and ruin to the world. I will return what it has done to you. What it has done to me. I will have my fucking revenge. I won't let you get out. I'll fight you to the fucking end. Maka is still screaming, the black substance bubbling more. The end is soon, Maka. The girl keeps rubbing that crack. It's very soon. I dash. Why do you try to fight me? What I want is what you want. You want to make those two boys suffer. You want to shatter their hearts, and you could. You know you could, and it would be so easy. You could and turn them on each other, maybe even get the ghost to kill the other boy, then he would go to hell. It's all so simple, Maka. Why do you lie to yourself with false feelings? The only truth is me, Maka. It's always only been me. Why, you're wrong. Maka is panting. I'm nothing like you. I care for Krona and Ragnarok. I don't want them to get hurt. Even when they're allowing you to get hurt. The girl challenges. They don't care enough for you to save you. They will sit back and watch as you fall. You're wrong. You're so fucking wrong. Maka is screaming again. They are on the witch's side. You are alone. All you have is me, so why not just give in? Save the struggle. It could be so much better for you, Maka. No. And no. Maka is panting so hard and the black substance is boiling. They are loyal to me. They're on my side. They wouldn't let that bitch hurt me. But they already have. The girl sighs. Stop trying to deny it. Those two boys are trouble. The only one you can rely on is me, Maka. I'm not relying on you for shit. Maka spats. You're the only one who is fucking trouble. You want me to fucking destroy everything. Only because that's what you want, Maka dash. Stop it. Maka roars as she grips her hair. Just fucking stop it. I don't care what you say, I'm the one in charge. I call the fucking shots, so back the fuck up. Your time is running out, Maka. The girl points down at her. Maka looks down and can't help but to gasp in horror. Maka is wearing a black dress with an hourglass on it. The same one her mother was wearing. The sand at the top still has a lot, but the sand is slowly falling. Time is short. The girl closes her eyes. Chose now who you trust and who you don't. Time is precious, Maka, and we don't have much of it. Maka puts a hand over her dress, her chest tightening up. Decide what you're going to do. The room is slowly fading away. But remember, it's Amzat gone. Things are never as they seem. Everything fades away. Maka shifts a little, feeling something soft over her and something soft against her head. The thing on her head is moving, breathing. She's just so comfortable. She doesn't want to wake up. Maka feels safe, cozy. Oh Maka. A voice groans out. Maka raises an eyebrow at how the thing she's laying against is now panting. It's warm. She's pretty sure she's laying on Krona. But she really doesn't want to wake up yet, even if he's calling for her. Dee-don-tee, stop. Krona makes a sound, his body tenses and his chest heaving. Okay, that was definably a moan. Her curiosity getting the best of her. She opens her eyes and looks up at the boy. Krona's face is red, his chest puffing up, his eyes shut tightly, some sweat forming on his brow. Again Maka. His uneven breathing is on her face. Maka's eyes widen a bit at feeling his hardened member against her thigh. Well, she's definably not doing anything. Krona is having a perverted dream about her. Maka can't help the smug smile. This horny bastard. Maka enjoys watching the boy squirm for a moment, listens to how he says her name and the moans he's admitting. She can't help but to wonder what he's dreaming about. Maka knows it's about her, but she wonders what he's dreaming about her doing. She would gladly make it into reality. Maka likes him like this. His shyness isn't here, it's just him enjoying himself. Maka presses her body against his as she moves closer, her lips hovering over his. He shivers under her touch as she runs her fingertips from his chest down to his stomach. She pulls him into a kiss, it's sloppy and he moans into her mouth. His kisses are lazy and wet. Maka smirks. Time to wake him up. She bites down on his lip. Krona squeaks as his eyes shoot open. Maka tenses a little. His eyes are dilated and glossy, they're slightly shaking. Under his eye is a small vein that's visible, but it's black. Krona blinks a couple of times and his eyes go back to normal, that black vein disappearing. Maka. He blushes darkly as if just realizing it's her as his gaze shifts. Having a nice dream, Krona. I don't really remember it. The pink-haired boy won't look at her, but he's trying to hide the fact he's messing with his jeans, trying to make them comfortable for his hardened erection. Oh, but I think you do. She purrs as she grabs his manhood through his jeans, giving it a squeeze. Krona tenses as he lets out a groan. But as she rubs him through his jeans, he turns into putty in her hands. Tell me what you were dreaming about, Krona, I know you remember it. Just you know. His blush is so dark as she keeps teasing him through his jeans. But I don't know, Krona. Why don't you explain it to me? She gives him a harder squeeze. Trust me, you really don't want to know. He's still blushing as he groans, but he looks ashamed. Why not? She raises an eyebrow as she cups his dick. Don't. Krona moans, but he grabs her hand and takes it off of him. It's not safe. Maka blinks. Krona, we have had sex. How is this not safe? It's just not, and not right now. Krona blushes darkly at what she said as he grips his hair. Is it just her, or is his blush a little gray? That's when the boy goes under the blanket, pulling it over his face. He's hiding from her, or that's how she sees it. Krona. Maka tries to pull the blanket off him, but he just tightens his grip. Gigi, give me a moment, please. Maka can't help but to raise an eyebrow. What the hell is he doing? You're not jacking off under there, are you, Krona? And no. Krona lets out a squeak and she sees him tense. I am not. Okay. Because I was about to say you can do that out in the open. A perverted smile comes to her face. Krona's breathing seems uneven again, his body tensing up badly. He's trembling. She hears something muffled like giggling. Is he giggling? Maka reaches out a hand to touch him. You're up. Ragnarok appears by the side of the bed, looking at her with wide eyes. Yeah, what is it, late or something? Maka pulls her hand back to look at the other boy. She can't help but to raise an eyebrow at the way he's looking at her. Ragnarok looks like he's studying her, almost like he's waiting for something. No, it's actually early, like fucking 9 in the morning. He keeps studying her. Well, damn, no wonder I didn't want to get up. Maka groans as she lays back down. But now I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep. You feel alright? Ragnarok almost sounds nervous. I feel fine. Maka looks over at him. Ragnarok is giving her a odd look, like he doesn't believe this. What am I supposed to feel not alright? No, it's not that, it's just. He looks irritated now, a scowl on his face. Is Krona fucking awake? How is he dash? The blanket flies off all of a sudden. Krona's hair is everywhere as he turns to look at the other boy. Ragnarok studies him carefully like he did with her. I am awake. Krona mumbles as he grabs his arm with the other. And I feel fine. You two really are fucking okay? Like you're not in pain, or I don't know something. Krona and Maka look at each other. I feel fine, really. Maka frowns a little as she puts a hand to her stomach. But my stomach feels kinda weird. Mine too. Krona frowns with her putting his hand on his. You feel sick or? Ragnarok seems to tense a little as he looks between the two. No. It just hurts. Maka grips her stomach. Ragnarok's eyes flash at this and now he looks so pissed off. Do you know why? Probably because I'm fucking hungry. Maka grunts. Do you remember anything happening yesterday? A lot of things happened yesterday. Maka gives him a weird look. Like weird happening? Nope. Maka rubs her chin. The last thing I remember is training with Medusa. I think I must have pasted out. I tired myself out. What about you, Krona? Do you remember anything odd? And no. Krona frowns. I don't know what you're talking about. And you two are really fucking okay. Ragnarok presses again. Maka and Krona look at each other. We're fine, Ragnarok. Maka studies him. What's up with you? You're acting weird. Fuck. Ragnarok lets out a frustrated growl as he runs a hand through his dark hair. He has such a deep scowl on his face. What? Maka raises an eyebrow. He doesn't respond to her. Ragnarok looks almost ruffled up. Like he was rubbed the wrong way. His eyes are hard and on fire, but he almost seems paranoid. Odd. Maka opens her mouth to say something only to be cut off by her own stomach growling. Hungry. Krona looks over at her in concern. Yeah, I could really use some eggs and sausage right now. Maka's mouth waters thinking about it. That would be banging. The door to her room opens. Both Ragnarok and Krona tense, looking over at it, Ragnarok with a dark glare and Krona with a nervous glance. Erika walks in holding a tray in her hands, a smile on her face. Maka takes a whiff. No way. I brought you breakfast, Lady Maka. Erika walks over to her and places the tray down next to her. It's filled with 2 plates of sausages and 2 plates of eggs. To add some class, it has a rose in a vase in the middle. Holy shit, it smells so good. Now that's what I call service. Maka hums as she hands Krona one of the forks. You might have to bring some more of this, I'm about to tear this shit up. Of course. If you need me, just ring this bell. Erika snaps her fingers and a bell appears. She places it on the tray, that smile of hers never falling. You have a letter from Lady Medusa. Erika pulls out an envelope and gives it to Maka. Maka really just wants to eat this food, but the woman is looking at her expectantly. So she opens it up and starts reading. Dear Maka. I'm sorry to say that I won't be here for you today. I have a few things I must do, but do not worry, I'll be back by tonight. Today is a free day for you, feel free to explore the mansion. I ask one thing of you today, that you make one potion of your choosing. When I come back I'll see your progress, but I know you will do great. If you need anything, Erika and Free are at your beck and call. They must listen to what you say, and if they don't, make sure to tell me and they shall be punished. I'll see you tonight, my child. 3 Medusa. Maka wrinkles her nose at that last part. Ew. She really drew a heart. That just made her stomach twist. And she almost lost her appetite. Well, almost. Lady Medusa wants you to enjoy yourself today. Erika smiles as she takes the note from her. She is very pleased by your progress yesterday. If there is anything you need or want, tell me and I will get it for you. So. Maka starts to dig into the eggs, not able to help herself. Does that mean we can leave the mansion today? She catches Erika tense. Why you want to leave the mansion already? She looks at her and she seems to be suppressing the urge to tug at her hat. Aren't you tired from yesterday? Nah, I feel great. Maka grunts as she takes another bite. I want to leave the mansion today. Medusa said I could, so I want to leave. You just 1 minute please. Erika gives her a nervous smile before she disappears. They better let me fucking leave. Maka keeps eating. Medusa the bitch said I could, so I'm holding her to that. Why do you want to leave the mansion? Krona seems nervous, his gaze shifting. It's not really safe out there with Justin and the demon. PSSH, we'll be fine. Maka waves him off. Krona, I was pretty badass last night, you should have saw me. I doubt you were badass enough to fucking take down the demon. Ragnarok grunts, giving her a cold look. I don't think leaving the mansion so soon is a good idea, something might happen. He's looking between Maka and Krona, still looking like he's searching for something. Well, I want to get out of the mansion, so that's final. Maka shoves a sausage in her mouth. I'm in charge here. I'm the dominate of the group. Bitch, no you aren't. Ragnarok snaps as he takes a step forward. I'm the fucking dominate and I say we're fucking staying here. Fine Ragnarok, if you really don't want to go you can stay here, but I'm going. Maka. Krona frowns a bit as he nibbles on a piece of sausage. We need to stick together. And you're not fucking going. He growls, his expression getting dark. Your ass is staying right here. Why? Maka challenges. Because it's not a good fucking idea. We just got out of the fucking asylum and we gone through a lot of shit. Why can't you be happy with just fucking relaxing? Relaxing is boring. Maka glares back at him. And really, is this place any safer? This gets him to tense a bit. I'm going out of the mansion, I want some fresh air, I want to be a part of the outside world again. Maka looks between the two boys. And I want to take you guys with me so we can experience it together. I can't experience shit. Experience what, Maka? Krona looks at her with those big blue eyes. Well, anything really. Maka smiles at him as she grabs his hand. I want to take you to get ice cream, or shopping, or to the park. I just want to experience everything with you, Krona. I know you haven't really seen the world, that most of your life has been four walls, but I want to end that. I want to show you the good in life. Maka. Krona blushes as he looks down at their hands, a wobbly smile coming to his face. Ragnarok looks away and grips his fist. He looks like he's about to fade away. And I want to experience it with you too, Ragnarok. Maka smiles at him, which causes him to pause. You say you can't, but maybe I can help you. Ragnarok looks at her now with his eyes slightly widened, something flickering in them. I want to take you two on a date. Maka chuckles at the thought. What do you say, Krona? Raggy. Bitch, don't call me that, and I don't do dates. Ragnarok growls and looks away. How the hell can you have a date with someone who is dead? Easy. Easy. You're just overthinking it. She smiles at him and she sees his eyes flicker again. Come on, it will be fun, Ragnarok. He just glares at her. I think it sounds fun. Krona smiles at her. I want to go on this date with you, Maka. What do people do on dates? Anything really. A date is really just doing something with a person or people you care about. Most people eat on dates, so yeah, we're definably going to eat. Of fucking course. Ragnarok grumbles. Bitch, date or not, you would have still ate. Guilty as charged. Maka chuckles oddly just to piss him off. Ew. I think we should leave the mansion. Krona looks over at Ragnarok. Maka seems to really want to on a date, sounds like fun. The pink-haired boy gives him a look. Something passes between them and Ragnarok seems to understand now. Whatever. He grunts as he glares away from them. This is going to be so fucking gay. A date with you two bitches? Someone fucking pinch me, I must be dreaming. I know. A date with me, is that amazing, right? But this time it isn't just in your dreams, Ragnarok. It's reality. She gives him a grin. Stop with that fucking goofy smile. Krona is just smiling at their hands that are still holding each other. Erica suddenly reappears. Lady Medusa said it's okay for you to leave the mansion, but since it's really soon, she wants you to go to a town that's close to here. I have to get some things prepared for your travels, so it will have to be later when you leave. Lady Medusa would also like you to complete the potion before you leave, but that is all. She wishes you fun in your travels. Hell yeah. We get to have a date. Maka cheers as she shoves the last sausage in her mouth. Erica, I want some more. Why, you ate it all that fast? Her face pales a little, but she takes the tray from her. Maka catches the sigh she gives, it's barely audible, but she heard it. She watches her lips tug slightly downward, she looks exhausted. Those are cute. What? Erica seems caught off guard with this, as do the two boys. Those. Maka points to the corner of her mouth. These. She touches the spot where the black dot is as if she had to make sure she had them. You really think they're cute? I always thought they made me look well stupid. Everyone thinks I paint them on, but I was born with them. Being a frog which will do that to you. Nah, I like them. She gives her a smile and she can see Erica's face fall a bit. If I had them I would be showing them off, rocking it. Well, thank you. Erica gives her a look, a real look. Let me get this for you, Lady Maka dash. You know I like you, Erica. Maka gives her another smile. Why don't you tell Free to come up here and he can get me some more food? You're free for the day except for getting everything ready for us to travel. You're really giving me the day off. She's looking at her in shock. Yup. I'm going to make Free my bitch though. Maka smirks. Erica looks at her a moment before she starts to chuckle. It's full of relief. You know, I think I like you to Lady Maka. Erica hums as she turn on her heel. I'll be sure to alert Free that he is your bitch for the day, not me. With that she disappears. She's a fucking bitch too. Ragnarok looks over at her. Don't be fucking nice to her. She's not that bad. Maka waves him off. Besides, I have some plans for that brute. Maka, please don't make that scary man come in here. Krona grabs her arm, looking up at her with those panic eyes. He's worse than Black Star. It's going to be okay. Maka pecks him on the forehead. Trust me. That's when the door busts open. What the hell is this? Free marches into the room. Why the hell do you want me? Erica is perfectly fine. Well, I want you. Maka smirks at him. Now get me some more eggs and sausages. Fucking fine. Free turns to leave. Wait, I'm not finished. Maka's smirk is too large. I want my food on a golden tray with the sausages spelling out my name. I also want some freshly made lemonade with a lemon with only 2 seeds. If there's more than 2, shit's going to hit the fan. I want a bouquet to go with my meal to give it class. The flowers must be all white roses with 3 red roses. I want you to make the eggs into the shape of a heart with a drawing of the Mona Lisa and ketchup on the top. Jeez, is that fucking all? Free's eye is twitching slightly, but it looks like he's trying to keep himself in check. One more thing. Maka's smirk grows even more. I want you to present this to me in a maid's outfit. Free blinks. No fucking way. I'm sorry, what was that? Maka puts a hand to her ear. Was that a no? Well, I guess I could just tell Medusa that dash. I'll do it. His chest is heaving. I'll have your eggs and sausage in a bit. Lady Maka. He sneers. Free leaves. You're such a bitch. Ragnarok smirks over at her. The bitchest. Maka hums as she stands up. He will probably be a while, so you guys want to play some video games? Video games. Krona looks confused as he stands next to her, his hand still in hers. Hell yeah. Maka looks down at the jeans that are hugging his hips. Let's play Just Dance 4. Just Dance, sounds pretty gay to me. Ragnarok grunts. D-dance. Krona blushes. I don't know, Maka. Come on, I'll be dancing with you. That makes him blush more. Maka leads him over to the large flat screen TV and starts to set up the Wii, putting TH game in. Are you going OT play Ragnarok? Fuck no. Party pooper. Maka sticks her tongue out at him as she hands Krona a controller, the game starting. What do I do? Krona moves the Wii remote more like a wand. Am I using this right? No. Maka chuckles as she stops him, steadying his hand. All you do is follow the movements of the person on the screen. The Wii remote picks up on what you're doing and that's how you're scored. Giga. How does it know? Krona eyes the Wii remote suspiciously. It just does, Krona. The Wii remote knows all, sees all. There's no escaping it. The Wii remote is the fucking key to the future, Krona. It decides life or death. Maka looks at him with a Dan Payne face. Really? Krona's eyes are wide. No. Maka gives him a lopsided smile which he pouts at. It's just a Wii remote, but it really can tell if you're moving or not. So you better do what the person is doing on the screen completely, if not the Wii remote is going to shock the shit out of you. Giga. Is this game safe, Maka? Krona is the Wii remote, Riley. Krona, this game is so badass, people have died. WW what? Krona tenses up badly. Maka, I don't think we should dash. OPPs, I clicked on a song. It's starting. Giga. Krona twitches nervously as he grips the Wii remote like a sword, staring at the screen with wide eyes. Maka can't help but to chuckle to herself as the song starts. Oh god, there's too many of them. Which one do I follow? You're the green guy and I'm the yellow guy. Let's do this, Krona. You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Everyone else in the room can see it, everyone else but you. 4 characters are dancing on the screen too. What makes you beautiful? The pink-haired boy looks so serious and scared at the same time. It's funny, but Maka is trying to beat him. You two look so fucking retarded. Ragnarok smirks at them only to get 2 middle fingers in response, which he returns. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed, but when you smile at the ground it ain't hard to tell. You don't know. You don't know you're beautiful. Maka sings this part along with the song, giving Krona a wink. He's blushing so much and he ends up missing a couple of moves because of it. Krona, you suck ass. Ragnarok grunts, not looking at the girl. Oh yeah? I don't see you doing this, Ragnarok. Krona snaps. This game is so badass, people have died, Ragnarok. Maka can't help but to sneaker. Oh Krona. Krona, you're a dumbass. You don't really believe that shit she's feeding you, dash. Oh, I believe it. This game is intense. Krona starts hopping up and down when his character did. That's real fucking intense. Ragnarok grunts. And it doesn't help, this song is fucking gay. I like this song. Maka gives him a look. That makes this song fucking worse. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Why yeah. It's catchy. Krona mumbles as his eyes are stuck on his character. Of course you would think so, Krona. Ragnarok crosses his arms. I don't want to hear from you, why you non-player. Krona looks so serious. I am risking my life right now and I'm getting the high score, so fuck you, Ragnarok. Okay, you little shit. Ragnarok twitches. Just because you're getting high scores doesn't mean anything, dash. I don't see you getting high scores, Ragnarok. Krona flips his hair. Okay, you want to go there, bitch? Fine, I'll play this fucking game and kick your ass at it. Ragnarok walks over to the two and picks up a Wii remote, sending Krona a dark look. PPSSH. Krona waves him off, which causes Ragnarok's eye to twitch more. Let's start a new song since Ragnarok is playing. Maka tries to hide her smirk as she flips through the songs. She clicks on one. What the fuck is this? Ragnarok growls when he sees a woman slowly starting to dance, moving her hands. I'm not doing this, dash. Loser. Krona actually grunts as he does the woman's movements easily. Alright bitch, we'll see about that. Ragnarok growls and tries to follow the woman. But Krona is a bit better with it. Everybody look at me. I walk in the door, you start screaming. Come on everybody, what you here for? Move your body around like a nympho. Everybody get your necks to crack around, all you crazy people come on, jump around. I want to see you all on your knees. You either want to be with me or be me. What the fuck kind of song is this? Ragnarok snaps, still trying to dance. Man-eater. Maka smirks over at him. I like this song too. This dance is weird, thok. Krona blushes every time he has to move his hips. You're a natural, Krona. Maka winks, causing him to mess up. Stop doing that. Ha. Fucking got a higher score on that move than you, Krona. This isn't over yet. Krona huffs, getting serious. And not by a long shot. Man-eater, make you work hard, make you spend hard. Make you want all of her love. She's a man-eater, make you buy cars, make you cut cords, make you fall fall in love. Maka is getting it and she's getting up to the top, but Krona is winning. What the fuck? Something's wrong with this damn remote. Ragnarok growls when he looks at his score. Sure. Fuck you, bitch. Don't be mad because you're losing. Krona, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. You can beat the shit out of me, but not in this game. We'll fucking see about that. The game isn't fucking over. And when she walks with passion. When she talks like she can handle it. When she asks for something, boy, she means it, even if you never ever seen it. You doing anything to keep her by your side because she said she love you long time. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok are giving their all. They're all looking so serious. This isn't a game anymore. This is fucking serious. That's when the door opens. Bwahaha, you guys look fucking stupid. Free laughs annoyingly as he comes into the room. They all stop playing to look back at him, taking in his maid's outfit that's too small from him, his hairy legs and chest being all exposed. He is one ugly maid. You're one to talk. All three of them grunt. Shut the hell up. And I still look better than all of you. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok give him the middle finger. And it's powerful. Triple the middle finger. Alright, Free, you did good. Maka hums as she takes the food and sits it down in front of her and Krona. Now I want you to dance for me while I eat. I'm not doing dash. What was that? Was that a no? Oh dear, I wonder how Medusa will dash. Fucking fine. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok all smirk as they take their seat by each other. How romantic. Maka hums as she takes her fork and gets a piece of egg, feeding it to Krona. Eating a nice breakfast together with a big, hairy guy in a dress dancing for us. This is great. I hate you all. Free grumbles as he moves his body around. Ragnarok is cracking up while Krona and Maka are snickering as they eat their food. This is the life. Holy shit. Maka shouts, breaking the long moment of silence the three had been having, causing Krona to squeak in alarm and Ragnarok to tense. Don't fucking do that. What is it, Maka? Krona looks over her shoulder, looking down at the book she's been looking through for about 20 minutes. They have been in this small room for a while with no one talking, the only sound coming from Maka turning the pages. They have fucking cookies in here that if you eat them they cause you to lose weight. Maka's eyes are wide as she shows him the picture. I just found the solution to obesity. Fuck yeah. Why the fuck are cookies in there? Ragnarok's eye twitches a bit. You're supposed to be looking for a potion to do, not fucking cookies, fat ass. Actually it's the opposite, Ragnarok, since these cookies cause you to lose weight. Man, who hasn't dreamed about eating junk food that makes you smaller? And I have found it. Shit, if money mattered we could get rich off this. Bitch, you need those fucking cookies. You need to eat a dozen. And no you don't, Maka, why you're not big at all. Krona blushes when she looks over at him and smiles. I know I'm not. Ragnarok is just being a dick, but that's nothing new. I call it like I see it. I'm surprised you haven't fucking crushed Krona when you molested him. Fuck you, Ragnarok. She didn't molest me, and she definably didn't crush me. Krona gives him a weird look, his fingers have a slight twitch. See, Ragnarok? I'm not big at all. You think I have a nice body in reality. Maka gives him a wink just to piss him off. Like I said, the only thing big about you is your fat rolls. He grunts. I don't even have fat rolls. Maka stands up and rubs down the silky material of her dress, trying to grab her skin. Oh wait. A grin comes to her face. I do have two facies. Maka turns around and shakes her hips just a bit to make her tutu move. Bitch, you're just bone in your ass. Ragnarok snaps, but he's defiantly looking at her. Krona has gotten a bright red and has looked away, fiddling with his fingers. You want to bone my ass? Maka winks. Bitch, you wish. Ragnarok glares and looks away from her. When Maka laughs, he gets a scowl on his face. Hurry up and fucking pick a potion to do. Being stuck in this small room with your fat ass is getting me claustrophobic. Why, you could always leave, Ragnarok. Krona leans over and hugs her arm when she sat down, laying his head on her shoulder, looking over at the other boy. It is crowded in here. Maka can feel the pink-haired boy's fingers slightly twitch against her arm. I don't take up any fucking space. Ragnarok gives him a dangerous look. I'm not going anywhere. Fine. Krona makes small circles on her bare shoulder and she feels him smiling against it. It feels like a smug smile. So let me find this potion to do. Maka starts to flip the pages, looking for something more intently than before. She really doesn't want to deal with a fight right now. Maka's green orbs search the pages but really all of them look hard or stupid. That's when she feels a slight pressure on her shoulder, a wet pressure. Maka takes her eyes off the book to look at Krona from the corner of her eye. The pink-haired boy is kissing her shoulder, his tiny tongue grazing her skin. She can't see his eyes. Maka's surprised at his boldness but she looks back down at the book. Krona keeps kissing her shoulder, he's slowly moving towards her neck, his hands holding both sides of her shoulder. It feels good and it's a bit hard to concentrate. Ragnarok doesn't look happy at all. The raven-haired boy has a deep scowl on his face as he glares away from the two, but he glances at them every once in a while only to look more pissed off. Maka takes a deep breath, trying to focus, but the boy has gotten to her neck, kissing it slowly, nibbling at her skin, causing her breathing to become uneven. This is very bold for Krona. The boy's tongue licks against her jugular vein as she feels one of his hands slowly rub down her back, stopping right at the small of it. You like this, don't you? Krona's lips have moved to her ear, him whispering into it with his eyes still not being able to be seen. I told you I could be sexy too. His voice has lost its stutter, its confident and nice feeling against the shell of her ear. Maka freezes up a bit. You know, Maka. She feels him smirk. You really do have a nice ass. The boy reaches over and actually cups her ass, giving it a strong squeeze. But it only should be for me, not him. His voice has gotten darker. Krona has moved so he's speaking against her neck, his other hand that isn't on her ass roaming her body. Maka is really just in shock. Then she feels Krona start to kiss down, heading towards her chest. They're slow, wet kisses and he's getting close to her. But there's no way. Krona gets down as he grabs the edge of the top of the dress, pulling it down slightly. The pink-haired boy is pushed away from her by a strong force, he falls to the ground behind her. What the fuck, Krona? Ragnarok is fuming, glaring down at the other boy. She's fucking trying to do something. Don't fucking molest her. Are you sure that's what this is about? Krona's bangs are still in his eyes but she can see the smug smile. Or is it that you're jealous? I'm not jealous of shit. Ragnarok's chest is puffing up, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Don't fucking go there with me, Krona. Oh, but we're going there, big boy. Krona giggles as he stumbles up, a goofy grin on his face. If I want to touch my woman, I'm going to. Don't be so jelly, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? The raven-haired boy eyes him cautiously now, but that dangerous glint hasn't left his eyes. Nothing. Krona looks up, his bangs moving out of his face. Maka can't help but to gasp. His eyes, they're dilated and shaking with a vein sticking out in his face. Nothing at all. He gives them a lopsided smile at looking all the more warped with those eyes. They trigger something inside Maka. She feels something move inside her, a bubbling in her stomach. A dark feeling is clouding her mind and it's almost painful. Krona. Ragnarok takes a step forward, his expression changing a bit at seeing the black vein. You dash. I don't have a problem, Ragnarok. It's you who has the problem. Krona points a finger at the other boy and giggles. You just can't handle me touching her, can you? But I'm going to touch her, oh yes, and I'm going to touch her good. And who's going to be touching her? Me. Not you. That dark feeling is getting stronger. Maka holds her head in her hands, the bubbling feeling getting worse. Shut the fuck up, Krona. Right now. Ragnarok's face is getting red from anger, his teeth baring. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but I'll beat the shit out of you till you're better. You can beat the shit out of me while I beat the shit out of Maka, but not in the way you're thinking. He sticks his tongue out and gives a wink as he makes a low slapping motion with his hand. I'm going to make her feel good because I can make her feel good, and when she's over the edge in pleasure that I'm causing, whose name is she going to be screaming? Mine. All me, while you just dash. Something snaps in the raven-haired boy's eyes. Ragnarok growls as he reappears in front of the other boy, punching him in the face, sending him flying. Krona hits the wall with a thud and falls back down to the floor. It's silent a moment. But soon the pink-haired boy is giggling. It's breathless as he gets back up, his bangs covering his face. Oh dear. Krona wipes some blood from his lip. It may be in her imagination, but it looked darker. Why so serious? Does it hurt you that you can't give her pleasure like I can? I bet you hate it, don't you? Krona looks up. His eyes are shaking so bad and his smile is too large for his face. You want to kill me, don't you? I bet you do. So why don't you just kill me, Ragnarok? Why won't you just do it? Huh? Answer me. Kill me. Fucking kill me, dash. Krona, stop it. Maka screams once. The dark feeling became too unbearable as she glares over at him. It hurts her and it's close to taking over. Something is being affected inside her because of this boy's outburst. Her breathing is uneven and she's sure her eyes are shaking. Krona's eyes meet hers. They stop shaking, that vein disappearing from his face as he takes a step back, taking deep breaths, sweat falling down his face. Krona holds his head in his hands, his body shaking. That dark feeling leaves her and she lets out a sigh of relief. Ragnarok's eyes soften just a little bit. They're no longer black. Krona. Maka takes a step forward when she thinks she has herself together. Maka. Krona doesn't look at her. But Krona is back. Maka walks over to him and puts a hand on his shoulder, which he tenses it. I lost it again, didn't I? His voice is quiet, ashamed. Yes, but it's okay. Maka rubs his back comfortably. You didn't hurt us and you were able to stop it pretty fast. But I. Krona swallows hard. Come on, we have a potion to make. Maka grabs his hand and helps him up. When he doesn't look at her, she grabs his chin and turns his head so she can kiss him on the lips. Krona tenses, but soon he melts into her. His kiss is nervous. Ragnarok turns away from them. Maka grabs his hand and leads him back to the book. This time Maka flips quickly, trying to find something easy but at the same time cool. Then she finds it. Boost for the dead. Maka reads the description and can't help but to give a smile over to Ragnarok, who raises his eyebrow. I know what potion I'm doing and it's going to help you out. Me. Ragnarok gets closer to look down at the book. Boost for the dead? What the fuck is that? It says here that it's a potion that boosts the power of a spirit slightly for a whole day. Maka smiles over at him. It says it increases possessing powers and ability to react with the live world dash. Ragnarok takes the book from her and starts reading it, scanning the information with careful eyes. I'll be able to possess someone other than Krona. A smirk comes to his face, a plan coming to forming in his head. Okay, you got to make this for me, bitch. What do I get in return? Maka grins at him. What the fuck do you want? Ragnarok gives her a suspicious look. Nothing right now, just know if I do this you owe me a favor. She smirks. Whatever. Ragnarok grunts as he looks back down at this book. Hurry up, I fucking want it. I'll get the pot ready. Krona looks over at Maka. I used to watch Medusa make potions all the time, so I know how it works. Good, because I don't. Maka grunts as he gets up and walks over to the large pot in the room, starting to readjust the wood underneath it. What does it say we need, Ragnarok? 2 cups of sunflower seeds. 1 cat's claw. 1 eye of a dog. Ragnarok blinks. What the fuck? I'm going to be eating this shit. Don't complain. Maka grunts as she gets up and walks to the cabinet and opens it up. It's full of gross stuff, severed limbs, eyes, tongues. You know, all the things a witch like herself needs. Maka looks over to see a drawer labeled seeds, which she opens. Surprisingly, everything is organized and she's able to find the sunflower seeds easily. Here's a fucking dog's eye and cat claw. Ragnarok pulls out a jar and a bag with these 2 things, his nose wrinkling a little. Okay, let's place them over here. Maka puts the book and the seeds on the small table in the room, Ragnarok doing the same. Krona, how's the pot coming along? It's almost ready. Maka doesn't look over, but she hears the bubbling of water. Okay, so how do we do this? Maka reads the page of this book, her eyes looking over everything carefully. So this isn't that hard sounding. Here's a Meersane cup. Ragnarok puts one on the table looking over at her. I'm pretty sure the measurements are really fucking important, so don't fuck up. I'm not a dumbass. I know how to measure. Maka rolls her eyes. I took a cooking class in high school, you know. Oh yeah? What grade did you get? That doesn't matter. Oh, I think it fucking does. Ragnarok snaps. The pot is done. Krona walks over to the two, watching as Maka opens the bag of seeds and starts to measure it. I think you're supposed to put the stuff in the pot in the order they are in the book. Okay. Maka gives him a smile. This is kind of fun, it's just like cooking. And what grade did you get in that fucking class? Let's do this. Maka grabs the thing of seeds and walks over to the pot, ignoring Ragnarok. The book and other two ingredients float after her. Why, you're getting better at that. Krona smiles a little as he stands to her right. Bitch, fucking answer me. Ragnarok growls as he stands to her left. Quiet. I have to concentrate. Maka closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, not catching how the raven-haired boy's eye twitched. She feels the magic inside her, it's flowing through her and her fingers are starting to twitch. She is ready. The book floats in front of her so she can read it. The seeds of sunflowers to remind the dead of the sun and how its warmth brings life. Maka chants as she dumps the seeds into the pot, causing the water to bubble more. The claw of a cat to make the dead sharp. Maka throws it in, the pot making a gurgling sound in response. The eye of a dog for the dead to be more seen, more noticeable in strength. Maka throws it in. Ragnarok and Krona are holding their breaths, watching as the pot starts to shake. Bring the dead strength that they may have power over the living will feel the chilling. Especially since they're strong enough for killing. There's death in life, but now there's life and death. Maka's voice is getting louder as her hands twitch over the pot, the mixture is spinning around, popping and bubbling in response to her. It's starting to change colors. Krona is staring at her with awe, and maybe even Ragnarok looks a bit impressed. Her tutu is ruffling and she feels her power flow through her into this pot. I'll snap my fingers on once. I'll snap my fingers once and this will be over. The dead will be grateful to me when I snap my fingers. Maka snaps her fingers. The pot dies. The bubbling stops and it stops shaking. Maka feels her tutu stop ruffling and her power isn't flowing anymore. She opens her eyes slowly to look at the pot. It gets silent between them. Did it work? Ragnarok looks at her. I don't know. Krona frowns a bit. You usually smoke comes out when it's done. It always did when Medusa did it. Maybe this one's different. Maka walks over to lean over the pot. It's a green color. Both boys are looking at it with her, both have different expression on their faces. See. Maka smirks as they move their heads away from the pot. Got this shit on my first dash. That's when the pot explodes, sending Krona and Maka flying away from it. Green shit covers the room along with the two people who just hit the wall hard. What the fuck? You made it fucking explode. Ragnarok moves over to the two with a glare on his face. Well, I think that means it's done. Maka gets up trying to wipe some of the green stuff off her face. No, that means you fucking did it wrong. Actually it could mean it's done. Krona frowns slightly at the green stuff in his hair. It wasn't gassed properly, maybe I don't know, I don't know too much, but you why yeah. Krona looks between them before he walks away. So what, I just eat this shit? Ragnarok takes his finger and wipes some of it off her cheek, looking at it with an odd look. Yup. Maka watches him eagerly. Ragnarok slowly starts to bring his finger to his lips. Wait. Krona shouts, causing Ragnarok to stop what he's doing. It says in the book the mixture is supposed to be blue. I was right. You fucked it up, bitch. Ragnarok growls. And we can't even try again because you blew up the fucking pot. Who the hell does that? I'm just so awesome that nothing can handle me. Bitch, please. You're just a dumbass. Our Ragnarok potions are hard. Krona gives him a look. Maka, you did good. Thank you, Krona. Maka smiles at him, green stuff still on her cheek. Of course he would say that. He sugarcoats everything for you. I do not sugarcoat anything. Krona huffs. I don't even have any sugar, Ragnarok. Krona, just shut the fuck up. Ragnarok snaps, but Maka chuckles. You're both a couple of dumbasses. I am not the one saying I sugarcoat things when I don't have sugar. Krona gives him a changeling look, with that green stuff in his hair, and Maka can't help but to laugh. See how stupid that is. Oh, I see how fucking stupid that is. Ragnarok glares at him. And get that shit out of your hair. Be butt face. Krona mumbles under his breath as he runs a hand through his hair. What was that, Krona? Oh, I didn't say anything. Bitch dash. What happened in here? Erika suddenly comes into this small room, her mouth slightly open as she looks at the large mess and the pot that's no longer there. Maka fucked up the potion. Ragnarok grunts, getting him a glare from Maka. I might have messed it up just a tad bit. Maka kicks at the ground. I'll say, what potion were you doing? I thought most of those were simple. Erika looks over at her. A boost for the dead potion. Maka looks at her. I did what it said. I don't know where I went wrong. Ah, that potion. Erika eyes Ragnarok before she walks over to where the pot used to be, Maka following with her. That one you have to be a bit careful with, it's not meant for beginning witches. But I want to make that one. Maka almost pouts at the woman. Erika studies her a moment before she closes her eyes. I'll tell you what. The pot reappears with not even a scratch on it as the other witch's polka dot dress ruffles a little. I'll make you that potion, but you must add your touch into it so Medusa doesn't know I helped you, okay? She opens her eyes and looks at her seriously. Course. Maka cheers excited. What do you want me to do? Touch all the ingredients and stir, I'll say the spell. Erika closes her eyes. Maka touches each ingredient as she puts it into the new pot, Erika chanting under her breath the whole time. The water in the pot is bubbling like it did with her as she stirs the mixture, but the pot isn't shaking. It's steady and the mixture doesn't look clumpy. Erika keeps chanting and then she snaps her finger. The boiling stops and the mixture turns a blue color. A small ring of smoke comes out, giving off a small pop sound like it's telling them it's done. So yeah, Maka must have done it really wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Erika looks over at her. You just didn't use enough power, next time do a little more, okay? It will work. Maka just nods, but she feels irritated she didn't get it the first time. Erika grabs a tube and fills it up. Here, Ragnarok. This is for you. Erika holds it out to the raven-haired boy. He glares at her, not taking it. You can trust her, Ragnarok. We watched her make this potion. It's fine. Maka gives him an encouraging nod. Krona grips his arm, looking between the potion and the boy nervously. Ragnarok walks over and snatches the tube from Erika, causing her to tense. He gives her a dark glare before he puts the tube in his mouth and drinks the blue substance. Maka and Krona lean closer. Ragnarok's breath hitches and he drops the tube. The boy's blue eyes flash, they're burning his face, nothing but surprise as a wind picks up around them. Then it all stops and Ragnarok bows his head. Ragnarok dash. Holy shit. He roars, lifting his head back up, a large grin on his face. I feel fucking amazing. I can feel the fucking power. Maka studies the boy. He looks a lot more soiled and the room has dropped a couple of degrees. His eyes are so bright and on fire at the same time. The change is visible. This potion lasts a day, but once you use it you can't use it again for a week. Erika looks at Ragnarok seriously. Don't overdo it. You're still not invincible. Whatever, bitch. Ragnarok waves her off. I have a question. Krona mumbles, causing everyone to look at him. The boy shifts a little. What would have happened if Ragnarok ate the green stuff? Oh, if he ate the failed potion then he would been mentally challenged for the day, it would mess him up. Maka can't help but to laugh. Bitch, you almost made me mentally challenged. His eye twitches. But aren't you already? Bitch, I could kill you with this new power. Don't try me. He smirks. PSSH. Maka waves him off. Let's get you two cleaned up. Erika looks between the two. You're a mess. Yeah, a bit. Maka looks over at Krona and giggles when she sees some green stuff on his nose. They all start to walk out of the room. Looks like Free's going to have some fun. Maka hums as she looks around the completely ruined room. Oh yeah. Erika smirks just thinking about it, the two actually high-five. But as the three walk out, Erika looks behind her, meeting eyes with a snake that came out from behind a jar. It saw everything. But instead of a panic expression in Erika, she smirks as she gives the snake a thumbs up. Then she leaves with the snake's eyes shining with dark glee. So why am I the one doing this again? Krona mumbles as he holds the PlayStation 3 controller in his hands, it's shaking slightly in them as his eyes are hooked to the large flat screen. You were so fucking awesome at Just Dance, we thought you could handle this. Ragnarok smirks from beside Maka. Yeah, it's only a game you can play, Krona. Maka nods to the boy beside her as she brings up the blanket that's on both of their rear laps. It's cold with Ragnarok around now, especially with him being so close to her. Is this a scary game? Krona's eyes get narrow as he moves his character slowly around the mansion. It's awfully quiet. Maka can't help but to smirk at this. It's not a scary game, Krona. It's a game where you sell real estate. Then why are the lights off? Krona looks away from the game to look at the dark room around them. It's best to play real estate games in the dark. Trust me, Krona. It adds to the effect. Ragnarok smirks. But aren't you afraid of the dark, Maka? He looks at her nervously. Yeah, but it's fine, you guys are here and we have those glow-in-the-dark things. But maybe we should turn on the dash. Krona, play the fucking game. Ragnarok snaps. Just trust us. Fine, but I'm only trusting Maka, not you. Krona huffs as he moves his character into a dining room. The only thing that can be heard is the clicking of the clock. Wow, this place looks a lot like our mansion. I know, right? It's weird. Maka looks over at him, happy someone else sees it. Why yeah, it even has angel pictures, ga. Why can't I see where I'm going? I don't know, it just does that. Keep going, Krona. Oh okay. Krona gets a serious look on his face as he slowly walks through the dining room. He leans closer to the TV as he opens the door in the dining room in the hallway. At that moment the TV goes dark. Krona tenses as the TV comes back on, showing a scene with a zombie eating a guy that is still alive, ripping at his neck. Shit. Krona twitches, almost dropping the control. What is that? Maka, you said this was a real estate game. Oh god, he's eating him. Oh no. Oh no, it's getting up. Maka can't help but to laugh, and neither can Ragnarok. Krona is flipping out. The scene ends and now it's time for Krona to play the character again. Giga. It's coming for me. It's going to eat me. I am going to die. This stupid controller isn't working. Krona is pushing all the buttons in a panic, making his character go around in circles as the zombie slowly walks towards him. Krona looks like he's going to have a heart attack. Giga. Why, you're dead. Dead things aren't supposed to eat people. The zombie grabs a hold of Krona's character, causing the pink-haired boy to drop his controller in horror as he throws his arms over his head. And no. Someone save me. Someone dash. Maka grabs the controller and pushes the buttons as they come on the screen to get out of the zombie's grasps, then she runs back into the dining room, causing the next cutscene to play. Maka. Krona looks at her with awe. Why, you saved me? Yeah, I did. Maka chuckles at how he's looking at her. He's looking at her like she really did save him. But you lied to me. He pouts. This isn't a real estate game. I'm sorry, Krona. She gives him a lopsided smile. I couldn't help myself. Your face was fucking hilarious. Ragnarok smirks at him, causing his pout to deepen. Some people. Krona huffs and crosses his arms. Come on, Krona, don't be mad. Maka leans in, giving him a peck on the cheek. The boy loses his pout and it's replaced by him blushing. I can't stay mad at you, Maka. Bitch. Ragnarok grunts. Here, Krona. Maka hands him the controller. Keep playing though, please. She tilts her head and the boy sighs in defeat. Oh okay, just because you saved me. He adds that last part in as he takes the controller of her. It gets quiet between them as Krona concentrates hard, his eyes alert for any zombies as the controller slightly shakes in his hand. His brows are furrowed and he just looks so serious. Maka holds back a sneaker and Ragnarok's chuckling under his breath so Krona won't stop. I have a feeling. Krona mumbles to himself as he stops in front of a door. Something creepy is behind this door. He bites his lip, and takes a deep breath. Here it goes. Krona makes his character walk into the room. He's holding his breath. The screen gets dark. Hey ass wipes. The door to Maka's room slams open, causing Krona to scream and throw the controller against the wall. Free walks in and can't help but to raise an eyebrow at Krona, who is hiding his face in Maka's shoulder and shrieking. What the hell do you want? Ragnarok spats as he gets up, the room getting just a bit colder at him speaking. Erika wants she says she's ready to send you guys out of the mansion. Free grunts. Get changed though, your outfit just screams witch. Awesome. Maka cheers, her face frozen in a smile. Now get out. Can I play Resident Evil Dash? No. Get out now. Maka waves her hand, that smile still on her face as she sends Free flying out of the room and the door shuts behind him. Thank goodness he's gone. Krona lets out a breath he must have been holding, but he doesn't let go of Maka. I'm actually fucking ready to leave. Ragnarok smirks, looking down at his slightly glowing hands. I'm ready to try this shit out. I'm ready for our date. Maka hums as she stands up, Krona getting up with her, not letting her go. I fucking forgot about that. Ragnarok grumbles as he gets up with them. I hope the people in town are nice. Krona lets Maka lead him over to the large dressers in their room. It doesn't matter if they are. Don't worry, if anyone even looks at you funny I'll beat the shit out of them. Giga. What if that was just their face? Oh well. Maka smirks and pinches his cheek to let him know she's joking. Krona lets out a sigh of relief. Let's see what we got here. Maka puts at the dresser Medusa said was hers and the doors open. She can't help her eyes widening. There's so many clothes hanging in the drawers, from dresses, to shorts, to shirts. It just has everything, even jewelry. Someone could fucking live in this dresser. Huh. Maka looks over at Krona. What should I wear, Krona? Anything is fine, Maka. He blushes, his gaze shifting. Why, you will look good in anything. Ragnarok scoffs. Okay then, Ragnarok. What do you think I should wear? She looks over at the raven-haired boy. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't know why you're making a big deal about this. It's our first date, so fuck you. Maka looks back at the dresser and taps a finger to her chin. Maybe. Her eyes light up as she points, moving clothes around, looking through it. Ah. Perfect. Maka puts some clothes on the ground before she closes the dresser back up. She tries to snap her fingers to just make the clothes appear, but nothing happens. She sighs. Maka learned a lot yesterday, but not how to change herself. What the butt? Fine then, let's pick out your outfit now, Krona. Maka walks over to the next dresser and points at it. It opens up with as much clothes as Maka's. What do you want to wear? Krona stares at all his choices with wide eyes, looking more like a deer caught in headlights. He looks overwhelmed. I don't know, could you pick for me? Course. Maka hums, already looking through the clothes. She smirks as she finds what she wants and takes it out before closing the dresser. Here. She throws the clothes at Krona, getting her a giga. So I should go to the bathroom to change then. Krona mumbles nervously as he starts to walk away. No, you can change in here with me. But dash. Krona, it's okay. You have already seen me naked. And not really. She hears him swallow hard. Fine, you don't have to look at me. We can get changed at the same time. But dash. Krona, take your clothes off right now. Maka demands, but she can't keep a straight face. The boy isn't looking at her though. Giga. Oh okay. He tugs at his hair a little in distress before he goes down to lift up his shirt. You know I'm just playing with you. Maka comes up behind him, speaking in his ear, causing him to shiver. But it looks like you'll let me get away with anything. You'll just listen to my commands. I told you I am yours. His voice is breathless. Maka smiles as she lets him go and walks over back to the dresser. So I'll be over here getting changed and you'll be over there so you don't pass out or something. I can't promise I won't steal some peeks though. But Ragnarok's going to see you. Krona sends the raven-haired boy a glare when he smirked at him. I don't want you looking at her. Leave. I don't think so. Ragnarok smiles smugly. I'm comfortable. I'll leave. Krona huffs. Just because you keep saying that doesn't mean I'm going to listen. Fine, stay, but don't look at Maka. I swear, Ragnarok, if you so much as glance at her you won't be able to be around me without hearing "Be Barbie girl." Krona dash. I am so serial right now. Krona's voice cracks a little, his eyes shaking slightly but they steady. Don't try me. Krona, I don't want to look at that fat bitch. Ragnarok grunts. You have nothing to worry about. Why, you're a lair. Any man would want to look at Maka. Krona blushes. You dash. I'm done. Maka grunts, causing both boys to turn around to look at her. So it turns out I can poof on clothes. It's simple, really. All I had to do was. The girl keeps talking, not knowing none of the two boys are really listening. They're staring at her taking in her new outfit. It's nowhere near as revealing as the dress Medusa gave her. But it has both these boys staring at her, Krona's mouth open, and Ragnarok's eyes soften. It's a simple outfit, just some dark jeans with a ruffle green shirt. But it fits her so well. The green shirt making her already large eyes pop out, the jeans are tight and hug nicely. The outfit makes her look real, not a witch. Makes her look like Maka. Before all this. This is something she would have wore when she came to visit Krona in the asylum. It brings back memories of good times and at the same time makes her look elegant. Both these boys think Maka looks beautiful. Krona would show it. And Ragnarok wouldn't. And then I just. Maka pauses when she realizes they're just staring at her, not really responding. What? Her addressing them causes the two boys to break out of whatever trance was over them. Ragnarok glares away from her, but really he's trying to hide the pink that has crept in his cheeks. Krona is blushing darkly, but he doesn't even try to hide it as he shakes his head. Is it the outfit? What is it to plain? I know it's nothing like that dress with my ass hanging out and all, but I thought it was nice. Maka looks down at her choice of clothing, not catching how both boys tensed. And no. Why, you look great, Maka. Krona blushes darkly at how fast that came out and shifts when she look at him. I like it a lot. Thank you, Krona. Maka smiles over at him, then looks at the raven-haired boy that is still glaring away from her. What about you, Ragnarok? It's alright. He grunts. Maka waves him off and turns to look at Krona again. At that moment Ragnarok looks over at her from the corner of his eyes. His piercing blue eyes take her in, watching as her green orbs shine and how her blonde hair frames her face, the smile on her lips. He can't help that crooked smile on his own. He covers it with his hand and glares away from her again. Let's get you into your clothes. Maka gives Krona a wink before she closes her eyes, thinking about the outfit she picked out, then about it on the boy. She snaps her fingers. Maka opens her eyes to a flustered Krona. She can't help but to smile at her choice. Krona's dark jeans have changed to a lighter pair, his black shirt with a gray button-up. He's cute in gray. What do you think? Maka hums as she walks up to him and buttons the first one that came undone. I've never wore anything like this before. He blushes at her body being pressed against his. But I think I like it. I think it would look fucking better if you dyed that hair. It looks perfect the way it is. Maka gives Krona a kiss on his forehead, causing him to smile and Ragnarok to grumble. Let's get to Erika. I want to try out my teleporting skills. Maka looks at them excitedly. Get closer to me. Ragnarok gives her a weird look while Krona gives her nervous one. But they both get closer. Maka puts a hand on both their shoulders. Ragnarok's eyes light up at the touch and he looks down at where her hand is touching him. His eyes are flickering. She closes her eyes. Maka thinks about Erika, thinks about leaving this place. She's not too good at this, she can only teleport a certain length away, but she thinks the other witch is close enough to do this. Her power is flowing but not so easily she notices. She's not wearing the dress. Oh well, that doesn't matter. Maka feels a cold pressure on her hand that's on Ragnarok's shoulder and she knows it's his hand. The three disappear, Maka still feeling the almost gently brushing of a cold thumb on her hand. Erika paces back and forth a bit waiting for the three to show up. What's taking them so long? Hadn't Free told them they could leave now? Did they change their minds? Erika bites her lip and tugs at her frog hat. What is she supposed to tell Medusa if they don't? Suddenly there's a squeak sound from above her and the sound of someone growling. Erika looks up just as two people fall from the sky, right on top of her, causing her to be a cushion as they all hit the ground. Well, that was fun. Maka groans. Bitch, what the fuck are you doing? Ragnarok snaps as he reappears beside the two. What the hell was that? It was hard to control my power for some reason. Maka frowns as Krona gets up and helps her up. It's okay Maka, why you still got us out here? Krona smiles reassuringly but it falls a little when he looks around the room. But I don't see Erika dash. Down here. The woman screeches, causing both Krona and Maka to look down. Maka has a foot on Erika's face while Krona is standing on her thigh. Sorry. Krona tenses as he jumps off the woman, Maka being a bit slower to get off her. Yeah, sorry, today has not been my day when it comes to magic. Maka scratches the back of her neck. That's because you tried to do it without your dress on. Erika gets up and brushes herself off. Medusa made you it for a reason, you know. Yeah, but we had to change. Maka frowns slightly. What if they run into trouble outside of the mansion? She won't be able to use her powers as well without her dress, but she can't wear a dress like that out in the public. Don't worry. Erika forces a smile. Medusa has thought about all this for you. What do you dash? Do you still have the necklace? Maka blinks before she reaches under her shirt and pulls up the crescent moon necklace, the necklace her mother left her. This. Yes, that necklace, if you haven't already noticed, has magic powers. Erika studies it. It can do three things: one, help with keeping the demon away from you, but now that the demon has gotten so much stronger, the necklace is useless in that department. Its other function, though, will help you out with this problem. The second thing it does is if you call for its power, it will change you back into the dress Medusa made you. Try it now. Call for it. Maka looks down at the necklace and raises an eyebrow. Touch it and activate your power, you'll know what to do. Maka closes her eyes as she grabs hold of the crescent necklace. She feels her power flow through her, and when she opens her eyes and looks down, she's wearing that dress again. Maka looks over at Krona and notices he's wearing that black shirt and jeans again. It changes them both. Sweet. Now do the same thing and it will change you back to your regular clothes. Maka does this easily, and when she opens her eyes she has that green shirt on and Krona has the gray one. I feel like Sailor Moon. Maka chuckles, thinking back at the old show when the girls would fight, they would touch a gem in their clothing and their outfits would change or their hair would get longer. She thought that was the only thing cool about that show, and now she has her own battle clothes. Freaking sweet. Now the third thing the necklace does is act as a return mechanism. Erika looks at her. You must know that it can only return you back here, it can't take you anywhere. So when you're ready to leave today, just think about the mansion and the necklace will do that rest. Well damn, this necklace has it all. Maka grips it in her hand. It feels hot. Why yeah. Krona nods at her. Ragnarok is looking at it suspiciously, glaring darkly at it. Are you ready to leave, Lady Maka? Yup. Maka grabs Krona's and Ragnarok's arms, linking them. Krona blushes and Ragnarok glares. But the raven-haired boy doesn't try to get out of her grasps. Remember what I told you, Lady Maka, and be careful. Erika closes her eyes, chanting something before she touches Maka's forehead. See you later, have fun. The three disappear. Erika lets that smug smirk rip out onto her face. I was wondering when you would show up. The blue-haired girl looks behind her to see Medusa standing there, her yellow eyes looking at her coldly. I never left. Medusa smirks as she takes a step closer. Is everything going according to plan? Yes, the three just left to go to the town that you chose, and Free is working on your pet. Excellent. Medusa's smirk grows. Did Ragnarok drink the potion? Has its effects taken place? Yes, but I still don't know why you wanted that. Erika frowns slightly. Couldn't that jeopardize your plan? This is only a experiment, Erika. I want to see what my Maka can do, what she will do. Medusa chuckles darkly. Let Maka have some fun with the two before you start the operation. Medusa watches as Erika bows before the blue-haired witch disappears, leaving Medusa alone. The woman's smirk is so large, her chuckle so low. Maka, my child, let's play a little game, shall we? Chapter 42. Maka's whole body is spinning. It's dark, but she knows she's moving. If not for the fact she still feels Krona's and Ragnarok's arms, she would be freaking out. Maka feels a panic rise in her. But she feels a cold pressure on her left arm and a reassuring one on her right. It's okay, they're here. They won't let anything happen to her. They won't let her go. Maka closes her eyes tightly, waiting for the spinning to stop and for the darkness to leave. How long have they been like this? What if this was all a setup? Maka can't handle this much longer. That's when the light comes back and the spinning stops. Maka opens her eyes. Her chest tightens in hope and joy. She looks around at the town before them, looks at the small shops and the people just walking around minding their own business. They're in the outside world. The world she used to be a part of. Maka. Krona trembles, taking in all this as he tugs at her shirt, getting closer to her, cowering towards her. I don't know how to deal with this. Gee gaw, there's so many people. What if they don't like us and all decide to chase us? Oh god, and with pitchforks. Oh god, Maka, we're going to die, we're going to dash. Maka turns around and cups his cheeks, pulling him into a strong, forceful kiss. The pink-haired boy tenses only to completely relax in her hold, his panic dying down. It's going to be fine. Maka breathes against his lips. I promise you. Stop being a pussy, Krona. Ragnarok grunts, his piercing blue eyes looking at the town, seemingly searching for something. This isn't a big deal. I could fuck all these people up without breaking a sweat with this power. Calm the fuck down. If you say it's going to be fine, Maka. Krona looks at her, his shaky eyes steadying. Then I believe you. Alright, you two bitches, wait here. Ragnarok takes a step forward. Where you going? Maka raises an eyebrow. I'll be right back. A devilish smirk comes to the raven-haired boy's face before he disappears. I have a bad feeling about this. Krona frowns slightly, looking at where the other boy was. He better not fucking do anything to ruin this before we even start. Maka grunts, crossing her arms. Oh my god. Krona suddenly squeaks as he jumps behind her, his hands on both her shoulders as he ducks behind her, hiding. What? Maka looks down and can't help but to blink. A duck waddles towards her, lazily pecking at the ground for food, its green feathers shining in the sunlight. Krona. Is it still there? Krona peeks around her only to gasp in horror as the small bird takes a step closer. Oh god, it is. Maka, back up. It's a duck. The pink-haired boy is trembling, looking at her with panic in those eyes of his. Maka blinks. Then she cracks a smile and soon she's cracking up, holding her stomach. No fucking way. Krona, you're scared of ducks. Maka wheezes, between laughter. Don't laugh. Krona huffs, his cheeks tinting in embarrassment. Maka, ducks are evil. They poop everywhere and steal your food. And they bite your finger and make you cry. The boy mumbles that last part, causing Maka to laugh even harder. Maka. He whines, his face getting so red. I am sorry, Krona, oh man. Maka is coughing now, it's just too much. Ducks aren't so bad, Krona, see? It's only looking for some food in the ground. That's what it wants you to think. Krona's eyes narrow at the small bird that doesn't really seem to be paying them any mind. It's plotting on hurting us, I just know it. Our fingers aren't safe. We need to get out of here. Maka, I'm serious. Krona whines that last part when Maka started to giggle. She can't stop laughing. He's really scared, he's trembling against her. That's when the duck looks up at them from pecking the ground. Krona goes completely still, his breath hitching. Don't make any sudden movements. Krona whispers in her ear, his tone is serious and Maka is biting her lip so she doesn't roar with laughter. Maybe it will just leave us alone. The duck stares at the two, its small head tilting a bit at how Krona is staring at it with a expression of pure horror while Maka is grinning from ear to ear. It takes a step forward. Oh god Maka, it's coming for us. Krona whispers in her ear, his body starting to tremble. We have to back away Maka, back away slowly. The duck takes another step forward. Maka. Krona whimpers her name, clinging to her in fear. Why aren't you answering me? Oh no. Oh god. What has the duck done to you? Maka bites her lip hard, forging a deadpan expression when he looks over at her. The duck Krona, it's calling for me, I must go to him. She takes a step forward only for Krona to cling to her and pull her back. And no Maka, fight it. Fight the duck. Krona's eyes are so wide as he shakes her in desperation. Don't listen to its quacks of evil. Maka almost loses her dead-pained face. But she holds it there by pure willpower. It's too late for me. Maka pushes him off as she takes odd steps towards the duck, walking like a zombie. I'm the duck's now. Maka no. Krona's breath hitches, his eyes getting watery as he watches her get closer to the duck and the duck get closer to her. Please no. This can't be happening. But it is. Maka gets on her knees in front of the duck. I'm all yours, goodbye Krona. Krona watches with big eyes as she sticks her finger out towards the small bird. His face is pale and his teeth are chattering. The duck takes a curious step forward. And no. Krona cries out as he jumps in front of Maka protectively, his body shaking so bad and his face pale, but his eyes hold a determination. Don't touch her. I am the one you want. So take my finger instead. The pink-haired boy grinds his teeth as he closes his eyes tightly, moving his finger towards the duck, who tilts its head at it. I'll take her place, so just hurry up and bite my finger, you beast dash. Maka can't hold it any longer. She busts out laughing as she falls on her back and starts to roll, holding her stomach. It's too much. Maka is actually snorting, and this causes the duck to fly away in alarm. Krona opens his eyes and blinks when he sees the small bird gone and Maka rolling around laughing so hard. Tears are forming at the corner of her eyes. Oh god, is it possible to die from laughter? Maka's starting to think it is. Her chest hurts so much but she can't stop laughing. Krona, you, and the duck. Maka can't even get any words out without busting a gut. Maka, it's not funny. His eyes water. I thought the duck was going to hurt you. He had control of you and dash. It didn't. Ducks can't control people. Maka wheezes. Oh god, my ribs. I can't believe you did that to me. Krona pouts as he gives her a slight shove. Why, you almost made my heart stop dash. Holy shit, a duck. Maka stops laughing to point behind the boy. Giga. Krona jumps a inch off the ground, doing a leap behind her, his eyes wide in panic. Where? Maka just roars in laughter to respond to him. Krona's pout deepens as he sees there's no duck, just a laughing Maka. Don't do that. What if I stop believing what you say, because why, you call for a duck too much, then when a real duck comes we'll be in trouble. So what, I'd be like the girl who cried duck. Maka laughs even more at her joke. Oh god, my stomach. I'm laughing too much. Servers, you right. Krona crosses his arms, his cheeks tinting in embarrassment. I hope you get a cramp, you meanie. Oh, I got one. Maka keeps laughing, holding her stomach. And it hurts. I don't see care. Krona looks away from her, but the expression on his face says otherwise. Ducks are serious, Maka. It's not a laughing matter. I'm laughing so hard I'm going to. Maka is wheezing for air. Breathe. Krona turns to her, that pout falling, showing his concern for her as he grabs a hold of her. Don't die. I was lying when I said I didn't care. Maka tackles him, pinning the boy to the ground with his hands above his head. You are just too much. Maka wheezes, a smile on her face. I couldn't help messing with you, you're just so cute. Krona blushes darkly as she rubs his cheek, but he moves his face away from her and pouts. Are you mad at me? Maka tilts her head, her laughter finally stopping. Krona doesn't look at her, that pout staying, but she can see his eyes giving in to her. Don't be like that. Maka leans down on his chest so she's looking up at him. Krona still doesn't look at her, but his face is getting darker. Maka grabs his chin gently and turns his face towards her. Krona is still trying not to look at her, but she can tell by how his eyes are flickering that it's hard. She leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the lips, her fingers getting tangled up in his pink locks. At first Krona doesn't do anything. But soon his lips are moving against hers just as softly, his hands finding their way to her shoulders. The wind gently breezes past them, moving their hair out of their faces as their tongues caress each other. It's a slow kiss, a nice kiss. Maka pulls away out of breath, her green orbs looking into his blue ones. They're half-lidded but not with lust. With that emotion she doesn't understand. Forgive me. Maka gives him a smile. Why yes. Krona sighs as he gives her a kiss on the cheek. Why, you're lucky I love you. Apparently. Maka chuckles as she rubs her nose against his, wiggling it. The boy smiles and wiggles his against hers, his hand finding its way into her hand. They stay here like this a moment, just enjoying each other's warmth and the breeze of the wind. This is nice. Krona sighs in contentment as he draws circles into her shoulders. It is. Maka hums as she nuzzles her head into his chest. I wonder what's taking Ragnarok so long. I don't know. She can hear the frown in his voice. I hope he didn't run into some trouble with the townspeople. They might be able to feel him now because he's stronger. I doubt that. Maka grunts as she gets off the boy, looking towards the town. Ragnarok can handle himself. I think he's hiding from us just to be a jackass. Sounds like him. Krona mumbles as he hugs his knees to his chest. He didn't seem too happy with the date. I think he likes the idea, he just has to be an ass about it. Maka grunts as she looks over at Krona. Are you still scared? Of going in the town? When Maka nods, he hugs his knees closer to his chest. Maybe a little. It's been so long. I don't know what's going to happen. And there's so much I don't know. It's just scary. It's going to be okay. Maka puts a hand on his knee and smiles warmly at him. Nothing's going to happen, and if something does, me and Ragnarok won't let anything happen to you. I know. Krona gives her a smile, but she still sees that fear there. There's nothing to be afraid of. Boo motherfuckers. An unfamiliar voice booms behind them, causing Krona to scream and Maka to tense. Before she can turn around, pale arms wrap around her, holding her head in a choker hold. Give me all your money. The voice growls in her ear, his pale arm tightening. Get off, asshole. Maka snaps as she elbows him in the side. He lets go of her, but for some reason she feels he let go of her because he wanted to rather than her hit. Maka and Krona turn quickly with glares on their faces. Only for it to fall. You bitches' faces are priceless. This boy chuckles darkly. Maka blinks. She's never seen this person before. With his green eyes and his choppy black hair, wearing a black shirt with a skull and some knuckle braces. But he's smiling at her smugly, and it's so familiar. Ragnarok. Maka and Krona both speak in disbelief. Fuck yeah, it's me. His grin grows only to fall slightly when he looks down at his body. Not as good looking as me, but whatever. It will have to fucking do. You were able to possess someone else. Maka blinks at this stranger, but it's really Ragnarok. Yup, thanks to that fucking potion. He smirks looking down at his pale hands and he frowns slightly. This bitch needs to tan or something. God, he's almost as fucking pale as Krona. Hey. Krona huffs. There's nothing wrong with being pale. Keep telling yourself that. He grunts. They're silent for a moment. So why you got another body? Krona frowns slightly. Why? Do I need a fucking reason? He glares darkly at him. Well yeah. It doesn't matter. Maka cuts in when she sees Ragnarok's eyes flash. It's cool this way really, we can all be together without anyone being left out. She looks over at the raven-haired boy. That's why you did it, didn't you? Ragnarok blinks at her smile. I fucking did it for myself. He growls and looks away from her. Not you bitch. Krona gives him a look. Whatever. Maka grabs Krona's hand, then she grabs Ragnarok's. Though the raven-haired boy looks so pissed off, he doesn't take his hand from hers. He holds it firmly. Let's go. Maka cheers as she starts to walk, leading the other two boys towards the town. Time for our date. I think we should eat first. Of fucking course. Ragnarok grunts. And you had a big ass breakfast. You put a fucking obese person to shame. Our Ragnarok, to be fair, that W was a while ago. Krona looks over at the other boy as they walk into the town. He grips Maka's arm in fear as they passed people. It was fucking 3 hours ago. 3 hours too many. Maka gives him a goofy smile just to piss him off. Bitch, stop that. His eye twitches, his eyes flashing as he grips her hand tighter. Maka, where are we going? And I think people are looking at us. Krona whispers the last part, Maka feeling him tense up. She looks around as they walk. And indeed everyone is looking at them, some staring while others just giving curious glances. It's obvious the reason for their staring. She's holding the hands of two boys. Not because she's a witch. They give her disapproving looks and she knows all too well how they're mumbling things about her. But she doesn't care. This is her family. Both these boys are hers. Krona's trembling dies down as he sees the way they're looking at her, not him her. Ragnarok's and Krona's eyes flash a bit, they're starting to get pissed off. Maka just keeps leading them through the town, ignoring their looks and the words they're speaking about her. Don't even let them get to you. Maka keeps her gaze straight. People will say what they want to say. I'm used to this. I don't give a shit. Ragnarok growls as he gives a group of people his middle finger when they pointed at her. We aren't even doing anything. They're fucking pissing me off. Why yeah. Krona gives another group his middle finger. Both boys defending her with their fingers. It's okay. I really don't care. Maka gives them a reassuring smile. Where do you guys want to eat? Anywhere you want to. I am not good with decisions. Krona looks over at her. Anywhere that has fucking cheeseburgers. Ragnarok looks down at his stomach, that hopeful look in his eyes again. Oh, I know where we are going to eat. Maka's eyes get wide and she stops. I can't believe I haven't thought of this before. What? Krona tilts his head. What the fuck are you going on about? There's a place I know that's legendary, it has the best burgers around and it's granted to put a smile on your face. It's the perfect place to eat for our date. Oh wow, legendary. Krona beams at her. What is it? T.G.I.F. Ragnarok raises an eyebrow. Nope. Oh, is it Ruby Tuesdays? Krona, Ruby Tuesdays sucks ass. Ragnarok grunts. No, you're probably thinking about Famous Dave's. Wrong again. Oh fuck, I know. Five Guys. That place is the shit. No. No. Ragnarok blinks. Even better. Kroan and Ragnarok can't help but raise an eyebrow at the odd smile on her face. You got to be fucking kidding me. Ragnarok screeches as his eyes take in the golden arches before him and the big M on the building. Fucking McDonald's. We get out of the mansion and you pick fucking McDonald's to eat? And you fucking said it was better than Five Guys. Yeah right, bitch. McDonald's is awesome. Maka flips her hair in his face, getting his eye to twitch. Don't hate. Bitch, I'm not hating on shit. Five Guys is so much fucking better. He growls, his grip on her hand tightening, causing her to yelp. I like McDonald's too. Krona sticks up for Maka, looking over at the other boy. T2 against 1. Krona, shut the hell up. I don't give a shit how many there are, you dash. Come on Ragnarok, Bada ba ba ba, I'm loving it. Maka smirks as says this close to his face. Tick, get out of my face. Better watch out for those toilets Ragnarok, we might lose you. I'm really going to beat the shit out of you. What? Krona raises an eyebrow looking at her. Why would we lose him? Would he fall in? Oh god, that would be horrible. Oh, he'll fall in alright. Maka hums, getting her a dark glare from the boy. Then we'll have to flush him down the toilet. Bitch, I'll flush you down a fucking toilet. How is that even possible? Krona tugs at his hair in distress. It's very possible, Krona. Did you know 5 out of 10 people get flushed down the toilet while using it? It's a worldwide problem now. You're more likely to die on the toilet than a car crash nowadays. Oh god. I can't deal with this. I don't want to get flushed down the toilet, Maka. And oh no. I think I have to go. Krona crosses his legs, and bites his lip, a panic shaking his eyes. If you use a toilet you have a 50% chance of dying. You better go in the fucking bushes. Ragnarok can't help his smirk. Be a part of the Go Green movement. Maka sneakers under her breath at that. Giga. 50%. That's like half. I'll have half a life if I use the toilet. Krona bites his lip hard as he squeezes his legs together tightly. He's eyeing a bush. Are people really using the bathroom in bushes now? Hell yeah, they don't want to fucking die. The world is your bathroom, Krona. Maka tries to keep a straight face but it's so hard. Go green. Giga, the whole world. That's a big bathroom. Krona's eyes get wide as he tugs at his hair. And I don't want to live on a bathroom, Maka. Krona, just hurry up and take a piss. Ragnarok grunts. Are you going green or are you trying your luck out on the toilet? Are you sure this is normal? Krona looks between them. Totally. Sure. Oh okay, this bush is going to be my bathroom. Why you guys can't look okay? When they nod at him, he turns around and walks over to the bush. In the back of Maka's mind she's thinking he's really not going to do it. But she's chuckling now and so is Ragnarok. God, they're evil. She hears Krona unzip his pants and then there's a sound of water hitting the leaves of the bush. But it isn't water. And to make all this so much worse, Krona wasn't aware that where he was standing was open to the people eating in McDonald's. Maka and Ragnarok are laughing so hard Maka has to hold on to the raven-haired boy so she doesn't fall. But when Krona comes back to them, they stop laughing. Oh okay, I took care of business. Let's go in McDonald's now. I need to wash my hands. Maka and Ragnarok nod, knowing full well if they would speak they would bust out laughing. The three walk towards the building together and walk in. Everyone is staring at them with their mouths still open in disbelief. Sonny, did I just see you drop your britches out there? An old man at the front door pokes Krona in the stomach with his cane. Giga, you saw that? I am sorry. I was just going green. Krona tenses when he sees everyone looking at him. Sorry everyone, it's just I didn't want to die by getting flushed down the toilet. Why you know that's been such a big problem nowadays, so I went green. Everyone is just staring at this boy with the same expression. Is this guy for real? Maka is laughing into Ragnarok's shoulder now. Oh god, no way. Whatever you're on, tell your supplier I want some too, Sonny. The old man gives him a toothless grin before he hobbles away. Huh. Krona looks at him confused. It grows when he sees Maka and Ragnarok both laughing. What are you dash? Krona, go and wash your fucking hands. Don't be dirty. Giga. I was going to. Krona runs over into the bathroom. When he's gone Ragnarok and Maka crack up. Do you think we were to mean this time? Maka looks over at him trying to calm down. Nah, he's fine. Ragnarok still chuckles. Should we tell him? I'm not fucking telling him. I'm back. Krona comes back to them, a smile on his face. I warned the people in the bathroom not to use the toilets. I am saving lives today. Oh, you're a hero, Krona. Ragnarok smirks. Krona, there's something I have to tell you. What is it? Krona tilts his head at her, those bright eyes looking into hers. While you were in the bathroom, the President of the United States made an announcement. He says it's safe to use the toilets again. They fixed them. Maka gives him a sheepish smile. Oh good. Krona puts a hand to his heart and lets out a sigh of relief. Let me tell them the good news dash. Nah, let's get some food. Maka grabs him by the arm and drags him over to the line. Ragnarok is still chuckling about the whole thing. Can I help you? The man at the counter gives them a weird look. Hey, aren't you that kid I just saw dash? I want 2 McChickens with a large fry and a Coke. Maka grunts, cutting him off. I'll take the same thing I guess. And I'll have a Big Mac but keep the fucking pickles. Ragnarok snaps the last part. The man looks at them all for a moment before he sighs and types it in. That will be 19.95. They freeze. One moment please. Maka smiles at the man to turn to look at the other two boys. Shit, we don't have money. That's not really true. Ragnarok smirks as he digs into the boy's pocket and brings out a wallet. Maka blinks. Oh yeah. Alright, cool, so we do have money. Maka grunts as Ragnarok pulls the money from the boy's wallet and gives it to this man. When you let go of this kid, he's going to be so pissed. I don't fucking care. Ragnarok chuckles darkly. This money isn't his anyway. This isn't even his wallet. He stole it. Well damn, karma's a bitch. Maka laughs with him. Here's your food. The man at the front puts down a tray with all their food on it as he gives Krona a look. And if you have to use the bathroom, we have one right over there, okay? Oh, I know. Krona gives him a small smile. Thank you, but I already went. Yeah, I know. The man pushes the tray closer to the three. Have a nice day. You too. Maka grunts as she takes the tray and walks away from him, Krona following her with a look of confusion and Ragnarok following her with a smirk on his face. She sets the tray down on a table with a booth near a window. Maka likes to be able to look outside when she eats. I'll be right back. She grabs the two empty cups on the tray and turns to fill them up when Krona grabs her wrist, looking up at her with big eyes. Where are you going? To get us our drinks. Maka smiles at him before she looks over at Ragnarok. Are you sure you didn't want a drink? I don't need a fucking drink. The raven-haired boy grunts as he gets into the booth, taking the seat by the window. Hey asshole, that's my spot. I got here first. He gives her a smirk. So it's my spot. Maka, can I go with you? Krona tilts his head at her. He's acting like she's leaving to somewhere awesome, but in reality she's just walking 2 feet over to the soda machine. If you want. She takes his hand and looks back over at Ragnarok. We'll be back. The raven-haired boy just waves them off, so she leaves. This McDonald's is actually pretty nice, a lot better than the one in her old town. It's very clean here, the floors look like they have just been mopped. It's pretty big too, it's one of those McDonald's that almost seem like it could be a real restaurant. It has nice red wallpaper, in general it's just nice. Krona clings to her as they passed a couple of booths. They're all empty. Maka guesses after the whole Go Green incident, everyone kinda just left when they figured out the three were staying to eat. It's better they left anyway. So is it weird seeing Ragnarok in someone else's body? Maka asks as they get to the soda machine and she fills the first cup up with ice. Why yeah. Krona frowns slightly, his gaze shifting. He's never done this before. I guess he's never been able to. Does it bother you then? Maka fills the cup up with Coke before filling the second cup up with ice. A little. Krona rubs his arm as he looks away from her. I am just if he can take over other people then he doesn't need me anymore and he could dash. This is only temporary. Maka looks over at him. Ragnarok still needs you, Krona. This potion has just made him stronger than he usually is. He didn't take over this boy just because he didn't want to use you. He wanted to make it so all three of us could be together. If he took you over, you wouldn't really be able to enjoy this, and if he didn't take you over, he would probably have felt left out. Our Ragnarok doesn't really seem to care about us being together. Krona eyes the raven-haired boy who is glaring out of the window. He doesn't look happy either. He never looks happy even when he is. Maka smiles. Don't worry about it. Oh okay. Krona takes the cup from her when she handed it to him nervously before they walk back to their table. What took you so fucking long? Ragnarok snaps right when they get to the table. Traffic. Maka grunts as she takes her seat next to him, then Krona takes his seat next to her. What? You didn't start eating yet? No, because I have self-control unlike some people. He grunts back as he reaches over and grabs his Big Mac and unwraps it. Hey, I have plenty of self-control. Maka gives him a challenging look as she starts to unwrap her food. You'll probably eat all your food in a fucking second. This is good. Krona cheers, causing the two to look over at the boy who is nibbling on his McChicken. Hell yeah, Krona. Maka smirks. McChickens are fucking good and they're only $1. Now that's smart eating. Big Macs are better. Ragnarok looks down at his sandwich, but he hasn't even touched it yet. I have to agree with you on that one, but they're not as cheap as the McChicken. Gee guys, I think I love McDonald's. Krona's eyes sparkle a little, causing Maka to chuckle and Ragnarok to raise an eyebrow. Who doesn't? Stop being fucking weird, Krona, it's just a sandwich dash. It's not just a sandwich. Krona looks over at Ragnarok, looking offended. The McChicken is genius. This tastes so good and dash. McChickens go straight to your ass. The raven-hurried boy smirks at how Krona's face falls. What? Don't listen to him, Krona. The McChicken doesn't just go to your ass. Oh okay, that's dash. All food just goes to your ass. Giga. Don't tell me that. Krona pulls at his hair. It doesn't need to get any bigger. You can fucking say that again. I don't know, Krona. She gives him a wink as she takes a bite out of her McChicken. The bigger the better. And no. Krona shakes his head, but his eyes fall on the McChicken he's holding and a conflicted look comes to his face. I know I shouldn't, but I can't not eat this, it's too good. Krona takes another bite out of his food, causing Maka to chuckle a little. New people start to come in and get their food. Ragnarok closes his eyes and takes deep breaths. He nods to himself, seemingly ready for something as he opens his eyes and looks down at his sandwich. The raven-haired boy can't help but to blink. A piece of his sandwich is gone, teeth marks in the bun. Ragnarok looks over at Maka to see her chewing on something, her cheeks puffed up. Her eyes meet his and she stops chewing. Did you fucking take a bite out of my Big Mac? Ragnarok growls, his eyes narrowing. I swear if you fucking dash. Maka points a finger up to Single to give her mincher as she chews. The raven-haired boy's eye is twitching as she keeps chewing, making him wait. Maka swallows. No, I didn't take a bite of your sandwich. Geez, Ragnarok, what kind of person do you take me for? Bitch, I know you fucking took a bite out of my Big Mac. You just swallowed it. No, I just swallowed some of my McChicken. Yeah right. Then how the hell is some of my Big Mac missing when I haven't even taken my first bite yet? How am I supposed to know? Maka grunts. It's not my fault you can't remember eating your own food. Geez, Ragnarok, slow down a little and you'll be able to taste your food dash. Bitch, I know you fucking took a bite out of my Big Mac. Ragnarok growls as he grabs her by the neck and starts to shake her. And I want to hear that dirty little mouth say it. I didn't eat your fucking Big Mac. Maka spats. Damn, Ragnarok, it's just food and you call me a fat ass dash. Bullshit. I know you fucking took a bite out of my Big Mac. You're the fucking fat ass. Maka continues to deny it while Ragnarok growls at her and shakes her. Krona is in his own little world enjoying his McChicken, his eyes still sparkling as he mumbles about how good this is. Needless to say, the three make an odd sight. People can't help but to look over at them and raise an eyebrow. Alright, you want to fucking be that way? Then let's see how you like it. Ragnarok lets go of her and grabs her McChicken, taking a bite out of it. Maka's mouth drops as she stares at the boy as he chews. You son of a bitch. Maka roars as she grabs his sandwich. You want to eat others people's food? That's not cool, man. You fucking ate mine first. Ragnarok grabs her wrist, trying to stop her from taking another bite out of his sandwich. I didn't eat your fucking Big Mac. Bullshit. The people's eyes that are watching get big as Maka and Ragnarok wrestle each other, each trying to stop the other person from eating their food. They both look pissed off. In the middle of all this, Krona hasn't done anything but nibble and praise his McChicken. That's when Maka accidentally knocks it out of his hand, sending the boy's sandwich flying. Krona watches with large eyes as his McChicken hits the hard, unforgiving floor. McChicken. His eyes get watery and he sniffles. Soon his sadness changes to anger as he glares over at the two still fighting. Stop it. Ragnarok and Maka pause in their fighting to look over at Krona, both surprised by his sharp tone. Why, you two should be ashamed of yourselves. We came here to have a good meal together, and look what your fighting has caused. Krona motions over to his fallen food. Why you hurt my McChicken in the process, and now tell me, was it really worth it? Maka blinks as she looks down at the McChicken on the floor. I'm sorry Krona. It's not that fucking serious. Ragnarok's eye twitches. And she fucking ate my food first. You can have mine Krona. Maka gives him the McChicken she hasn't touched. The pink-haired boy's expression changes as he stares at the sandwich with wide eyes before looking at her. Do you mean it? Yes dash. Oh Maka. Krona throws his arms around her in a quick hug before he takes the sandwich from her, his eyes sparkling at it. Thank you so much. No problem, could I have a bite though dash? My McChicken. Krona hisses at her, his eyes getting a odd look to them as he pulls the sandwich away from her when she reached out to it. Alright your McChicken. Maka puts her hands up in defeat, her eyes a bit wide. Krona just wraps the sandwich and starts to eat. Well damn. You better not touch his McChicken. Ragnarok gives Krona a look before he grabs his sandwich and for the first time takes a bite out of it. Maka catches his frown right away. Ragnarok dash. The raven-haired boy suddenly puts a arm around her waist, gripping her side tighty before he takes another bite of his sandwich. This time his breath hitches. It's fucking you. Ragnarok looks over at her with his eyes slightly widen. What do you mean? Maka raises an eyebrow at him. Ragnarok just stares at her a moment before he looks away to eat his sandwich. He closes his eyes, and if she could describe his expression in one word, it would be pleasure. I am sorry Maka. Krona puts a timid arm around her shoulder, Maka noticing the McChicken is gone. I don't know what came over me, McChickens are powerful stuff. Apparently. She chuckles as she gives him a peck on the nose, causing him to blush. It's fine. I get crazy when it comes to my food too. By this point everyone in McDonald's is watching them, and now they're all giving her that look. Because both of these boys have their arm around her. Maka hears them start to talk, but she doesn't care. What the fuck they looking at? Ragnarok snaps after he finished his sandwich and notice everyone looking at them now. I don't think they like us touching Maka. Krona frowns slightly at all the dirty looks Maka is getting. But we're not fucking doing anything. He sends a woman a glare when she wrinkled her nose in their direction. If they want to fucking stare and talk, let's fucking give them a reason to. What are you dash? Ragnarok cuts her off by turning her head towards him and closing the distance between their lips, clashing his against hers. She hears some people gasp, but she's too caught up with the feel of this boy. His kiss is firm and his tongue is being shoved down her throat. She feels a piece of metal brush against her tongue when she rubs hers against his. It causes her to groan into his mouth. Tongue piercings are too hot. It doesn't register with Maka that she's really kissing some guy she doesn't know, but Ragnarok has control. She's kissing Ragnarok. And it feels so good. Maka grabs his face and he grips her waist tighter as his tongue skillfully works the inside of her mouth. She can feel his face get hotter under her palms. Hey. Krona grabs Maka and pulls her away from the other boy. He's glaring at him. Mine. Don't you mean ours? Ragnarok growls as he grabs her waist tighter and forces her over. Soon both boys are pressed against her. She barely has room to breathe. I'm both of yours. Maka pushes them both off, looking between them. Don't fight now. We're on a date, keep it cool. Why yeah, keep it cool Ragnarok. Bitch shut the fuck up, you're the one who's getting your panties in a bunch. Guys. Maka groans. Sorry Maka. I'm not fucking sorry. Krona and Ragnarok glare at each other. Will you look at that? Maka hums as she picks up the vase at their table with a fake flower in it. Now this is classy. She takes a whiff of it, causing both boys to look at her. The fresh smell of plastic. Bitch stop being fucking weird. Take a whiff Ragnarok. It smells awfully good. She waves it in his face. I'm not fucking dash. I'll smell it Maka. Krona gives Ragnarok a look. I am not a butt face like Ragnarok. Krona, I'm about to knock the shit out of you. Oh, you won't do it. Krona's eyes get odd as he screeches at the other boy. I'm sitting right here, but you're not going to do anything. You're all talk and no dash. That's it. Ragnarok tackles Krona, which in turn causes Maka to be thrown under the boy as the two boys fight each other. The boy's crotch is in her face as he struggles with Krona, who's trying to hit him with the tray. Maka is just stuck there and really she doesn't want to move. Everyone is watching with large eyes and some are recording this. Ragnarok punches Krona in the face, causing the boy's eyes to steady and the tray to fly out of his hands. It hits a old lady in the back of the head, causing her to fall forward into a open trash can. Grandma! A little kid cries. Needless to say, the three got kicked out of McDonald's. Oh ow. Krona winces as Maka puts a ice pack over the boy's black eye. I'm sorry Krona, I would just heal you, but I don't know if it's a good idea to use my powers. Maka gives him a sheepish smile as she rubs his cheek gently. It's okay Maka, it's not your fault I have this. Krona sends a glare at Ragnarok, who is leaning against the wall next to the bench he's sitting on, only to wince. You fucking asked for it. Ragnarok grunts, glaring right back. Look, this is both your faults. Maka sighs as she runs a hand through her hair. Can we get through the rest of today without you two fighting? Please? I want to enjoy this. Krona's glare falls as he looks at her, but Ragnarok's doesn't. I'll try my best. Krona holds the ice pack on his eye a moment longer before he takes it off. I think I'm alright, let's go. Maka grabs his hand before she reaches out her other one for Ragnarok to take. She thinks he's about to be difficult, but he actually immediately walks over to her and takes her hand. His grip almost hurts, but that's okay. So let's walk around and look at the shops they have here. Maka smiles at the two as she leads them back to where all the small shops are. Does this guy have any more money, Ragnarok? Yeah, about $40. Ragnarok grunts. Not fucking much at all. It's something though. Maka looks at all the display windows of the shops as they pass them. She stops in her tracks. Maka. Krona raises an eyebrow at her, only to wince at his black eye. I want it. What the fuck are you talking about? Ragnarok looks over at her and realizes she's staring at something. The two boys follow her gaze, only to look at what looks to be a tattoo parlor. In the window are pictures of people with different piercings: Monroe, nose, tongue. Before they can ask any more questions, Maka quickly pulls them into the shop. How much for a tongue piercing? She runs up to the front desk and slams her hands down on it. $30. The woman at the front blinks at the girl in front of her that is panting slightly. A tongue piercing. Krona gets a confused look. Ragnarok just gives her a look, he doesn't say anything. I want one. Maka looks over at the raven-haired boy. Give me your money. Bitch, are you sure about this? This will take pretty much all the money we have left. I want it. Maka gives him a look like a kid would give a parent when they want a new toy. I'll have to see some ID. The woman looks at Maka. Maka's face falls only for a moment before she whispers something to Ragnarok. He gives her the boy's wallet and she takes out the license inside. Maka turns and says a low chant before she turns around and gives her the license. So your name's Maka? The woman hums as she looks over the card, Maka's spell changing it to her own information. Here you go, everything seems to be in order. Maka takes it and hands her the money. Go in the room in the back and a piercer will be with you shortly. Maka, what is a piercing? Krona frowns slightly as the three walk down a hallway. It sounds painful. A piercing is when you make a hole in your skin and put jewelry in it. Giga. Why would you want that? On your tongue. It's going to hurt, Maka. Tongue piercings don't hurt. Ragnarok suddenly grunts, his eyes getting this far away look. Maka looks over at him before she opens the door to the room they're supposed to wait in. It's nice and clean, with a chair in the middle of it with some paper on it. Maka walks up to it and takes her seat on it, Ragnarok standing on her left and Krona on her right. Are you sure about this? Krona looks nervous. Yeah, it's going to be fine. Maka smiles at him reassuringly. It's going to be a quick pinch. Ragnarok stares off into space. I think the worst part is the clamp, it happens so fucking fast. Maka can tell by the way the skin of his cheek is moving that he's moving around his tongue, feeling the piercing on it. C-clamp. Krona gulps. Oh god, they're going to clamp your tongue. It's not going to be bad, Krona. Maka grabs his hand. I'll be fine. That's when the door opens. Sorry about the wait. A young girl walks in, her long black hair trailing behind her in a ponytail, a soft smile on her face as her dark eyes fall on Maka. My name is Tsubaki and I'm going to be your piercer. Sweet. Maka smirks as she walks in and puts on some gloves. Have you ever gotten a piercing before? Nope, this is my first time. Bold, aren't we? Tsubaki chuckles as she grabs a packet and opens it, taking out a needle. I have to say you have good taste in piercings. I got mine done a couple years back and I still don't regret it. It adds a nice touch and... The girl turns to look at Maka and her eyes widen a bit. And it will add just the right touch with your baby face and... She blushes slightly as she looks away to prepare the needle. It's going to look good. Why, you're not going to hurt her, are you? Krona looks at her with big eyes when he catches sight of the needle. Well, I have to in order to pierce her tongue, but I promise I'll be quick and try to make it as less painful as possible. She gives Krona a soft smile as she walks up to Maka with the clamp in her hand. You better be ready, bitch. Ragnarok grunts as he grabs her hand, his grip on her tight. I'll be fine. Maka grunts. Now stick your tongue out as far as it will go. Maka does this, but it's a bit of struggle, her tongue is short. You look fucking constipated, bitch. Ragnarok chuckles at her face, getting him a middle finger from Maka and a look from Krona. Tsubaki takes a antiseptic wipe and cleans her tongue with it. You're going to feel a pinch. Tsubaki warns before she clamps her tongue and pulls it out slightly more. Okay, this kinda hurts. The dark-haired girl studies her tongue a moment before she gets a marker and marks where she's going to pierce. Krona is getting more tense by the moment, a worry in his blue eyes as he watches the other girl work on Maka. Ready. Maka can't talk, so she just slightly nods. She closes her eyes so she doesn't have to look at the needle. Why, you're not going to use that long needle, are you? She hears Krona gasp. I have to, don't worry, I have a cork to stop the needle going any farther than it needs to be. Krona, just shut the fuck up and let her do her job. Maka feels her tongue be pulled out more. 1-2. Maka knows she's drooling now, but she doesn't care, her body is tense waiting for this. 3. She feels a quick pinch, but that's it. It's in. Maka opens her eyes to see the long needle sticking out of her tongue. Krona looks pale, like he's about to pass out. Ragnarok is staring at it with that faraway look in his eyes. All Maka can think of is, this looks fucking awesome. Now I just need to put the jewelry in. Tsubaki takes a plain steel-colored barbell and replaces the needle with it, screwing the ball on the bottom. You can stick your tongue back in now. Maka does so, well aware of the piece of jewelry in her tongue. It doesn't really hurt, but it feels weird. Now it's going to swell a bit, so please be careful and use ice to help with that. Don't eat solid food for a couple of days and keep from kissing for at least 10 days. What about sucking dick? Maka grunts, causing Krona to squeak and Tsubaki to blush. At least wait 10 days for that too. The girl puts a hand over her nose. Bitch won't be able to wait. Ragnarok grunts as he smirks at the glare he gets from Maka. She has no self-control. Why, yes she does. Krona glares at the other boy. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Wait a minute. Tsubaki's eyes get wide as she looks between the three, seeing how they both are holding her hand and the glares the two boys are giving each other. Are you guys all in relationship? We're not really going out, but you could say we're in a relationship. Maka looks at her. Tsubaki blinks, the girl staring at them blankly. She looks at Ragnarok, then Maka, then Krona. That's when Maka sees the blood that is dripping from her nose. Sorry, you have a nice day. Tsubaki tries to cover her nose with her hand, her face so red as she runs out of the room. OMG, so hot. I can't even handle that. They're all together, so does that mean they, him and her and him? OMG. The girl wheezes this last part out when she's out of the room, and Maka guesses she thinks they can't hear her. They all look at each other. What is she talking about? Krona raises an eyebrow. Do we do what? How does it feel? Ragnarok studies Maka as she moves her tongue around a bit. Alright, I guess, but no way in hell I'm waiting to eat solid foods. Maka grunts as she points at her tongue. The hole heals around the bar of the jewelry, the swelling disappearing completely. What a fucking cheater. Hey, why suffer when I can just heal it myself? I think she's still talking about us. Krona frowns slightly. I doubt it. The door swings open with Tsubaki looking at them with big eyes, her face red. I have to know, are you three really all together? So you two boys. Fuck no. Ragnarok cuts her off. They kind of just mess with me, if you know what I mean. I connect the . Connect? Just why you? Tsubaki's eyes get wider. So they don't have a problem with sharing you. I do. Krona grabs her arm, giving Ragnarok a look. Krona, don't fucking start that again. I'll give you another fucking black eye. Ragnarok growls as he grabs Maka's other arm. Tsubaki watches with wide eyes as the two boys go back and forth, Maka getting squished between both their chests. She was all mine before you came along. Krona's eyes are getting weird again. I'll always be first, Ragnarok. The pink-haired boy grabs her by the chin and pushes his lips against hers. It's a soft kiss, but soon she's pulled away from him by strong hands. You might have came first, but I'm fucking better. Ragnarok pulls her into a rough kiss, their two rings clanking together. Tsubaki is having a nose-bleeding problem at this point. No, you're not. Krona screeches as he grabs Maka and pulls her against his chest. You might be able to kiss her, but I can kiss her with my own body, not . Ragnarok punches Krona in the face again, causing the boy to stumble back and his eyes to steady again. Too much. Tsubaki lets out a squeal before she falls to the floor, her eyes closed with blood slowly streaming down her nose, causing a small puddle. Did we fucking kill her? Ragnarok raises an eyebrow as Maka touches her with her foot. Ow, my eyes. Krona whines as he holds a hand over his other eye. Let's get out of here. Maka grabs both their hands and they quickly leave the room, leaving a unconscious Tsubaki on the floor. The raven-haired girl has a goofy smile on her face. Ow. Krona pouts as Maka takes off the ice pack from his new black eye. Why do you guys have to do this? Maka sighs as she sets the ice pack next to Krona. It was Ragnarok. He started it. Bitch, I didn't start anything, but I'll fucking finish it. Ragnarok glares at him from the wall he's leaning on, holding out his fist as a warning. I don't even have any eyes left. Krona pouts and winces. You have a fucking nose. No more fighting. Maka scolds as she turns Krona so he's looking at her. I'm going to heal you because, well, I used my power for myself back at the tattoo shop, so I don't think healing you will hurt. Maka leans in and gently kisses both his eyes. Krona hisses slightly, but soon his body relaxes as his eyes go back to normal, the pain fading away. Better. Why Yeti, thank you, Maka. Krona blushes as he gives her a smile. Are you two fucking done? Ragnarok glares at them. What the fuck we going to do now? You got your fucking tongue pierced and we fucking ate, so now what? I don't know, why don't we go to the wishing well? I heard some people talking about that at McDonald's. Maka grabs Krona's hand, then Ragnarok's. That sounds gay. The wishing well sounds like fun. Krona rubs his thumb gently against her hand. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, but he sends Krona a glare and he tightens his grip on her hand. They said something about it being around the shoe store, so it should be right around the corner. Maka smiles to herself as she leads the two boys. The three turn a corner and Maka sees the small well in the middle of a group of stores. People are gathered around it, talking and throwing coins into the well. Ragnarok looks pissed off again as they walk up to the well. Both Krona and Maka are beaming. Here's the fucking wallet. I'm not doing this shit. The raven-haired boy growls as he hands Maka the wallet a bit roughly and walks away to lean against the wall of a building. Maka blinks at the other boy at the way he's glaring at her. No, he's glaring behind her, he's glaring at Krona. She sighs a bit but turns her attention back to the well. So what do we do? Krona tilts his head at her, his body seems more relaxed now that Ragnarok isn't so close. You take a coin and make a wish before you throw it in. She smiles at him. If you wish hard enough, they say your wish will come true. Wow. Krona's eyes get wide as she hands him a coin from the wallet. What should I wish for, Maka? Anything that you want, Krona. Maka takes a coin out for herself. Now all you do is wish for what you want while holding the coin. Say it in your head and think about what you want as you wish for it. Maka closes her eyes as she cups the coin. Krona watches her before he follows her movements. Because of this, it's unknown to the two what's going on behind them, but someone is keeping watch. A red-headed boy has been staring at Maka for some time now. At first his face was blank, but soon a smug smile came to his lips as he looks her up and down, his eyes staying on her behind way too long to even be pulled off as an accidental glance. Soon this boy is saying something to his friend, that smug smile never leaving his face as he points over to her. They slowly creep towards Maka, both her and Krona still saying their wishes as they come up behind them. The red-haired boy reaches out to grab Maka's ass dash, only for a crushing hand to stop him. The boy yelps as he looks over, his eyes meet piercing green ones, and a deep scowl. What the fuck you think you're doing? Ragnarok growls as he shoves the other boy into his friend roughly. Man, yo, I wasn't doing anything. You better not fucking shove me like that. The red-haired boy puffs up his chest, which Ragnarok only raises his eyebrow at. Leave now before I beat the shit out of you. Ragnarok's eyes narrow. You don't touch her. Krona turns around, realizing something is going on behind them. I'll touch her all I want, you punk ass bitch dash. Ragnarok punches the red-haired boy, sending him flying back, hitting the ground and rolling. His nose is twisted in an unnatural position and blood is coming out of it. Ragnarok just looks at the boy's friend and he runs away, grabbing the red-haired boy and taking off. What was that? Krona walks up to the other boy and frowns. Don't worry about it. Ragnarok grunts, crossing his arms. Just some assholes. Done. Maka subtly chimes, getting both boys to look at her as she throws her coin into the well. What did you wish for, Maka? Krona walks to her right while Ragnarok walks to her left. Can't say. Maka smiles over at Krona. That would ruin it and it wouldn't come true. It's not going to come true anyway. Ragnarok grumbles, looking down the well with a glare. Aren't you going to make a wish, Krona? Maka tilts her head when she sees he still has the coin in his hand. I already have my dream. Krona gives her a smile as he grabs her hand. My wish has already come true. Maka can't help but to blush at the way he's looking at her. With that emotion she can't understand. Ragnarok sees the pink in her cheeks and his glare deepens. Suddenly the raven-hurried boy grabs the coin from Krona's hand and throws it down the well. Maka and Krona look over at him, waiting for him to say something. But he doesn't. He just glares. Maka feels she shouldn't question it. Let's go window shopping, shall we? I'm not ready to go back to the mansion yet. Maka grabs Ragnarok's hand before she starts to lead the two boys away from the well. Krona nods, but Ragnarok doesn't do anything. Maka stops in her tracks as her eyes fall on something on display in one of the store's windows. She walks up to the glass, staring at the bracelet on the mannequin hand. It's a simple piece of jewelry, but it's a charm bracelet. Maka stares at it with longing. Her mother used to make her charm bracelets all the time. She used to tell her it was a way to express yourself. The charms on the bracelet she's looking at are a pair of scissors, a crescent moon, and some others, but she can't see them from this angle. Do you like that, Maka? Krona looks at her as he grips his arm with the other. Without her realizing, she let go of both their hands to put hers against the glass. Yeah. She blushes a bit. It just reminds me of some good memories. Why you want to get it? We don't have enough money for it. Maka turns on her heel and starts walking away. I have to go the bathroom, alright? I'll be back. Krona and Ragnarok watch her go, the pink-haired boy frowning and the raven-haired boy's glare fallen. We don't have enough. Krona turns around and presses his forehead to the glass to look at the bracelet. He frowns when he looks at the price. $40? Why is it so expensive? Because suckers like her will buy this shit for this price. Ragnarok grunts, but he's looking at the bracelet as well. She really looked like she wanted it, Ragnarok. Krona mumbles, staring at it. Did you see that look in her eyes? Ragnarok doesn't respond. I want to get this for her. Krona balls his fist up against the glass. She deserves nice things, but I don't have any money. I can't get her anything. I don't have special powers to just poof whatever she wants up. I don't have anything. You have hands. Ragnarok grunts as he looks over at him. You still can get it for her. You just have to steal it. Steal. Krona tenses a bit. But I can't steal either. Why, you know I would mess it up. Yeah, you would, that's why I'm fucking helping you. Ragnarok glares away from him when Krona looks at him with surprise. Really? Why would you help me get something for Maka? Because she fucking wants it. He turns his back on Krona. And I don't feel like hearing you bitch about it. The pink-haired boy blinks before he gives Ragnarok a small smile, a knowing smile. Thank you, Ragnarok. Don't fucking thank me. Let's just do this shit. Ragnarok cracks his neck before he looks back at Krona. I'll create a distraction while you get in and get the bracelet. You better move your ass. Krona nods as Ragnarok turns his back to him and walks towards the front door of the store. Why, you really do love her, don't you? The raven-haired boy pauses. Silence falls over them for a moment. It's not love. Ragnarok growls before he opens the door to the store. I don't know what the fuck it is. With that he walks into the building, leaving Krona there to think about his words. Why, you don't know her? Krona mumbles before he follows after the raven-haired boy. But I do. Maka splashes cold water on her face, trying to get rid of the twisting feeling in her stomach. She doesn't know what's going on. She was just looking at the bracelet, thinking about her mother, and then everything started hurting. Her stomach twisted and her head feels crowded. Static is in her ears and she feels something bubbling up inside her. A dark feeling of dread is gripping her heart, but she doesn't understand it. Today hasn't been bad. Sure, Krona and Ragnarok fought a little, but for the most part she's had fun. But now her heart is hurting from the amount of dread she's feeling. Something's wrong. Maka reaches for a paper towel and dries her face before she looks into the mirror. The demon is staring back at her through the mirror, that large smirk ripping out on its face. Maka whips around quickly, her fingers twitching, ready to fight, but nothing's behind her. Poor Maka. A voice coos, sending chills down her spine. You're truly all alone and your time is running out, isn't it? Maka turns around to see the demon is still in the mirror, yet nothing is behind her. Fuck off. She spats as she gives this thing a dark glare. Is that any way to talk to someone who is just trying to be friendly? It smirks at her. I can't hurt you, girl, not yet. Medusa has changed up the rules of the game, but that doesn't mean that I'm out of it. When Maka takes a step back, its smirk falls a bit. I've only come to warn you. Submitting to me will be better for you than what that witch has planned. I may be the god of madness, but I'm not cruel. She will take everything away from you, drain you of everything. I will only take your soul, my dear, but she will take your soul, body, and everything you hold dear. I don't need your fucking concern. Maka spats, her fingers twitching. Oh, don't worry, it's not concern. I just don't want Medusa taking away what is mine. Azura smirks before he fades away. I'm coming soon, time is running out. Maka grips her head as she falls to her knees. She pants, her eyes wide and shaking. Eyes appear all around her, staring at her. The room gets dark and Maka can feel the demon's presence. That's when she feels a bubbling in her stomach. Maka lets out a high-pitched giggle and all of the eyes disappear. She's losing it and she knows it. If she loses it, Azura will come and claim her. Maka can't lose it. But she keeps laughing. Warped images cloud her fragile mind. Krona being tied up, his blood staining her hands as she rips into him, tearing at his flesh. That's it. That voice coos. Let me out, you know you want it. Now she's imagining not just Krona. But she's seeing a whole bunch of dead bodies all laying around her, and she's just grinning and grinning and grinning. Maka is rolling around on the bathroom floor, she is laughing so hard. Let me out. And she almost does in her med state, but Maka. A soft voice calls for her. The laughter dies on her lips, the bubbling stopping as she looks over from where she thinks she heard it. No one is in the bathroom with her, but that voice, it sounded like. No. It can't be. Maka pants as she forces herself up. She needs to get back to the others. She's about to go crazy. Maka walks out of the bathroom slowly, her bangs covering her eyes. As she passes people, they give her a curious glance, but that's it. And Maka is thankful for this. She feels like shit right now. Maka makes it back enough to see the front of the store she left the two boys at. But she doesn't see them. Maka takes deep breaths trying to calm down. Maybe they just went in a store and will be out any moment. Hey bitch. Maka lifts her head at the unfamiliar voice. A red-headed boy is smirking at her, but he isn't alone. Maka is surrounded by a bunch of people dressed like the red-haired boy, in baggy, flashy clothes. She really doesn't feel like talking to strangers right now. So she doesn't say anything. Where's your little boyfriend? We want to have a talk with him. Maka doesn't respond. I'm asking you nicely. If you don't talk, I'm going to have to beat it out of you. She still doesn't respond, she doesn't do anything. Her mind is starting to reel. Kill them all. The red-haired boy grabs her by her shirt and lifts her up, his fist back and ready. Maka just stares back at him blankly. Kill him. Her fingers are starting to twitch, her breathing is becoming uneven. Last chance. His eyes narrow. Tell me where the fuck he is and I won't hurt you. Maka grins largely at him, her eyes shaking. Do you know why a raven is like a writing desk? What the fuck is dash? Suddenly the boy is knocked off of her, Maka falling on her butt. What did I fucking tell you? Ragnarok roars as he rains punches on the red-haired boy. The other people he brought jump in, but when one grabs Ragnarok from behind, he's knocked off by Krona, whose eyes are on fire. You don't touch her. Krona screeches into fits of giggles as he elbows a guy in the face and kicks another one in the gut. Krona is fighting, but it looks like he's doing some kind of dance while he does it, that grin never leaving his face. This is some party, huh? Krona grabs a boy by the neck and throws him towards a boy that Ragnarok threw towards Krona. The boys' heads collide and bust open. Ragnarok moves on from each boy he knocks out and Krona has his back. They're fighting together. The remaining boys yelp and run off before the two other boys can get their hands on them. Fucking run, you pussies. Ragnarok snaps, his chest still puffing up. Krona just giggles and does a spin on his heel. But when his eyes fall on Maka, his grin falls and his eyes stop shaking. Maka, are you okay? Krona falls by her side looking at her with concern. Did they hurt you? No. She just shakes her head, her mind is still spinning, but when Krona's eyes stopped shaking, the pain in her head died down. Where were you guys? IIWE. Krona tenses, his gaze shifting before he looks over at Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy nods at him. Krona grabs her right hand while Ragnarok grabs her left, pulling her to her feet. See, close your eyes. Maka raises an eyebrow but just does it. She feels both the boys move before she feels something go on both her wrists. Why, you can open them now. Maka does and looks down at her wrists. Ah. On both of her wrists are a charm bracelet, both different looking. Maka can't help her smile as she looks up at these two boys. Krona is blushing, but he smiled when he saw the smile on her face. Ragnarok looks irritated and he glares away from her, but she sees the pink in his cheeks. Thank you, the both of you. Maka smiles down at the two pieces of jewelry. This was so nice of you. How did you get these? I thought we only had $10 left. We did. Krona frowns slightly at that. We had to fucking steal them. Ragnarok grunts, still not looking at her. Oh, Krona stole something. Maka grins at the boy, who flusters. Fuck yeah, he did. You better watch him, he's got those sticky fingers. Instead of taking one, he took two. Ragnarok gives the other boy a look. Just so Ragnarok could give you something, like I know he wanted to. Krona gives him a smile when Ragnarok sends him a dark glare. I didn't fucking want to get her shit. He snaps, but the pink in his face has grown. This was so sweet of you guys. Maka puts a arm around both their shoulders, hugging the both of them. Thank you. Anything for you, Maka. Krona smiles and relaxes into her warmth. Don't fucking thank me. Ragnarok snaps, but he doesn't push her off. Maka smiles at the two different responses as she pulls them closer. This is her family. Krona's hand finds its way in hers and he gives it a soft squeeze. Ragnarok grips her other hand, and it could be in her imagination, but she swears the boy's heartbeat has picked up speed. All that dread she had been feeling fades away. Nothing bad is going to happen. She has these two boys. Nothing can happen. We'll see about that. The voice sneers. Maka only grips the two boys tighter. Krona. Maka screams his name for the. She doesn't even know how many times she's said his name. She's lost count. Her throat is dry from screaming. Maka runs through the town not caring at all the looks she's getting, and not even apologizing when she bumps into someone. She keeps going. Everything has gone so wrong. Her legs are sore and her heart feels like it's about to beat out of her chest as her eyes desperately search for the pink-haired boy. But she doesn't see him. Maka's face is still flushed, a dull pain in her neck. She knows she has a hickey and it must be large. The sun is almost down now and soon it will be completely dark. She has to find him. Sweat is dripping down her face, the dread is overwhelming. Maka feels like curling up in a ball and hiding in a hole. But she has to find him. No matter what. Maka comes to a stop, bending over in exhaustion to put her hands on her knees and pant. Shit. She curses as she grips her hand into a fist and hits her thigh. She's looked everywhere. But Krona is nowhere to be found. And she doesn't know where Ragnarok is now. She's all alone. Maka looks to the ground watching as her sweat slowly drips off her face into the grass under her feet. People are looking at her but she doesn't care. The pain in her chest is hurting her. Maka feels like crying but she swallows the lump in her throat. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her throat is really starting to hurt now, it's so dry. Maka licks her swollen lips as she holds her head in her hands. It's getting darker. Maka is going to lose it. That's when she sees something glisten next to her feet, the light from the dull sun reflecting off of it. She looks over and her heart swells in hope as she picks up a button off the ground. A gray button. Of course this could belong to anyone but Maka feels this is Krona's button. Her eyes look ahead of her, realization hits her as she takes in the dirt path that leads to the park. The park. The only place she hasn't checked yet. Maka grips the button in her hand as she takes a deep breath, determination burning her green orbs. She will find him. The sun is almost down now and the forest is dark, but Maka runs into it either way. Her legs hurt but she pushes them, her throat hurts but she screams his name. She has to find him. Branches scrap her legs as she runs past them, jumping over the occasional log or two. Maka's foot gets caught in a hole in the ground, causing her to cry out and fall. Oh yeah, that was a twist. She hisses in pain as she brings her foot out of the hole. Her ankle is bright red and it looks like it's about to swell. It hurts. But she can't cry out any longer. Her throat has failed her. The trees seem to lean towards her now, their branches reaching out like they want to claim her. Vertical eyes stare at her with dark glee. Maka chokes back tears as she touches her ankle and it heals. She can't lose it. She has to find him. Maka forces herself back up and continues to run down this dirt path. The same path she walked before, but that was a better time than this. A much better time. Maka finally makes it out of the thicker part of the forest to a clearing. The park is empty, the swings have been abandoned and no living creature seems to be out now. Maka's eyes search desperately for Krona. And she finally sees him. The boy is standing with his back turned to her, standing in front of the park's large pond. With the lighting of the sun, the pond almost looks black. Krona's body is still, so very still. I found you. Maka runs so that she stops a few feet behind him, her voice cracking in relief and the fact her throat is so dry. I've been looking everywhere for you. The boy doesn't respond. The small smile Maka got on her lips at seeing him dies as she studies him. When she takes a step forward is when he finally speaks. No. Maka stops mid-step at how low Krona's voice sounds and how it gave her goosebumps. She tries to respond but the words get caught in her throat as the boy slowly turns around. It is I who found you. Krona stares down at her, his back straight making him look a lot taller. His pale blue eyes are dilated and haunted. He's looking at her with a blank face and it's unsettling. It's completely quiet between them. Maka is almost afraid to speak. That's when she hears the sound of something dripping. Her eyes fall down by Krona's feet to see a small puddle of some kind of liquid. More is dropping into it each second. Her eyes move on their own, wanting to find the source of this. Maka's stomach twists. Krona's wrist is bleeding, the blood slowly oozing out and dripping into that puddle by his feet. It looks so dark and thick. Her eyes follow a bead of blood as it falls down his wrist to his hand. Maka takes a step back when her eyes fall on the knife this boy is holding. It has liquid on it, most likely Krona's blood. Her eyes finally look back up to lock eyes with his. She knows they're shaking. She wants to question him. Wants to know where he got the knife and why he did this, but she never gets to. Krona's face isn't blank anymore, a large smile has ripped out onto his lips, his eyes are huge as he grips the handle of the knife tighter. What's wrong? He coos when she takes a step back and he takes a step forward. That's when Maka sees it. In his eyes. They're shaking badly, and even though the boy has a smile on his face, she sees his rage. He's pissed off. Maka's legs work without her telling them to. She turns around to run from him only to yelp when a bony hand grabs her by the shoulder, digging the nails into her skin as he throws her on the ground. Maka's head hits the ground with a crack, but she doesn't have time to do anything as Krona gets on top of her, pinning her to the ground. The blood from his wrist is staining her right hand, running down her wrist to stain the bracelet this boy had gotten her earlier today. Are you afraid of me, Maka? The boy's warped smile grows as he leans closer, those haunted eyes mere inches from her own. But it's only me. Maka can't help but to tremble seeing that emotion in those eyes so close up. The rage has grown and so has his smile. She opens her mouth to respond, but she can't. Anything she's about to say just gets caught up in her throat. Krona is digging his nails into the flesh of her wrist. But she doesn't do anything. Maka is stuck staring into those haunted blue eyes. The knife is getting closer to her face. And Maka's mind is reeling. She can't believe this is happening. How did it go from so good to so bad? Despite the situation she is in, her mind leaves her. Going back to earlier today. When everything went from good to bad. Why yum. Krona hums in approval after taking the first timid lick of his strawberry ice cream he's holding on a cone. His blue eyes sparkle as he quickly takes another. I told you you would like it. Maka chucks as she licks her vanilla ice cream. And it matches your hair. Strawberry and vanilla are gay. Ragnarok grunts as he takes a lick of his ice cream. Chocolate's where it's fucking it. Oh blah. Maka waves him off, getting her a glare from the raven-haired boy. I really don't think there's a best ice cream, they're all so good in their own unique way. Strawberry's so sweet though. Krona takes another small lick of his ice cream. And chocolate's fucking rich in flavor. Ragnarok takes a large lick of his ice cream as if to prove his point. The raven-haired boy's hand has found its way into her empty one. He grips it tightly as he eats his frozen treat. Krona notices this and a frown comes to his face as he looks at her other hand that's occupied by her ice cream cone. I think all these flavors are best together. Maka takes a big lick out of hers. Think about it, you get the best of both worlds. She holds out her cone to Krona, who blinks at it before looking at her with those eyes. Go ahead, take a lick. It's good. She smiles at him. Krona blushes before he leans in and takes the smallest lick possible. His face lights up and he gives her a smile. It is good. He shifts a little. Maka turns and holds her cone out to Ragnarok next. I'm not fucking touching that. He grunts. It's vanilla and you two bitches have been licking over it. Fine, don't eat mine but. Maka leans down and licks some of his chocolate before pulling back. Ragnarok blinks. Did you fucking just lick my ice cream, dot? No. Bitch, I just saw you. Damn, Ragnarok blaming me for your Big Mac and now this? How low will you go? Bitch, give me your fucking ice cream. Ragnarok snatches it from her and takes a large lick out of it. Only when he sees the grin on Maka's face does he stop, his face falling in realization. It's good, huh? Maka hums as he shoves the ice cream back in her hand. You did that on purpose. His eye twitches. I don't know what you're talking about. Ragnarok grumbles under his breath before he goes back to eating his chocolate. Maka can't help but to chuckle at the irritated look on his face. Do you want some of mine, Maka? Krona tugs at her shirt and shifts nervously when she looks over at him. Of course. Maka takes her finger and gets some of his ice cream on it before she places it on the tip of his nose. Krona shivers at the cold feeling on his nose, but he quickly warms up when Maka leans forward and licks it off, kissing at his nose till all the ice cream is gone. Maka smirks at his blush as she licks her lips. I always did have a sweet tooth for strawberry. Chocolate's still better. Ragnarok grumbles when he sees the smile on Krona's face. PSSH. Maka waves him off again before she looks down at her cone. There's still half of it left. Maka opens her mouth and throws in the rest of it, chomping down. Did you just fucking? Ragnarok blinks at how her cheeks are puffed up, but she doesn't seem affected by the cold that is surely in her mouth. Whoa. Krona watches with large eyes as the girl swallows. There's silence a moment as both boys stare at her. What? Maka looks between them. You just fucking shoved half a ice cream in your fucking mouth. So? Maka grunts. I always do that. I'm immune to brain freeze, don't you know? I'm going to fucking laugh when you get a dash. Brain freeze. Maka grinds her teeth at the sudden pain in her head and she holds it, trying to soothe it. Ragnarok chuckles darkly at the look on her face. Giga. Be brain freeze. Oh god, your brain is frozen. Krona tugs at his hair, causing his ice cream to fall to the ground before he grabs her and starts shaking her. Maka, don't die. Ragnarok only chuckles more at the pained expression on her face at Krona shaking her. My head. Maka groans, causing the pink-haired boy to tense. My brain feels like a fucking popsicle. Giga. B-brains aren't meant to be a frozen treat. His eyes get wide as he shakes her more. Did the ice cream do this? Did it turn your brain into ice cream? Oh god, I ate it too. My brain's going to turn into ice cream and soon there will be no humans, only ice cream dash. What the fuck? Ragnarok chuckles out. Hey Krona, if you hit her on the head it will make her better. Wait, don't dash. Krona gives her a nice hit to the side of the head and it shakes up her already hurting brain. Giga, did it work? Krona grabs her in concern when she sends Ragnarok a dark glare. The raven-haired boy is cracking up. How you feeling, Maka? Fuck you, Ragnarok. Maka spats as she gives him her middle finger, which he returns still chuckling. Maka. Krona still holds her in concern as she takes a deep breath. I am fine. She gives him a smile when the pain finally fades away and she lets out a sigh of relief. Oh good. Krona sighs with her and pulls her into a hug, nuzzling his head on top of hers. When Maka and Ragnarok broke hand contact, the boy gets a odd look on his face, his chuckling dying down as he looks at Krona holding her. Ragnarok throws his ice cream in the trash. Let's take a walk in the park. Maka hums as she pulls away from Krona and grabs both the boys' hands. That will be fun, I heard it has a playground. Playground. Krona's eyes flash at that and he glances over at Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy doesn't look at him. Krona looks down. Yeah, and it has a nice pond. Maka smiles to herself as she leads the two boys down a dirt path she learned that leads to the park. Maybe we will get to see some more ducks dash. Don't even joke about that. Krona tense and pouts when Maka chuckles. Aw come on Krona. Ducks aren't so bad and they're cute. They are not cute. Krona shakes his head. They are pure evil, Maka. What the fuck you talking about? Ragnarok raises an eyebrow, looking over at the two as they slowly walk down this dirt path, the sun casting shadows of the trees. Krona's scared of ducks. Maka. Krona whines in disbelief as he sees the devilish smirk come to the raven-hurried boy's face. Oh, that fucking explains it. Ragnarok chuckles when Krona's face pales. Explains what? Maka tilts her head at him. Ragnarok, you better not. Krona warns, his voice raising a bit. When Krona was 4 we went to the playground once and I remember a duck had waddled past Krona, touching his foot. Ragnarok's smirk grows and he chuckles. Krona shit himself. Krona roars, his face hot from embarrassment as he goes to tackle the other boy. Ragnarok only puts his hand out, grabbing Krona by the forehead and holding him so he can't touch him. Krona, it's okay. Maka still can't help but to laugh. You were only 4. I don't care. Krona whines in defeat and pulls away from the laughing Ragnarok, his face getting redder. I didn't want you to know that. Or Ragnarok, you're such an asshole. I know. He smirks when he gets a shove from the other boy, which he responds by shoving him harder, causing Krona to fall into Maka. It's okay. Maka holds Krona against her when she hears the boy sniffle in embarrassment. Calm down. Don't you find it pathetic though? Krona sniffles again but warms into her hold and sighs a little when she runs her fingers through his hair. Krona, you were only 4, it's not like you shit yourself when you saw a duck now. I wouldn't put it past him. This gets Ragnarok a glare from Krona, but he just keeps laughing. Dee-doo you. Krona turns so he's look up at her with those big watery eyes. Dee-doo you still like me? Of course, nothing could change that. Maka pulls the boy into an embrace, clashing her lips against his. Krona groans a little into the kiss when he feels her piercing brush against his tongue. She feels all the doubt leave him and he completely relaxes as her hands find their way into his hair. Ragnarok's chuckling stops and he glares away from them, grumbling under his breath. Don't worry so much. Maka pulls away and gives the out-of-breath boy a wink. I could never not like you, Krona. Maka. He blushes darkly, but she sees his lips twitch up into that wobbly smile. Let's keep walking. Ragnarok grunts as he grabs Maka's hand again and starts pulling her along. Krona's quick to grab her other hand and he moves his legs faster to keep up with the raven-hurried boy's strides. You excited about sliding down the slide that much, Ragnarok? Shut the hell up, bitch. You two are just taking forever. And no, we weren't. Krona mumbles, but either Ragnarok doesn't hear him or he just ignores it. Soon Ragnarok's fast pace dies down and they all walk slowly again. Silence falls over them and it isn't comfortable or awkward. It's just silence. Maka smiles as she feels a breeze blow the hair out of her face. Today has been wonderful. The three make it out of the deep forest and into a clearing. Maka's eyes take in the park. And she can't help but to smile when she sees the pond. Ah, memories. She takes a step forward only for Ragnarok to stop her. We better make sure there isn't any ducks. Ragnarok looks over at her and she can't help but to grin. Oh yeah, we don't want our fingers getting hurt, do we? Fuck no, ducks are the face of evil. You can say that again. Why, you're mocking me, aren't you? Krona pouts when he sees the matching smirks on their faces. Oh no, no. Maka shakes her head before her eyes get wide. Krona, look a duck. Where? Krona whips around, his eyes wide with fear, only to hear Ragnarok and Maka crack up behind him. Why, you guys are jerks. He huffs as he looks away with his cheeks red. Ah, it's okay, Krona, look, there's no ducks. Maka looks around before smiling at him reassuringly. Don't mean they aren't going to show up to peck your brains out, dash. This gets Ragnarok a elbow to the stomach by Maka, which he growls and hits her back. Let's just have some fun. Krona trembles as Maka starts to lead the two boys deeper into the park. Maka gives his hand a reassuring squeeze before her eyes fall on the swing set. Both Krona and Maka's eyes light up as they look at each other, having the same idea. Maka lets go of Ragnarok's hand to run with Krona towards the swing set. They both take up the only 2 swings on it. What are you guys? Fucking 5. Ragnarok grunts as he walks up to the 2. Swings are fun for all ages. Why yeah, Ragnarok. Krona gives him a pout as he moves his legs slightly, something flashing through his eyes. See, can you push me? I am not fucking pushing you. Ragnarok snaps. Swing your own damn self. Aw, come on, Ragnarok. Maka looks at him. I want to be pushed too, it's not like you're doing anything. I'm not fucking pushing anybody. His eye twitches. You two have fucking legs, stop being so damn lazy. But Raggy, both Krona and Maka whine. Don't fucking call me that. Then push us. They whine again. You're really starting to piss me off. Ragnarok, please see. Fucking no. Please see. Maka can feel the boy is starting to fume. Please see. He doesn't respond. Please see dash. Alright. Fuck. Just shut the fuck up. Ragnarok throws his arms up in defeat before he marches behind the 2 teens. Yay. Maka and Krona cheer as they grip the swing's chains in anticipation. We did it, Krona. Why yeah. Oh, you did it all right. Ragnarok grins heavily as he chuckles darkly, grabbing both their chains. You want to be pushed, I'll push you all right. Before they can say anything, the raven-hurried boy pulls the swings back as far as he can before he gives them both a rough shove. It only has a small effect since he pushed them both at the same time, but Krona is squealing and Maka is giggling. Ragnarok keeps pushing them, taking turns at shoving them as hard as he can. So when Krona is in the air, Ragnarok is pushing Maka, and when Maka is in the air, Ragnarok pushes Krona. The two teens are getting awfully high now, but neither of them notice, or they just don't care. Krona and Maka are both giggling, a smile frozen on their faces. Ragnarok's evil grin falls a bit as his piercing blue eyes fall on Maka, fall on how her eyes sparkle and the cute giggles she's admitting everything time he pushes her. His shoves get gentler, his hands seeming to make contact with her back for a couple of seconds before Ragnarok pushes her. Both Krona and Maka look so happy. And despite his dark nature, Ragnarok can't help that crooked smile of his. For a minute he forgets about what he was about to do and just enjoys their laughter, enjoys her smile. The boy's cheeks tint a little when Maka got too high that he had to touch her ass to push her. He grumbles, irritated with himself. It's not like he hasn't touched ass before, he means he's even fucked. Ragnarok, in his state of mind, didn't realize he was just staring at the girl's bottom. He also didn't realize how close it was getting to him. He blinks, but he doesn't regain himself fast enough, and Maka ends up hitting him in the chest with her ass, causing him to fall back. What was that? Maka raises an eyebrow as she looks over at Ragnarok, who just got up from the ground. Fucking nothing. His eye twitches as he gives her and Krona a harder shove than usual. The raven-hurried boy continues to cuss under his breath, trying to keep his eyes off of Maka when he pushes her. The more he touches her, the more he wants. Ragnarok takes his frustration out on the two on the swing. And soon they're almost flipping, they're so high up. Are Ragnarok too high? Too high. Krona squeaks in alarm, but Maka is still squealing in delight. I'm fucking pushing you like you wanted. Ragnarok gives the two one final shove. And they go flying. Krona screams, but Maka is still laughing. They hit the ground and roll. Maka is still cracking up, the fall not affecting her at all. That was fucking awesome. Krona, on the other hand, groans as he holds his head and opens his eyes. Only to come face to face with a small duck, its black eyes staring into Krona's as it tilts its head at the trembling boy. Oh god. Krona squeaks in alarm as he jumps back from the bird, his eyes shaking in horror. Maka, it's a duck dash. His words die on his lips as he looks around the park. It's full of ducks. They're all just waddling around minding their own business, but the park is packed with them. Krona looks like he's about to die. He grabs a hold of Maka and puts a hand over her mouth to muffle her laughter. Maka, that duck from this morning must have called for backup. She hears him swallow. Oh god, there's so many of them, they have come for us, Maka. They want to kill us. Maka is still laughing into his hand. This is too much. She hears Ragnarok's dark chuckle behind them as well. Because this is too perfect. They're not going to hurt you, Krona. Maka finally wheezes out. The poor boy is trembling against her as he eyes all of the ducks, his face so pale. See? They're not even paying you any attention. Maka gives him a peck on the nose. Unknown to the both of them, a piece of a ice cream cone is hanging on one of Krona's sleeves. But it's known to the ducks. Soon a large group of them are walking towards the boy. Maka, they're getting closer. Krona is tensing up so bad as they take another step forward. Oh god, do you see the look in their evil black eyes? They want to eat me. Krona, they can't eat you dash. The group of ducks suddenly charge. Krona cries out as he gets up and starts to run. His running causes more ducks to join in, and soon he's being chased by all the small birds. Oh my god. Somebody help me, I am going to die. Krona screams, his face nothing but fear as he runs around in circles trying to get rid of all these birds. Maka is holding her stomach laughing. She can't do anything for him. They want my fingers. And no, they want my soul. Giga. Leave me alone. Krona tugs at his hair as the ducks quack at him, wanting something from him. See Krona. Maka wheezes out as she stands up to help him, but she only starts cracking up again when she sees the look on his face. Giga, I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. Krona screams as he ends up tripping over his own feet, tumbling to the ground. The pink-hurried boy can only watch in fear as the ducks all get closer to him. Hey motherfuckers! Ragnarok suddenly jumps in front of the distressed boy on the ground, looking at the ducks with dark glee as they all stop and take in the new boy in front of them. This one being more intimidating, and he doesn't have food. Ragnarok lets out a roar before he starts to chase the ducks. They all quack in alarm, falling over each other trying to get away from the raven-haired boy before they fly away. Ragnarok is laughing and so is Maka. Oh god, you gotta love ducks. See Krona? They're not a fucking big deal. Ragnarok turns to give the boy a smirk only to be tackled into a hug by him. TT, thank you. Krona clings to the other boy, getting him to tense in surprise. Why, you saved me from the ducks and made them leave. Why, you're so brave, Ragnarok. Ah. Maka chuckles at the scene as she gets up and walks over to the two. Get the fuck off me, Krona. Ragnarok grunts as he pushes him off, but Krona is still looking at him with those big eyes. I know it's hard to keep your hands off me, but I don't roll like that. Sorry, but you defeated the ducks. Krona's smile hasn't fallen. I know, amazing, right? Maka grins at the glare from Ragnarok as she starts to clap. Why, yes. Krona starts to clap with her and Maka can't help but to chuckle. Krona is looking at Ragnarok like he just moved a mountain, and it's causing the raven-haired boy's eye to twitch. Fucking stop that. Anything you want, Duck Master. Maka cracks up. Oh man. Krona, stop being a dumbass. Ducks will fucking run if anyone chases them. You're just a pussy and run from them instead. And no, you have special powers over them. Krona looks at him in awe. I just know it. Well, that was fun. Maka hums when Ragnarok's eye started to twitch more. And not really. Krona frowns. The ducks weren't fun at all. Ah, but Ragnarok took care of them, didn't he, with his duck powers? Bitch, shut the fuck up. Why, yes. Krona cheers, getting Ragnarok's eye to twitch again. See, can we leave the park? I am kinda scared of it now, and well, I have to go to the bathroom. Maka and Ragnarok look at the way the boy shifts under their gazes. Krona, you didn't shit yourself, did you? And no. Krona tenses as he looks away from them. Oh, of course not. Maka and Ragnarok give him a deadpan look, causing him to tense more. Then why are you acting like that? Maka raises an eyebrow. You look like you're comfortable. I am not uncomfortable. He gives off a horribly fake laugh. Krona. Maka locks eyes with him. Don't lie. Yeah, and if you don't tell us, we're just going to think you shit yourself. Giga. Oh, okay. I might have peed a little. Krona mumbles lowly and looks down at his feet. It's silent for a moment, his words sinking in. Krona gets a hope that maybe they won't even laugh. Maka and Ragnarok roar with laughter, causing his face to catch on fire. It's not funny, guys. That was really scary. Krona whines. They were all chasing me and I thought I was going to die and dash. Krona, you fucking pissed yourself. Ragnarok is able to speak while Maka is crying. Over some fucking ducks. It was scary. Krona huffs, his face so red as the two continue to laugh at him. He looks irritated. See, come on, it's not that funny. Maka and Ragnarok continue to laugh. Krona crosses his arms, his face getting redder by the minute and his eye is slightly starting to twitch. If you two are done, I'd like to dash. Change your panties. Ragnarok blurts out. Krona gives him a glare, but his face gets redder when he looks at how Maka is laughing still. I am going. He huffs as he starts to walk back to the dirt path. Maka and Ragnarok follow behind him, trying to catch their breaths. Krona, I'm sorry. Maka can't stop laughing to apologize though. And no, you're not. His glare falls to a pout when he looks back at her. But when his eyes fall on Ragnarok's smug smirk, his eyes burn a little. I blame all of this on you. Me. Ragnarok's laughter pauses with him being accused and he raises an eyebrow. It's not my fault you pissed yourself because you got chased by fucking ducks. I realize now the reason you were able to make them leave. Krona's eyes narrow. It's because you're their leader and why you sent them to scare me. Krona, shut the fuck up, you're being a dumbass. The pink-haired boy just glares at him a moment before huffing and walking faster down the path. Maka picks up the speed and grabs his hand to walk with him. Krona tenses at the touch, but when he looks at her, he isn't angry with her, he's just ashamed. Maka gives him a soft smile, killing all her laughter. Krona's eyes soften now and he almost looks like he's about to cry. It's okay. We're going to the bathroom and you'll be able to change and it will be like it never happened. Maka knows this is a lie. Ragnarok would never let him live it down, and really she doesn't know if she would either. But Krona nods, completely believing her like he always does. She leans in and gives his hot cheek a kiss as they make their way out of the forest, Ragnarok trailing behind them. I'll be back. Krona gives her a half-hearted smile before he lets go of her hand. I'll wait for you here. Krona doesn't respond, he just leaves. I feel kind of bad, Ragnarok. Maka sighs a little as she rubs her hurt ribs. I don't. The raven-haired boy catches up to her, standing by her side, his arm against hers. I mean, he did get chased by a lot of ducks and he peed himself. That's got to be embarrassing, and we have been messing with him pretty hard today. Krona's fucking fine. It's not our fault he's a dumbass or a pussy. He grunts, not looking at her. I think we should both apologize when he comes back. I'm not fucking apologizing. So what, he pissed himself and we laughed. How the fuck could we not? He's 18 years old pissing himself over fucking ducks. I don't care, I'm 18 and I cry whenever I'm in the dark and you two never laughed at me, and when I think about it, if you did it would make me feel bad. I'm made of steel, but that would bother me. Poor Krona is made out of paper. I think we really hurt him this time. Maka frowns, thinking about the look on the pink-haired boy when he saw her laughing at him, how his eyes watered. What the fuck would apologizing do? Ragnarok glares at her, but by his eyes she can tell he knows what she's saying is true. I'm not saying sorry for something he did to himself. It would make him feel better. Maka looks at him firmly. When he comes back we are going to say sorry. We both need to say sorry, not just me, Ragnarok. You need to show him you care too. I don't need to do shit. His eyes narrow. And I don't like to be told what to do. Watch that mouth of yours. Come on. Maka grabs his hand and starts to lead him away. Where the fuck we going? He snaps, but he doesn't try to take his hand from hers. We are going to get something for Krona as a apology. I mean, he seemed to like that stuffed bunny we saw earlier today. We could steal it and give it to him. Maka keeps pulling him along, but at this Ragnarok stops, causing her to jerk to a stop with him. I'm not fucking doing . Please, Ragnarok. She looks back at him with a frown on her face. Maka really does feel bad about this. Krona never laughed at her fears, and if she peed herself she doubts he would even then. Also, he was chased by a lot of ducks. Of course a part of her still wants to laugh at this, but another part just feels horrible. Ragnarok's expression softens a bit as his eyes lock onto hers. He stares at her a moment before he sighs and glares away from her, looking irritated. Fine. Thank you. Maka smiles as she grips his hand tighter before she starts to lead him away again. The shop is just around the corner. I think you should just let me get it. Ragnarok grunts as they take a shortcut through a narrow spacing between two shops. I'll be in and out. You'll just fuck it up. I'm not going to disagree with you. Maka chuckles. I tried to steal something once, it didn't go good. Oh. He gives her an amused smirk. Tried to steal a donut from a gas station. It was like they knew what I was doing before I even tried it. I got so paranoid and twitchy people thought I was on crack. Of course you would try to fucking steal food. Ragnarok chuckles. It's airy and his grip on her hand softens to where he isn't hurting her. Whatever. She smirks at him as they come to a stop in front of the shop. The stuffed bunny stares at her with those marble eyes from the window. Ragnarok . Before she can say anything else, the boy lets go of her and walks into the store. Maka walks around, kicking rocks, trying to act causal as she waits for him. Hopefully he doesn't take two. Ragnarok comes out of the store, grabs her by the hand, and drags her into the alley without saying a word. Did you get it? Maka raises an eyebrow as he stops and looks over at her once they're deeper into this narrow spacing. Did I fucking get it? Ragnarok pulls out the bunny from his pocket, giving her a victorious grin. Who the fuck would I be if I couldn't steal a lame-ass bunny? You got it. Maka throws her arms around him, getting the boy to tense before she grabs the bunny from his hand and smiles at it. Krona's going to love this. I hope this will make up for it. As she stares into these marble eyes, she knows everything is going to be okay. That dread she's been feeling is gone now. But even if she didn't get this bunny, she doubts this duck incident could have caused anything too horrible. Maka can't deny though the dread she felt when she watched Krona walk away. Yeah. Ragnarok scratches his cheek, his eyes getting a faraway look. Maka puts the bunny in her pocket before she grabs his hand and they start to walk deeper into the alleyway. Let's get this to Krona. Maka smiles over at the raven-haired boy. He doesn't smile back, doesn't do anything. Maka frowns slightly but keeps walking with him. Their bodies are so close from this narrow passageway she can feel his arm muscles brush against her. It's quiet now as they walk. But Maka can't help but to notice a certain tension between them. Ragnarok is looking at her and she knows it. Maka absent-mindedly rubs her thumb against his hand, trying to get rid of this tension. But if anything, it made it worse. The more they walk, the more the tension grows till it's too thick. That's when Ragnarok stops. Maka looks over at him to see he's already looking at her with those piercing green eyes. There's something odd about them though, his eyes are very dark. The tension is too much. He looks like he's about to snap on her. What had she done to piss him off? All she's been doing is walking with him, but he looks like he's about to eat her. Ragnarok mmth. She started out wanting to question him, but whatever she was about to say was cut off by his lips. The boy pushes her against the wall, his tongue exploring every part of her mouth as his body is pressed against hers. Maka can't help but to moan and to give in to his kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ragnarok lets out a low growl as he grabs her by the back of her thighs and lifts her legs up so he can wrap them around his waist. His kiss is hungry, his growls seductive, his grip on her thighs tight, keeping her from falling. It's like all the tension she was feeling exploded into this. Her back is pressed against the cold brick wall of a building, causing her to groan from the feeling on her hot skin. With her being held up by the wall and his body, the boy is able to roam her body with his hands and no part is spared. His touch is hard and rough and it hurts, but it feels good at the same time. God damn it, Maka. He breaks the kiss, his chest is heaving, his dark eyes staring into hers. She's panting with him, their uneven breathing filling the silence. The boy has a conflicted look on his face. Something's got to fucking give dash. Maka doesn't really want to talk. She grabs him by the back of his head and pulls him back into the kiss. He doesn't fight her at all and whatever was bothering him seems to be forgotten. Ragnarok pushes her back against the wall, his hand rubbing up her thigh, and the way his tongue is moving causes her to groan again. The raven-haired boy pulls away from her, and she's ashamed. She actually whimpers. Oh, don't worry. He chuckles darkly as he licks down her jawline to her neck. I'm not done with you yet. Maka's face gets hot as he sucks and bites at her sensitive skin. His bites are hard and so are his sucks. She moans half out of pleasure and half out of pain as he abuses the skin of her neck. Ragnarok's hand is rubbing her through her jeans, teasing her, his hold on her so firm, and oh god, his tongue. Maka isn't thinking that this isn't even his body, that it's just some stranger, but right now she doesn't care. She isn't thinking about anything but the feeling Ragnarok is giving her. NGH. Maka moans when he rubbed her now aching womanhood a bit harder through her jeans. Ragnarok puts a hand over her mouth, stopping his kissing. He leans close to her ear. Better be quiet. Don't want anyone to fucking hear, no do we? His voice is dark but it feels sweet against her ear. Maka wants to say it's his fault, but when he goes back down and starts to bite and kiss at her neck, all thoughts leave her mind. Ragnarok's touch gets harder as if just a touch isn't enough. Maka knows she's going to have a really bad hickey and Ragnarok has to know this too. But they both don't seem to care. The raven-haired boy growls against her neck when she moaned a bit too loudly, but it wasn't a scolding growl. She doesn't know what it was, but she liked it. Only now does Maka realize that he just unbuttoned her pants. Ragnarok. She finds her voice, but it's shaky. It's not that she wants him to stop, but his touch has turned so painful now he's pressing deep into her that she's a little afraid of him handling her more sensitive area. Also she's starting to have a really bad feeling. The boy doesn't respond to her but their gazes meet. His eyes are nothing but lust mixed with something else. By looking into his eyes Maka knows Ragnarok isn't really there. Something seems to have snapped inside of him and his expression is nothing but hungry. He isn't satisfied. Ragnarok clashes his lips against hers, his nails digging into her thigh causing her to yelp into his mouth. His tongue works against hers as his hand goes into her pants. Despite how lustful he is, he still manages to tease her, rubbing her through her panties now instead of where she wants him, and he keeps teasing her, the boy smirking into their kiss when he hears her pleadful groans. Stop being a jackass. Maka breaks the kiss, panting, but the boy's smirk hasn't fallen as he continues to tease her and she continues to groan. Ragnarok's eyes are still the same and they hungrily take in the expressions she's making as his fingers work the fabric so close to where they need to be but so far from him touching her there she can feel her own wetness being rubbing into her and she knows he feels it too. Something flashes through his eyes as her back arches, her body being pressed against his. She can feel his heart beat against her chest. It's beating a mile a minute. The boy's face is almost flushed and his hand twitches nervously. Ragnarok please dash. Maka is cut off by Ragnarok clashing his lips against hers again, his tongue being shoved down her throat as his finger finally slides under the band of her panties, finally touching where it hurts, where it's soaked. She practically mews in his mouth at the feeling of his fingers on her with no barriers in the way. Maka is in heaven. Ragnarok knows what he's doing. He hasn't even stuck his finger in her yet but he's pushing down on the right spots, rubbing between with circle movements. His fingers are getting drenched in her and her kiss is getting so sloppy that some drool falls from the corner of her mouth. Ragnarok doesn't stop, he just picks up speed, rubbing her viciously. Despite how good she feels, despite how loud she's moaning, she has a bad feeling. But the good she's feeling now outweighs that. Ragnarok hits a spot on her one more time and she bucks into him. Ragnarok. She moans in ecstasy, reaching her peak, throwing her head back. That was. Maka goes limp against him a bit as he pulls out his hand, a couple of his fingers glistening with liquid. The boy doesn't say anything but he shoves those fingers in her mouth. Maka is greeted by an odd taste but it doesn't taste bad. It's her taste. She sucks it off his fingers, the boy's piercing eyes watching her before he takes them out of her mouth. Maka pants as she lays her head down on his chest, her fingers lightly running over the boy's arm muscles. Ragnarok grabs her by the chin and lifts her head so she's looking up at him. His eyes have changed. There's still that lust there but it seems he's more in control of it now. He's looking at her with a softness and maybe happiness. Ragnarok pulls her into him and kisses her. It's not as rough, his tongue almost treating her with care. Maka can't help but to be surprised by this. This kiss isn't powered by lust and he's kissing her lovingly. It feels like a barrier between them has been broken. But Maka knows there's many more. Maka is starting to feel deep dread. Not only dread, but she feels like she's being watched. Her eyes open. And her heart drops. Krona stands at the front of the alleyway. The setting sun is on him in a way that all she can see is his outline. He looks like a shadow. But she knows it's Krona. She can't see his face and there's no way of knowing how long he's been standing there. But he can't be happy. The boy isn't alone either. Maybe it's her mind playing tricks on her, but another shadow stands close to Krona. But it doesn't look human. It's large and mist-shaped. The only thing she can see about this thing is its smile, and it's smiling largely. It looks like it's whispering in Krona's ear. Krona. She calls out in alarm, her eyes wide. Shit. Ragnarok tenses and turns to look over at the other boy. He doesn't look guilty but there's an odd look in his eyes now. Krona doesn't say anything. He doesn't move. The thing next to Krona's smile grows. It disappears. Krona. She looks at him with concern as Ragnarok puts her down. The boy's shadow moves as if he's looking at her now. Ragnarok doesn't look like he knows what to say. Maka sure as hell doesn't know what to say. Krona takes a step back. Maka takes a step forward. That's when he runs away. The boy turns on his heel and is gone before Ragnarok and Maka can blink. Krona. Ragnarok yells after him as he takes off after the boy. Maka's heart hurts and she has to lean against the brick wall of a building for a moment. The dread is too much. She pulls herself together and starts to run after them. Only to find she doesn't know which way they went. Both boys are fast. Maka grips her fist and starts running in any direction, calling for Krona. She feels someone watch her from behind back at the alleyway. But she ignores it. She has to find Krona. Maka is pulled out of her trance when she feels something wet drip down on her cheek. Her eyes refocus a dull pain in her head as she looks up at the boy who is still on top of her, still pinning her down. Krona holds his cut wrist above her face. His blood slowly drips from it, hitting her on her cheek. His blood beads and fall down her face like she's crying blood. It's beautiful, isn't it? Krona's voice is dark as he looks at the dark blood falling from his wrist onto her face. Take a good look. This is what you do to me. This is what you do to him. See, Krona? She croaks his voice out, her throat still very much dry. But my blood isn't the only thing that's beautiful. His shaking blue eyes look down at her, that large smile ripping out on his lips as he brings the knife towards her face. No. You're beautiful, but they say the prettiest of flowers have the sharpest of thorns. His voice gets to a growl at this last part as he presses the knife against her cheek and cuts her slowly, him making a shallow cut. But I can cut too. I can hurt too. He pulls the knife away, his smile growing as he watches her blood start to fall from the cut he made. You have thorns, but I have a knife. Isn't that something? Krona throws his head back, his laughter can only be described as laughter of a mad person, his pale blue eyes bouncing with his chest. Maka struggles underneath him, but she can't get him off. Something is starting to bubble up inside her and her mind is getting clouded with this dark feeling. Krona dash. Don't speak. His laughter completely stops as he puts the knife against her lips in a blink of an eye, his face serious now. If you speak, I'll have to cut those pretty little lips of yours, and we wouldn't want that, would we? He chuckles again, but his eyes never change. Or maybe I do want to cut those lips, you seem not to know how to use them. Or maybe it's that you're confused. Because I'm positive you said that you are mine, but you know what's fucking funny? I swear to God I thought I saw you kissing that other boy, calling out his name with those lips of yours, but that can't be right. You're mine, so you would only be saying my name, right? I must be crazy for thinking I saw that, huh? Krona is still smiling at her with that teeth-filled grin, but that rage in his eyes has grown, and his grip on her has tightened, causing her to yelp. He still hasn't taken the knife from her lips and she dare not speak. Maka can't stop her trembling. But I'm not crazy, am I? Because the poof is right here. His grin falls as his eyes shift over almost mechanically towards her neck. He touches the sore spot on it with his fingertips. You have been a very bad girl. You must be punished. Krona moves the knife from her lips to cut into her neck where she knows the hickey is. It's not too deep, but it still causes her breath to hiss. You bring out this side of me. Don't you know I love you? I fucking love you, don't you know? Yet you make me like this. You hurt me, but guess what? I can hurt too. I can be anything you fucking want. I give you everything, and what do you do? Krona leans closer, he's screaming in her face, his eyes on fire. Maka can't even respond to him, her throat has failed her and any words that would come out would sound pathetic. And what do you do? His voice calms back down as he leans away from her, his face going blank. You drive me to madness. You single-handedly let me out. Now you have to deal with me because he can't. Maka bites her lip to stop the giggle that's surfacing in her throat. The bubbling feeling is getting worse and her head is spinning. Krona cuts her other cheek with the knife before he leans in and licks the blood as it falls, causing her to shiver. You taste good. The boy leans back and licks his fingers with her blood on them. It seems the tables have been turned, little one. The way he said little one sent chills down her spine, but at the same time, seeing her blood on his lips, his shaking eyes of madness, that smile on his lips and the way he coos at her, she almost feels. The bubbling feeling is intense and her mind is clouded with madness. That's when she hears the voice inside her head moan. Maka's eyes get wide as her body gets warm under this boy. What the hell is this? Such a dark girl. Krona's lips curl up into a smirk as he brings the knife and cuts across her chest. It stings, but all that comes out of her mouth is a giggle. Playing with my heart is a dangerous game, little one, you just might lose yours. He positions the knife so if he were to stab down it would pierce her heart. Oh. The voice groans again, causing her stomach to do a twist. Maka feels all her heat go down to between her legs at him saying little one again. The madness is so strong. She feels something wet start to drip from her nose, her lips going into a tight line to try to suppress the smirk that's about to form on her face. Ah, there it is. Krona touches below her nose before showing her his fingers. There's black on his fingers. I do the same to you. I make you mad, don't I? And you like this, oh you like this very much. A pervert smile curls up on his lips as he leans closer, his eyes shaking still. Maka feels her whole body respond to him. She's heating up and her mind is swirling too fast. Let me out. She hears that voice cry out and somehow she knows that girl is struggling with the bars. The bar with the crack in it. You want me to pleasure you? Krona watches as he guides the knife across her skin, that grin so large. But I won't. No, now's the time to be punished, little one. She really wishes he would stop saying that. Maka is struggling to keep a hold of herself. His eyes lock back onto hers. She sees lust in them along with his rage. This isn't Krona. But it is Krona. There is no good emotion in his eyes, no softness, just lust and rage and of course madness. Her sane side is scared shitless. But this other side of her is completely and utterly aroused. And Maka thinks Krona knows this. Or whoever this is. You like hurting me so much, you like seeing me cry, don't you? You like driving me fucking insane, don't you? His voice raises till he's screaming, the knife stopping right by her heart again. You say you are mine, yet you give your heart to him as well. You let him touch you, let him kiss you when I'm the only one who should be touching you. Who should be kissing you? You are mine. Your heart is mine. But you won't give it to me, no you won't. Krona starts to laugh again, its high-pitched tears are starting to fall down his face. So if you won't give it to me, it seems I'm going to have to take it. Krona's laughter gets louder as he lifts the knife up, his eyes shaking so badly, his body trembling as his tears fall on her face along with his blood from his wrist. I'm going to show you what love should be, little one. Krona is going to kill her. And all she can do is lay underneath him, grinning from ear to ear. Take my heart. Take me. That voice screams out, sounding like she's in ecstasy. Maka is trembling in fear and in arousal. It's horrible. It's maddening. Goodbye, my love. Krona stabs the knife down. The boy is suddenly knocked off of her, stopping him before he was able to make the blow. But Maka is already fucked up. Something snaps inside her and she lets out a loud laugh, her eyes shaking, her body thrashing against the ground, her hands digging into the dirt as she just continues to laugh. Krona, what the fuck are you doing? Ragnarok screeches as he struggles with the other boy. He holds Krona's wrist trying to stop him from cutting him with it. You were fucking about to kill her. Oh, it's you. Krona's lips go in a tight line as he twists his body in an odd angle, getting out of Ragnarok's grasps and jumps back. The boy's pale blue eyes have darkened with hatred at seeing the other boy. He straightens up his back, it becoming obvious he's much taller than Ragnarok. Hello there, old friend. I thought I got rid of you. Takes more than you stabbing me in the fucking back to bring me down. Ragnarok snaps, Maka seeing the dark wound on his back. But she continues to crack up. She's completely fucking nuts. I was only returning the favor, dear friend of mine. You see, you stabbed me in the back. You put your lips on what isn't yours and now you have gotten in my way. I was only trying to take her heart, but of course you wouldn't like that, would you? Because you want her heart. But you're not having it. She's mine. All mine. Krona's voice started out calm and slowly got louder and louder till he was screaming. The boy charges for Ragnarok, laughing loudly as he swings the knife around with no control. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. Krona, get a fucking hold on yourself. Ragnarok snarls as he charges for the boy. He's able to grab his wrist with the knife, but he gets a couple of cuts in the process as he punches Krona in the face. Didn't you say you loved her? Then why the fuck are you trying to kill her? I'm not trying to kill her. Krona giggles as he does a twist, catching Ragnarok off guard. He stabs the cuff in his thigh before pulling it out. I only want her to love me back, that's all I want is her love, is her. Stabbing her to fucking death won't get her to love you. Ragnarok roars as he elbows the other boy in the face, breaking his nose. Oh, but molesting her against a store building will. Krona's eyes narrow as he stomps down on Ragnarok's foot, still trying to stab him in the stomach. It's not molesting when she fucking wanted it dash. Shut up. Krona. Screams so high-pitched Ragnarok winces as the boy pushes him off. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You're a bad boy. You're such a bad boy. How dare you say such a thing? You don't even love her like I do. You don't even love her at all. So why do you try to take my love away from me? You don't love her. You don't fucking love her dash. Yes I do. Ragnarok roars, causing Krona to take a step back almost in surprise. That's right. I fucking said it. I love her. I fucking love her, and God, it feels so fucking good to say that. You can't tell me she's just fucking yours because she's mine too. I can't let her go. It pisses you off and it pisses me off, but I love her. You're stuck with me. So get the fuck over it and get used to it. Ragnarok is fuming, his eyes shaking. The madness is starting to affect him. Maka is still laughing, her ribs feel like they're about to explode as she watches the two. Krona's face is blank. Ragnarok's words lingering in the air. I hope you do realize. Krona's face gets dark, he's glaring at the boy, that large grin coming to his face. That this means war? The pink-haired boy charges for Ragnarok, laughing loudly. The raven-haired boy roars, his face hot with anger as they collide. Krona getting hit here, Ragnarok getting stabbed there. And Maka is just laughing, her mind broken. Now she knows what you're thinking. How could this possibly get any worse? But it does, oh it does. Suddenly everything stops. Maka's laughter dies on her lips and even Krona takes a step back in confusion. Ragnarok looks down. Something is sticking out of his stomach, it looks like some kind of plant, a vine of some sort. His blood is pouring out. What the butt? Krona tilts his head looking at it, his serious voice changing to that of a child. What the dash? Before Ragnarok can finish what he was about to say, the vine suddenly splits, locking itself in the flesh of the boy's stomach before he's jerked away, pulled backwards. Maka watches as the boy is lifted up into the air. Before he's thrown into what looks to be a huge plant pod, the leaves have teeth and they close around the boy, cutting off his yelp of surprise. Maka blinks, her madness fading away, but her mind can't register what just happened. When the fuck did this thing get here? It wasn't here a second ago and the thing is as big as a house. That's when the pod swells. Then it spews out blood, guts, and pieces of flesh from the top of this thing like a erupting volcano. The blood falls on Maka and Krona like rainwater. Only then does her mind completely snap out of her trance. Ragnarok! Maka screams out in horror, the madness leaving her with nothing but a throbbing head as she's pelted with blood, the blood of her friend. Oh! Krona giggles as he does a spin on the tips of his toes, holding his arms out with that large grin on his face as he sticks out his tongue, acting like this is snow falling instead of thick blood. This hasn't snapped him out of his madness. Maka doesn't know what will. And no. Maka falls to her knees, still staring at this thing in disbelief, in horror. Krona stops spinning to look over at her, something flashing through those eyes, and for a split second she has hope that he's sane again. Wonderful weather we're having, eh, Maka? He gives her a goofy smile, a wiggle of his eyebrow. Nope. He's still fucking nuts. Krona, Ragnarok's dead. Maka grips her hair. Ragnarok's dash. That's when Ragnarok reappears right next to her, not a scratch on him. Bitch, calm the fuck down. He snaps, as he glares this thing down in front of them. How are you still alive? You were dash. Maka's eyes light in realization. Oh yeah, that wasn't his body. Well, someone died today, but it wasn't Ragnarok. So she doesn't care. Oh poo, you're still here. Krona pouts as he crosses his arms. You're no fun. See, Maka? This boy is no fun. He's already dead. You don't kiss dead things, Maka, you throw them away to rot. Krona has changed from dark and serious to a taunting child. He's so unpredictable. And despite what's going on, he's taunting Ragnarok. Thankfully Ragnarok doesn't attack Krona, he keeps his focus on this thing in front of them even though she sees his face get hot at what he said. What the fuck is that? Maka stands up, looking this thing up and down. It hasn't moved since that one attack, but Maka has a feeling it's going to attack again. Well duh Maka, it's a plant of course. Krona looks at her like she's stupid, that goofy smile still on his face. Geez Maka, and I thought you were supposed to be smart. Let's use that noggin of yours. Now he's taunting her. I don't know. Ragnarok answers her seriously. What should we dash? We. Krona suddenly falls on his back and starts to be dragged towards this thing. A vine is around his foot and it's pulling him closer, yet Krona is just squealing in delight. Krona! Maka cries out in alarm, her heart dropping. Shit. Ragnarok runs after him and grabs the boy by his arms. The raven-haired boy has to use all his strength just to hold Krona in place, but the plant is still pulling. Hey, let go. You're ruining the ride. Crowan pouts as he thrashes against the boy, trying to get out of his grasps. Maka's eyes are wide, she's frozen, not knowing what to do. But she sees whatever is holding Krona is also draining Ragnarok of his power. She sees his energy go into this thing and his hold on the boy is becoming weaker. You know exactly what to do. Maka feels her necklace heat up and her fingers twitch. She does know what to do. Maka touches her necklace, it activating, changing her clothes back to that dress, her power immediately flowing through it. She crosses her arms as the book reappears in front of her, her fingers are twitching so much. This is her fight and she knows it. Krona can't fight it and neither can Ragnarok. But she knows she can. Maka looks over at the two boys. Ragnarok almost looks faded now, but he holds on to Krona, who is still protesting. The vine is digging into his foot, causing him to bleed. Ragnarok, let him go. Are you fucking crazy? It's going to eat him dash. Trust me Ragnarok, let him go. The boy's piercing blue eyes meet hers, she stares back at him firmly. Let him go now. Fuck. He growls but he lets go of Krona. Yay. The boy cheers as he's pulled across the ground. Maka hopes this works. Her powers flow and the book opens up to a page. Whatever the fuck you're going to do, do it fast. Ragnarok eyes shake as he watches Krona get closer and closer to this thing. Maka bows her head, saying something low under her breath. Krona is lifted off the ground, being held upside down, giggling. Maka, you have to fucking do it now. She can hear the panic in his voice. Slice and dice, is all she says in response as she points to the vine. Raw green power comes out of her and slashes the vine, cutting it, setting the boy free. The plant roars in pain as Krona falls to the ground, whining about how the ride sucked. Ragnarok, get Krona and keep him away from this thing. Maka takes a step forward. I'll take care of this. You can't fucking dash. Ragnarok stops when he sees Krona get up and actually start to run towards this thing. The raven-haired boy reappears in front of the pink-haired boy and grabs him. He drags him away from the plant, but the whole time he's struggling. Maka watches as the plant rotates towards her, and more vines come out of this thing, all sharp, ready to pierce her. Hey, you stupid plant, over here. Krona roars against Ragnarok, waving his knife in the air. I know what you are. One of her failed experiments. Hemi and you are alike in that way. Maybe we can be friends, best friends. The plant makes a odd noise in response before all the vines lash out towards her. Maka is taken over by instinct. She runs around dodging the vines as she continues to use her slice and dice spell to cut them off. But no matter how many she cuts, more just keep coming back. Maka, you have to attack the pod. Krona yells at her like this is some game of dodgeball and she's losing. Her eyes fall on the large fat thing before her, but when she uses that slice spell it has no effect. Remember, it's a plant, sweetheart. That sounded like a taunt, but it hit her with realization. That's right, it's a plant. And what hurts plants the most? Fire. Maka quickly flips the book to a fire spell as she dodges another vine that almost pierced through her stomach. She chants the spell under her breath before a fireball forms in her hand. Maka does a spin in the air, dodging the vines like in the Matrix how they dodged the bullets as she throws this ball at the pod. It hits it and the plant roars in pain, the pod catching on fire. But the vines don't stop and they're starting to attack the two boys. Fucking shit. Ragnarok roars as he punches a vine away so it doesn't hit Krona. Take that. And that. Oh, and that. Krona giggles as he stabs a vine rapidly before he twirls and stabs another vine before it stabs him. Krona looks like he's dancing. He actually grabs a vine and does a spin on it like he's a striper on a pole. Krona gives her a wink. This distracts her for a second long enough that causes her to be hit by a vine. And it hurt. Maka cries out as she rolls a couple feet from the hit. She gets up quickly just to see a vine about to piece her face about to go through her eye. A knife suddenly slings towards her, hitting the vine before it hits her. Maka looks over at Krona, who is giving her a sly smile. Don't die on me just yet, little one. Maka snaps out of her trance when she sees how all the plant's vines have surrounded the two boys. The lift up pointing downward. There's no way Krona can make it out of this. Krona. Ragnarok roars, his eyes shaking, but the boy is only laughing at his pending death. Maka's blood is boiling, her fingers twitching. Let's show him what we can do. Maka snaps her finger and she appears right in front of the two boys just as the vines are coming down. Fire! Maka screeches as she lifts up her hands. Fire comes out of the ground, making a ring around them as it burns all the vines, causing them to recoil back and for the plant to roar in pain. Oh, Maka! Krona giggles, looking at the fire with wide, mad eyes. Damn! Ragnarok looks at her with the same look. Medusa really did make you fucking stronger. This is nothing. Maka smirks, that dark feeling clouding her mind as she pushes out with her hands. The fire moves like tidal wave towards the pod. It hits it hard and it screeches in pain. But it doesn't die. Maka can see it's starting to heal itself. It's time to turn up the heat. That voice chuckles. Make it count. This creature will just keep healing itself unless you kill it. Maka closes her eyes as the book opens to a page farther back into it. This is the strongest spell I've learned so far, and it just so happens to be a fire one. Maka speaks to no one in general as her hands twitch badly. Krona, Ragnarok. Get back. Hey, I want to play too. Ragnarok grabs Krona and pulls him back, holding the thrashing boy, struggling with him. Maka takes a deep breath, a wind starting to pick up, her hair is flying and her tutu is ruffling. Fire, fire everywhere. Fire in the pits of hell, come bow below my feet. Fire, fire, come to me. More than a sea, come to me. Maka chants this before she couches down, putting her hands on the ground. So you can handle fire? You can feel the burn, so let's turn up the heat. Maka takes a deep breath. Hell's volcano. She roars as she hits the ground. At that moment the ground the plant is sitting on cracks open. Lava explodes out of it, covering the whole pod. It's massive, this spell shaking the whole place around them like a earthquake. This does the trick. The plant cries in pain, the whole pod becoming burnt. After a minute of full, almost unbearable hotness, the lava returns back into the ground and it seals back up. The plant is nothing but a black burnt piece of nothing. It falls over, all its vines dead, and so is it. You did it. Krona screeches. Holy shit. Ragnarok has a grin on his face as he looks at what she did. You really fucking did it, that was insane. Maka pants, sweat dripping down her face. That took most of her power, she's pretty much out. But it doesn't matter. She won. Maka gets up and gives them a victorious smirk. That was fucking awesome, right? Maka walks towards them, she's still out of breath but she doesn't care. Yeah, it was. Krona cheers. Now let me cut out your heart. Maka and Ragnarok look over at him with a deadpan look, which Krona just wiggles his eyebrows at. Aw, come on. I promise it's going to be great. Krona runs towards her only for Ragnarok to stop him. Come on, she just fucking killed that thing. Ragnarok growls as he struggles with him. Maka. His eyes widen as he knocks Ragnarok off and runs over to her, charges for her. She's too tired to move as Krona shoves her, casuing her to fall on her butt. Krona whatever she was about to say dies on her lips. Something is sticking out of the boy's neck, it looks like a needle with a purple flower at the end of it. Oh dear, this is a real pain in the neck, huh, Maka? He chuckles as he falls down on his back. Krona. Maka kneels next to him, holding his head in her hands as she looks at this thing in his neck with wide eyes. Maka. Krona speaks her name weakly, his eyes have steadied. The madness has finally released him. But he's so pale now, his expression a grimace. What the fuck happened? Ragnarok kneels on his other side before he starts looking around for what did this. The plant is still dead. You're going to be okay. Maka reassures, swallowing the lump in her throat as she grabs this thing and rips it out of his neck. Krona cries in pain as his blood leaks out. It leaks out with what looks to be pus. It hurts. Krona sobs. I'm going to heal you. She rubs his cheek as she touches his neck. Her power goes out. But nothing happens. Krona's face is still pale and the wound on his neck is still there. Why isn't it working? A panic is starting to raise in her as she keeps trying to heal him. But it doesn't work. Maka. I'm sorry, if I didn't run from you then none of this would have happened. Krona speaks weakly as he reaches out a hand to touch her face. She grabs it, holding his hand in hers. No Krona, I'm sorry, this isn't your fault dash. Why you need to get, out of here, or run Maka. Krona's eyes are slowly closing. I love you Maka. Krona stay with me, you're going to be dash. And no. Maka almost cries at the sad smile he gives her, a knowing smile. Why you have to run, leave me behind. He takes a deep breath like it's hard to speak. And not, dead. Krona eyes close, his body going limp in her arms, his head rolling over like a broken doll. Maka can't even explain this pain in her chest at seeing his pale face, at feeling his lifeless body in her hands. He's barely breathing. Foam is starting to fall out of his mouth. Krona is dying. And she can't do anything about it. No way in fucking hell. Ragnarok yells out in disbelief, causing her to look up from Krona. Her heart drops. The plant is moving. It's not dead. She didn't kill it. And she's almost out of power. Maka and Ragnarok watch in horror as the pod starts to open. And what comes out is what true nightmares are made of. The boy that Ragnarok took control of has been cut in half, his upper half is attached to what looks like a smaller plant bulb, vines are coming out of his back. The boy's dull green eyes stare at them blankly as his body twists and turns, more vines coming out of its body. Maka can feel magic come off this thing. It's powerful. Maka didn't kill it at all. Despite all this, she can't help but to think of Hercules. In the movie he fights that large monster that started off with one head and he used all his strength to fight it. When he finally killed it he was overjoyed, but when he walked away the thing got back up stronger than ever. That's exactly what happened here. Maka just killed the appetizer, now this is the main course. The thing's chest rips open, revealing a mouth in it with razor sharp teeth. The boy's back bends and he hangs back limply as this thing roars. It's like she can hear Hades himself, the god of death, shouting. Let's get ready to rumble. The battle has just begun, yet all their players are already out. Krona is dying. Maka is pretty much out of power. And there's no way Ragnarok can fight that thing alone. What the fuck? Ragnarok's eyes shake as he takes in this thing. Shit, this thing. The raven-haired boy looks faded already. This thing is draining his energy, and it's not even close to them yet. Maka has to do something or they're fucked. She feels her necklace heat up and it hits her. Ragnarok, I can get us out of here. Maka almost sobs in joy. The necklace. Well, fucking hurry up and use it. He snaps, but she sees the hope in his eyes. Maka grabs the necklace, thinks of the mansion, and nothing happens. Maka almost breaks down. What's wrong? Ragnarok frowns deeply now. It's not working, it's not fucking working. Maka keeps trying but nothing happens. What? Ragnarok's eyes go dark with hatred. She fucking wouldn't. Why isn't it working? It's supposed to take us back. Why isn't it working? Maka is screaming. Because Medusa lied to you. That voice sighs. The problem isn't that it won't work, the problem is what the frog witch forgot to mention. There is only enough power in this necklace to travel one human body back to the mansion, not two. But how was she supposed to return with Krona then? Then it hits her like a ton of bricks. Could Medusa have planned for Krona to get hurt? Could she have? The thing lets out another roar before it charges. Maka doesn't even have to think about what she's going to do. She takes off her necklace and puts it around Krona's neck. Maka, what are you dash? Ragnarok, take care of Krona, get him help. She touches the necklace thinking of the mansion. Krona's body fades away. Maka, no. Ragnarok tries to grab her, desperation in his voice, but he fades away with Krona. You're so foolish, now you are going to die. The voice sighs. The boy isn't going to live, you know. Maka won't believe that. Krona is going to live, he's going to get help. She had to choose between saving herself or saving him. She has more of a chance of surviving out here than him. Medusa is going to heal him, Medusa won't let Krona die. That's what she keeps telling herself, but in the back of her mind, she knows it isn't true. The roar of the monster brings her out of her thoughts. It's getting closer, its claw-like legs piercing the ground as it runs, its tongue hanging out of its mouth in its chest. Maka is tired and alone. She has 3 options. 1. She could stay and fight this thing like a badass, but most likely it will kill her. 2. Stand here like a idiot and get killed. 3. Run for her fucking life. Maka chooses option 3. She turns on her heel and runs away from this thing, screaming like a bitch, but she is not ashamed. This thing is creepy as fuck. And she doesn't have any power left. Maka. The thing roars. Fucking great, it knows her name. She doesn't look back, she just runs. Maka runs into the forest away from the dirt path. This part of the forest wasn't meant for people, but she doesn't care. She has to get away. It seems our lives are this witch's game. The voice grumbles as Maka hops over branches, going deeper into the forest. Maka keeps screaming to crowd her mind so she doesn't think about the thing chasing her. Because if she thinks about it, then her body will shut down because something is chasing her. And she can't handle that. Maka dodges trees, and hops logs, but no matter how fast she runs, she can hear this thing right behind her. One stumble, one trip, one fall. And it's over. Maka doesn't know what she's going to do, she can't run forever. And she's sure this thing knows this. Her legs hurt so bad her heart is hammering in her chest. Go under there, girl. The voice commands, causing her to look at a tent of 2 fallen trees. Maka runs under it and keeps running. She hears the monster hit it being stuck. But she knows those trees won't hold it for long. Maka pumps her legs, sweat dripping down her face. She's running on pure adrenaline. That's when Maka's eyes fall on something that could be a blessing, or a omen. There's a cabin in the woods. From watching so many scary movies, Maka knows you never go in the cabin in the creepy woods, there's always trouble. But she's already being chased by a monster, so how much worse could it get? She needs to hide somewhere or at least feel safe. Maka ignores the red flag she feels from this place as she runs up to it and runs in. This sends another red flag up. The door is unlocked. But Maka just closes the door behind her and locks it. She leans against the door, panting, the wood creaking against her weight. Oh yeah, this isn't going to hold against that thing out there. Maybe it doesn't know she's here. Maka takes a deep breath, only for it to hitch. Someone is in the room with her. She whips around only for her expression to fall in shock at who she sees. It's Giriko. The man is laying on a couch, a blanket up to his waist, his shirt off showing his bandaged up chest. Giriko's face is a grimace and it's pale. He looks like he's dying. Seeing this man sends a very large red flag. But Maka doesn't understand why. She ignores it as she runs over to the man, almost overjoyed to see him. He's alive but barely. Closer up she realizes that these bandages are fresh, someone recently changed them. Someone is here taking care of him. Who? Maka hears a door creak open beside her and she whips her head to see who it is. No. Justin walks out with a tray of cups in his hands and what looks to be a bowl of soup, wearing an apron. The boy's eyes lock onto hers, his face falling in shock. She's just as surprised to see him. It's like bad luck is her best friend. Maka has no power left. She's here with Justin and a monster is outside looking for her. The blonde-haired boy seems to snap out of his shocked state because his blue eyes light on fire. All Maka can think right now is, shit. She's so fucked. Chapter 43. Why you? Justin's eyes flash as he looks at her, then to the tray in his hands and what he's wearing. There's an awkward moment while his eyes shift looking for some place to put the tray, which happens to be a small table close by the door he came from. He throws off his apron and points an accusing finger at her. What are you doing here, witch? I could ask you the same question. Maka snaps back like that was a good comeback, pointing a finger back at this boy. But really she doesn't know what she's doing. What on earth are you talking about? This is my home. Justin looks taken aback by this only for a moment before his eyes catch on fire. How dare you just barrage into my home, witch? Especially in that distasteful attire. He wrinkles his nose at her. Well, you shouldn't just leave the door unlocked now, should you? Maka tries to keep her back straight to make it look like she's powerful. But she's out of power. And she feels like shit. Justin's eyes narrow and she can feel that dark feeling get stronger. Okay, let's not piss him off. Fine, you want to know what I'm doing here? Maka crosses her arms, taking a chill tone. Justin doesn't respond to her, but his eyes glare into her, telling her to go on. Well, you see dash. That's when there's a loud bang sound, the cabin shaking slightly, causing Maka to fall to one knee and Justin to look around in confusion. Maka hears the roar of the monster. It's coming. What on earth was that? Justin looks at her, his soulless eyes piercing through her. That's the reason I'm here. Maka takes a step back from him. It's fucking chasing me and it's creepy as fuck. The cabin shakes again with another roar, the blonde boy's eyes catching on fire. You brought a monster with you. Of course your kind would bring nothing but darkness. You have ran from that monster, but you have ran into your death. I will kill you, witch. Justin takes a step forward, those three vertical eyes starting to light up on his hand. Maka can't do anything. She can't run. She can't fight. Maka is fucked. That's when Gurko growls in pain. Maka watches Justin's eyes flicker as he looks over at the man in concern, and then panic when he sees what's happening. Gurko is as pale as a ghost, his veins being able to be seen, his teeth are grit at the pain he's feeling. Maka can see he's being drained. Like with Ragnarok, this monster is draining the life from Gurko. Yet this man doesn't have much life left. Justin's eyes light in realization before he turns his attention to the front door of the cabin. I'll be back to deal with you, witch. His voice is dark as those three vertical eyes light up on his hand, his eyes turning to that red as he fades away. The roaring finally stops, but she feels great madness and magic outside. Justin is fighting that thing. Hopefully, if Maka is lucky, Justin and that monster will kill each other. That would be great. But Maka doubts it, there will be a winner. And really she doesn't know which one she would rather win. Maka grips her hair, her legs hurt so bad the pain catching up to her. Her breathing is heavy, and sweat is dripping down her face. Let me out now or you're going to die. That voice is whispering. It's never been so tempting to just give in. Maka falls to her knees, gripping her fist, trying to steady her breathing. Why do you continue to fight me? You have nothing to lose anymore, that boy is going to die. No. Maka screams as she punches the floor. He isn't going to die. I saved him. All you did was give him back to his mother, you gave him back to death itself. Stop fucking lying. Maka's breathing is jagged, her eyes shaking so bad, and her throat hurts. Krona's limp body flashes through her mind. His sad smile he gave her before he closed his eyes. The feel of his heart barely beating. Maka screams as loud as she can, trying to fight her darkness but also trying to get these horrible images out of her head. Krona can't die. No, he isn't going to die. But he is, and so are you. Maka screams till her throat fails her, till she can't scream anymore. She falls down on her stomach in exhaustion, breathing heavily, her eyes half-lidded. Just give in to me, don't you want to live? Don't you want to make it out of here? Then you must let me out, come on. Maka. Krona is gone, and with him so is Ragnarok. You're alone, all you have is me. Maka feels a smile starting to form on her lips, something bubbling inside of her. She's all alone. She's going to die alone. But if she just gives up, if she just gives in, maybe she'll live. Maka doesn't want to die. Then let me out. She hears a roar followed by a wail outside, the cabin jumping a little at the fight that's going on outside. But this doesn't snap her out of this state she's in. Maka hugs herself as she sees an image of Krona pale, lifeless, his dull blue eyes staring back at her, that foam coming out of his mouth. And for a split second she believes he really is dead. That she lost him. A tear rolls down her face as she starts to giggle. What does she have to lose anymore? Nothing. She lost her mother. She lost Spirit. She lost Kid. And now she lost Krona. Krona, the boy she needs, the boy who made everything worth fighting for, is dead. Maka hears a crack inside her. The cage is breaking. And Maka is breaking with it. She has nothing to fight for. Yes. Yes. That voice roars with laughter. Maka is just about to give in. Don't, please. Her breath hitches at the voice, the bubbling inside her dying down as she whips her head up, looking around for the owner of such a soft voice. But no one is here. Maka's eyes fall on Gurko as he lets out another growl of pain. This time it almost sounds like a whimper. He's hurting. He's dying. Her heart tugs, a new feeling filling her as she crawls over to this man till she is right by his side, kneeling next to him. Maka takes in his bandaged chest, takes in how pale he is. Because of her. The darkness in her subsides. Hey there, asshole. Maka speaks half-heartedly. We really are in a mess now, aren't we? He doesn't respond. I'm sorry you're involved in this, I'm sorry for a lot of things. She takes a deep breath. Here you are dying and it's because of me, because you decided you wanted to help me. The man groans in response. He doesn't have much time left. But just because I'm going to die doesn't mean you have to. Maka closes her eyes as she puts a hand over his bandaged chest. This is my thank you. Her thanks for him being there. For him protecting her from Spirit. For him never fearing her, never treating her differently. For risking everything for her. For him showing her what having a father really feels like. The last of Maka's power goes out of her hand and into Gurko. She cries out in pain as her hand catches on fire. A rebound. It's over. Gurko gets his color back, his expression changing to a peaceful one, his body relaxing, and his breathing becomes steady. He is going to live. And she is going to die. Maka puts out the fire, her hand is black, it's fucked up so bad. She's fucked up. Maka lays her head down on the space left on the couch, her hair touching the man's arm. At least she isn't going to die alone. Maka can't do any more. It's over. It's completely over. Suddenly there's a loud cry. Then she doesn't feel the magic outside. She only feels the madness. Justin won. And she's going to die. Maka isn't afraid. She's too weak to be afraid. Everything hurts. She just wants it to end. Maka doesn't have to look to know Justin is back in the cabin. The madness she feels breathing down her neck lets her know right away. Poor witch. She can hear the smirk in his voice as he chuckles darkly. Truly, truly, I say to you, a servant is not greater than his master, nor is a messenger greater than the one who sent him. John 13:16. Yet you see, witch, you have been abandoned. But my master is still by my side. You are all alone, left at my mercy, and I have no mercy for someone like you. Time for Azura to claim what is his. Time for you to die. Maka doesn't even move. It's over. Maka hears Justin take a step forward. Then he stops, everything stops. The madness fades away. Maka looks over at him to see the boy staring at Gurko, his eyes a bright blue as he takes in the man on the couch. Justin's eyes water. And before she knows it, he's running towards her, pushing her out the way so he can throw himself at this man. Oh Gurko, your color, it's back in your wounds. Justin studies every inch of him in wonder and relief. Has God looked on us with favor? Wait, no. The blonde slowly takes off the man's bandages, his eyes falling on his tan skin. There's not a scratch on him. How on earth? Justin's eyes look over at Maka. Girl looks in bad shape. Maka's eyes are closed as she takes deep breaths, her shaky hands grabbing onto the couch to try to help herself up. Justin blinks when he looks up at her messed up hand. You healed him. His blue eyes light in realization. Why would you do that? You obviously have nothing to gain from it, and just look at you. He was going to die. Justin tenses at this as she looks at him. I couldn't let him die. Kiriko has been there for me, it was about time I returned the favor. He's been there for you. Something flashes through his eyes as he looks back down at the man on the couch. He gently touches his cheek with his fingertips. He does have a history of helping even the most unfixable creatures. He gets a faraway look to his eyes before he shakes his head. If you think this is going to change anything, you're wrong. Justin looks at her, his eyes back on fire. I know what your game is now. You think just because you saved him I would spare you. Well, you have another thing coming, which I know you're not going to spare me, and I wasn't asking for it. Maka grips her stomach, she's in a lot of pain. I couldn't let him die with me. Justin still glares at her, but she sees that fire die down. So go ahead. Maka looks at him weakly. Kill me. Death sounds good right about now. She chuckles humorlessly. Do me a favor though, when Gurko gets up tell him I said I'm sorry and that he's still an asshole. Maka grins weakly at that part. Justin stares at her a long moment. His large blue eyes stare into her own, searching for something. Maka is really ready just to give up. Krona is dead. And she's about to join him. Justin lifts a hand up. She closes her eyes ready for his strike. Only to feel him place his hand on her head. Maka opens her eyes in surprise. Justin stares into her eyes, keeping his hand on her a moment longer before he pulls away and looks back down at Gurko. Go. Huh. Maka stares at him dumbly. I'm letting you go. Justin strokes Gurko's cheek, his eyes getting watery again as he looks at this man, his soulless eyes being filled with passion. You're letting me go. Maka speaks slowly, trying to process what's going on. Now don't misunderstand me. His voice turns sharp as he glares over at her. I still hate you. This doesn't change anything. I will kill you. His eyes shift to Gurko. But not today. You have saved him and I'm grateful for that. If I were to lose Gurko Justin shakes his head at the thought. Leave which before I change my mind. He growls as he turns away from her again to move a piece of Gurko's messy hair out of his face. Justin stares down at this man with so much emotion in those eyes. She's never seen anything like it. How his soulless eyes come to life at looking at Gurko. How he handles him with compassion. It makes him human. Justin is showing her mockery, but there's a problem. Maka can't even get up to leave. She's done. Her whole body hurts. And even if she could leave, where would she go? She has no way to get back. I said you may go. Justin doesn't look at her, but his tone is getting sharper. I see, can't he? Maka croaks out, her throat fails her and she can't even talk. Justin gets up from his spot by Gurko and walks past her. He's going to kill her, he's going to. Justin walks back and kneels by Gurko again. He holds out a cup towards her. Maka blinks at it. Drink so that you may speak. Maka reaches out and grabs it with her shaky hand. She doesn't have time to worry about what this is before she throws it down her throat. And oh God, it's so refreshing. It's water and it's cooling her hot throat. Justin goes back to stroking Gurko, but by how his body is tense she knows he's keeping an eye on her. Thank you. Maka sighs as she puts the cup down. Remind me to burn that. He wrinkles his nose. A witch has put her lips on it, it's contaminated. Yeah, well, what I was trying to say is, well, I can't get up. Maka's gaze shifts when Justin looks at her with that hard glare. You cannot get up. No. I'll be honest, I'm completely drained right now, and I feel like shit, so yeah. Maka tries to get up anyway, but she just falls back down. She must be crazy for telling her enemy this. Oh right, she is. She's totally nuts. Justin stares at her and he seems to be weighing out his options. His blue eyes fall back on Gurko and he seems irritated now. If you sit and stay still for a couple of minutes, some of your strength should come back to you. Justin is saying this through grit teeth. He doesn't want to do this. He wants to kill her but he isn't. Alrightly then. Maka studies the boy a moment. Hey Justin. Do not speak my name witch. You will make me lose my lunch. You said you know everything right? Well, can you tell me if Krona is still alive? Maka looks at him hopefully, her chest tightening. The witch's child. Justin's brows furrow a moment. Ah, it seems he has gotten into some trouble dash. Just tell me if he's alive. Maka tries to keep her voice from raising. Yes, he is still alive. Justin gives her a look. But not for long. What do you dash? Look, I'm being merciful by letting you live right now, that doesn't mean I want to talk to you or answer your questions. I do not care for what is going on with you and I do not care for you. The only reason you are not dead right now is because of Giriko. If I were you I would hush. There's not much holding me back right now from ripping you apart. Maka wants to say something. But she bites her lip. He is letting her live and does she really want to ruin that? But she's worried about Krona. They're silent. And it's so awkward. She would have never thought that Justin of all people would spare her. Here she is weak and vulnerable yet he isn't going to kill her. Can you stand yet? His sharp voice breaks the silence causing her to tense. Maka takes a deep breath and tries to get up. This time she's able to stand up, her legs wobble before they steady. Now leave. Maka looks at him. She doesn't know where she's going to go, what she's going to do. But she turns around and starts to limp out of the cabin. The next time we meet. His voice causes her to pause. I will kill you. This means nothing. The next time I see you I will destroy you, I'll destroy you completely with my own hands. The next time we meet you'll be sorry. Maka limps over to the door. The next time I see you I'm fucking ending all of this. Leave, you're polluting my air. Oh, and by the way Justin. She pauses at the doorway. Take care of Giriko, don't go crazy and fucking kill him. I would never hurt him. His voice gets dark. Maka just leaves while she can. Shit. She breathes out as she limps away from the cabin towards the forest from the way she came in. Okay, so somehow she made it through all that. But now what the hell is she supposed to do? Where is she supposed to go? Maka's tired green eyes look around at the completely dark forest. A panic is raising in her. It's dark. And she's alone. Maka almost wants to run back inside the cabin. But she knows Justin will kill her this time. Maka forces herself to walk. And it hurts so fucking much. Tears fall down her face as she holds a hand over her stomach. She's so afraid. She's in so much pain. Every little sound she hears causes her to think that monster is back and she screams and whips around. But nothing is behind her. She's alone. She's abandoned. Maka's mind leaves her as she takes slow, painful steps through this dark forest. Krona's smile flashes through her head. Maka has to grip her heart at the feeling in her chest. He's alive but not for long. Isn't he back at the mansion? Isn't Medusa going to heal her son? And if she doesn't, wouldn't Ragnarok force her to? No. Ragnarok wouldn't let Krona die. That boy has no control over what Medusa does. He is her slave. Maka shakes her head. You're dying. Maka falls to her knees, she's so exhausted. Her hand is killing her. She's falling apart. You're a disgrace. Maka falls on her back, her arms going limply to her side. She's struggling to keep her eyes open, everything is going blurry. Maka sees a pair of shoes stop by her head. With the last of her strength she looks up. All she sees is a pair of glasses and a hint of a stitch mark before everything fades away. Maka passes out. Maka groans as she struggles with the rope that has her hands bound above her head. She's in the fireplace room. But this time it isn't just that girl in the cage with her. Oh Maka, make that sound again, it's making me randy baby. Krona winks at her from where he's standing in front of her. He is the reason she is tied up. The black liquid is still up to her knees and it's bubbling. Why don't you make some more sounds for me? Krona grabs her thigh, digging his nails into her, causing her to yelp. She feels so helpless. So weak. Good. I like that. Now I want you to move for me. He looks at her seriously. Maka can't help but to scoff. What the fuck? Maka snaps as she struggles with the ropes. Let me go. You're not Krona. But I am. He traces circles in her thigh with his fingernail. I'm very much Krona. Krona wouldn't hurt me. She bares her teeth. Oh, but you would hurt him. And then expect him just to take it. The boy hums. I don't think so, little one. Stop that. Maka fights with the ropes as the black liquid starts to bubble more. Why stop? I know you like it. He smirks at her before he looks at the girl in the cage. She likes it even more. Maka can't help but to look over at the other girl. Her face is red, her green eyes half-lined with lust as she looks at this boy. This girl is moaning, pushing against the bars of the cage. Maka keeps her eyes on her face because she knows what she's doing. Let's just say she's found her hand and she's very pleased with it. She's a fucking freak. Maka snaps. Oh? But she's you, Maka. I do agree, though you are super freaky. Krona watches as this girl rubs herself with lustful eyes. The black liquid is raising now as Krona walks over to the girl in the cage. Let me out. She moans at him. So I can fucking kill you. I want to rip your intestines out and wrap them around me. I want to rip your heart out and eat it so that I may keep you forever. Krona groans as he humps the cage. Okay, what in the hell is she seeing here? The two are yelling about killing each other. But they're getting off by it. The black stuff is up to her waist now. And she's still tied down. What the fuck? Maka growls as she struggles with the ropes. That's when her eyes fall on something floating in the black liquid. Or should she say someone? Krona. Her eyes get wide as she watches this pale boy float on his back in this black stuff. His eyes are closed and he looks in pain. Maka looks between the Krona that is rubbing against the cage back to the one who looks like he's dead. Two of them. I want to fucking crush your ribs and let you cough the blood out on my face. The weird Krona thrust against the cage with his large hips. He's humping where the crack is. I want to rub my pussy on your exposed organs. Ugh. Maka feels sick. Krona. Maka looks at the boy that's floating in this, a hope sparking in her. Krona. He doesn't respond. Maka growls as she struggles with the rope, finally getting it off her. She jumps into the black liquid. She swims in this stuff, almost getting stuck a couple of times, but she makes it to him and grabs a hold of the boy. Krona. Maka moves a piece of his bang out of his face, getting black stuff on it. He doesn't move, he's lifeless in her arms. He's dead. The other boy grins over at her with that other girl. There's only me now. You're wrong. Maka screams, tears starting to well up in the corner of her eyes. Oh, but I'm not, my love. He's right, Maka. That girl sneers. The witch seems to be on our side, not yours. Krona, please. Maka shakes the lifeless boy, her tears falling down on him. He doesn't move. It's no use, you're mine now. That other boy walks closer to her, that large grin on his face. And we will be together forever and ever and ever. Don't leave me. Maka trembles against this limp boy. But I'm right here, my dear. The other Krona is about to touch her. I want you, Krona, I need you. Maka leans in and presses her lips against his. She can't go on without him. Her lips move against his limp ones for only a moment. Till they start kissing her back. Maka's heart swells in joy as Krona grips her so weakly on the shoulders. They continue to kiss as they both sink into this black stuff. But it's okay. Because she has Krona, the real Krona. I'll always be waiting. The other Krona grins at her. I'll always be with him. Everything fades away. Maka's eyes slowly open, her vision is blurry and there's a dull throbbing in her head. But she's laying on something soft, something warm, her face is pressed against something and she's laying on her stomach. Maka groans as she turns around, her groggy eyes taking in her surroundings. She sits up in bed, her eyes wide. What? Maka takes in the red carpet on the floor, the angel paintings and the mirror that she is looking at herself in. She's in the guest room of the mansion. But wasn't she in the forest? Wasn't she dying? Wasn't she alone? Maka looks down at her fucked up hand to see that it's bandaged up. It still hurts, so she knows she hasn't been healed. Hell, all of her still hurts. But she's here. Krona. Maka's eyes widen as she forces herself off the bed, ignoring the pain that shot up her legs when she touched the ground. She limps over to the door to this room. She needs him. Maka pushes the doors open and limps out of the room. Lady Maka. Erika looks like she was pacing around and Maka coming out had stopped her. Her face is nothing but shock. Why, you're here. And you're okay dash. Where's Krona? Maka looks at her coldly, the pain she still feels making her snap. Oh Lady Maka, let me help you. You must be exhausted and dash. Where is Krona? Maka's voice gets dark, causing Erika to tense as she takes a step closer. Something is starting to bubble up inside her. See Krona. Erika bites her lip, her eyes struggling to stay on her own. I think we should be worrying about you right now, Lady Dash. Where? Eyes. Krona. Maka's voice is a snarl. She's tried of this bullshit. Tell me right now where the fuck he is. The lights above them are starting to flicker and Maka can feel her power start to flow through her. And it hurts like hell. He's in your room, but I really wouldn't dash. That's all Maka needed to hear. She turns on her heel and forces her legs to run up the stairs. Each step she makes causes her to cry out in pain, but she doesn't care. Maka hears Erika call for her, but she doesn't stop. She needs to see Krona, needs to see him alive. Maka forgets about everything but this boy. She doesn't know how she got here or what really happened. But all she cares about right now is Krona. Maka bangs down her bedroom door. She has to hold back a sob. Everything stops. The throbbing in her head, the pain in her legs. It all pauses as she takes in the boy before her. Krona lays on their bed. The blanket has been thrown off, so he just lays there exposed to the air, his hands laying limply at his sides. His head is to the side so his bangs are covering his face, but she can see his neck. It's green. He hasn't been healed and the wound looks badly infected. He doesn't look like he's breathing. Maka can't speak, she just runs to him, falling on her knees by his side. Oh God, he looks so much worse close up. Krona is pale, his body shaking as sweat falls down his face. He's breathing but barely. The boy's face is nothing but a grimace. Why haven't you helped him? Maka growls as she grabs Krona's hand, trying to offer him some comfort when she sensed Erika entered the room. I've tried to help him, Lady Maka, I really have dash. Where is Medusa? Maka is panting as she turns the boy's head towards her. Her chest hurts so much. He looks just dead. Lifeless. Done. I don't know. Maka hears the nervousness in her voice. Find her. She roars, the lights flickering above them and that bubbling getting worse inside her. I can't. Erika practically whimpers. Our Ragnarok went out to find her, I think. Maka's glare falls. Ragnarok. He left to get Medusa. But Krona is pretty much dead. His chest is struggling to move. Everything hurts inside her. God, she feels so guilty. She feels so angry. Krona, stay with me, you're going to be fine. Maka gently strokes his wet cheek. He doesn't even groan in response. He doesn't do anything. Please Lady Maka, let me heal you, you're in bad shape. Erika takes a step forward. Krona's worse, but for some reason you can heal me but not him. Maka snaps as she grips Krona's sweaty hand. I'm not allowed to. What the fuck does dash? That's when Ragnarok and Medusa appear in the room. Ragnarok's back is to her so she can't see his face, but by how his back is so tense and the way his body is heaving, she knows he's pissed off. You have to fucking help them. What are you doing? Krona is going to fucking die and she's... Ragnarok takes a hard breath. I know what I'm doing. Medusa's yellow eyes meet hers and her expression completely falls. My child, what has happened to you? The woman runs past Ragnarok towards her. All of a sudden Maka feels really weak. She can't even glare at this woman. It's going to be okay. Medusa grabs a hold of her and hugs her, her fingers going through her hair, and she chants something under her breath. All the pain fades away, her head doesn't hurt and neither does her hand. Medusa healed her. This pisses Maka off. You should be more concerned about your son. Maka pushes this woman off of her, sending her a glare. He's about to die. Why haven't you healed him? Why didn't you help us? At her voice Ragnarok tense up and whipped around, those piercing eyes wide. They fall on her and he takes a intake of breath. Maka. He says her name as a whisper, a hand going to his heart as his eyes flicker. You're fucking alive how? Long story. Her cold gaze goes back to Medusa. Why are you still just standing there? Do something. I would if I could, my child. Medusa sighs sadly. But you see, it's beyond my control now. What are you talking about? You healed me, so why can't you heal him? Maka's voice is raising. Ragnarok bows his head, his fist is gripped. I will heal him, but you will see what I mean. Medusa gets up and stands over the barely alive boy. She puts a hand on his forehead. And his shaking stops, he stops sweating and his chest moves easily now. But you just healed him. Take a closer look. Maka did not like the tone of her voice. She ignores the turning of her stomach as she gets up to look down at Krona. He looks fine now, his skin has gotten some color back, all his cuts are gone, he's stopped sweating, the wound on his neck is. Maka's breath hitches. It's still there, green and nasty looking. Why isn't it going away? Maka remembers how she tried to heal it herself but failed. Maka, I want you to close your eyes and focus hard on Krona. When you open up your eyes, tell me what you see. Her breathing is uneven, but she does it, and all she does is think of Krona before she opens her eyes. Everything has turned black except for the boy. Maka's eyes fall on something that looks like a flower, hovering over his head. Well. She hears Medusa's voice, but she doesn't see her. I see a flower. Do you see anything odd about it? Not really, it's just Maka's eyes widen when she realizes this is the same flower she saw on the needle that pierced Krona, and she feels magic from it. It's magical. Maka informs her lamely. That is the reason me and you cannot fully heal Krona, he has been cursed. Cursed. Maka tenses, swallowing hard. Like how I am Not that severe. But I have a feeling that your curse and this one are connected. How? And how do we break it? Will Krona be okay? Maka's head hurts from staring at this weird flower. Close your eyes and focus on light before reopening them. Wait. Maka frowns deeply. What's that? Her eyes take in what looks to be a chain on the boy's wrist. It goes from his hand into the darkness surrounding him. It looks like a chain. Come. We have much to talk about. Maka closes her eyes thinking about the light before she reopens them. Medusa stands in front of her with her arms crossed, those yellow eyes studying her. That flower you saw is the curse that was placed on Krona. Ragnarok has informed me on what happened, you being attacked by a large monster, but this was no accident or coincidence. That monster had to be made by a witch. Someone sent that beast on you, my child. But who? Maka locks eyes with her. A witch that is out to get you. Medusa sighs. I believe it is safe to say that the witch that sent this monster on you is also the one who placed Ajura on you. She must have seen that you're still okay, she's trying to end it herself. But why curse Krona? Maka's breathing is becoming uneven. And if she knows where we are, does that mean this witch is close? And if we kill her, I'll be set free, right? The witch could be very close or very far. All I know is she is very powerful. If we are to find her and you kill her, you will be set free. All her curses will be broken. Medusa looks over at Krona. And are you so sure the curse was meant for him? Maka's eyes widen when she remembers Krona had pushed her out of the way. That needle was for her. The curse was for her. But Krona took it for her. Oh my god. Maka takes a seat next to the boy, trying to process all this. It was meant for me. Medusa nods gravely. What does this curse do? Will Krona be okay? She looks at this woman with panic in her eyes. This curse is small, but on the right person it could be dire. Medusa locks eyes with her. As long as we keep it under control, Krona will not die, but the curse is activated by strong emotions and it brings out the worst from the person it is on. It also can give the holder. Her eyes flash. Some interesting abilities. What do you ? But there is great danger with this curse. There is a time limit on this one. Medusa looks away from her. By Wednesday night Krona will be dead. What? But you said he wouldn't die dash. He wouldn't die right away if we took care of him, but his death is inevitable. Medusa points a finger up when she opened her mouth. Unless we find this witch and kill her. Ragnarok can't look at the two, his eyes are black, his body shaking in rage. But Maka isn't paying attention to him. How do we find her? Maka grips her fist. This has to end, this witch has taken everything from me, I won't rest till she's fucking dead. Medusa smirks at this. I'm sure you won't, my child, but finding her won't be easy, she must be a very smart witch. When Maka's eyes start to shake, Medusa puts a hand on her cheek, giving her a sweet smile. Don't worry, my child, leave it to me. I will be on high alert now, looking for this witch. I will not let you down, I will find her, I don't know how long it will take dash. But Krona only has 3 days. Maka screams, her eyes are shaking so bad. I will not be able to find this witch in 3 days, but we could buy time. How? Maka will do anything to save him. There is a powerful potion that could link your curse with his so that the time you have is the same amount as the time he has. Medusa turns her back on her to hide that gruesome smirk of hers. The curse will still affect him just as your curse still affects you dash. Let's hurry up and make this potion then. Maka turns to run out, but Medusa grabs her. No, tonight you rest. Besides, you couldn't make it tonight anyway, it's not a full moon. There will be one tomorrow and that is when you will make it. But Maka's eyes fall on Krona. Even though he's healed, his neck looks so bad. This will help. Medusa snaps her fingers and a needle appears with something black in it. This will help weaken the curse for the boy whenever it gets bad. Maka grabs Krona's hand as the witch sticks the needle into this neck and ejects the black stuff. Krona groans, but the green fades away, leaving nothing but a tattoo of that flower she saw. He will be fine for the 3 days. Medusa gives her a reassuring smile as she hugs Krona. Ragnarok looks like he's about to be sick. Really, he looks feverish, he's shaking so bad his being is flickering. You have been through so much, my dear, please get some rest, we have work to do tomorrow dash. Wait a minute. Maka's eyes narrow as she notices the necklace on Krona's neck. Why in the hell didn't the necklace work for all of us? When we tried to escape, me and Krona both couldn't be taken back, only one person. I haven't the slightest clue. Medusa frowns deeply. The necklace was made to move more than one person. The only explanation I could think of is if the necklace was drained somehow. Maka's glare falls. The plant. It drained Krona and Rago and Rike. Maybe it drained the necklace too? Something about that doesn't seem right though. That was a very brave thing to do, to give your chance of escape up for Krona. Medusa turns her back on her. Don't do it again. You're much more important to me than him, Maka. You are my child after all. With that she disappears. Bitch. Maka growls lowly. She doesn't care about Krona, not at all. She doesn't care about her son. Ragnarok still hasn't looked at her, but Erika left with Medusa. It's just them now. Maka. The raven-hurried boy grips his fist, but he still won't look at her. There's something I have to tell you. She looks over at him, still holding Krona's hand tightly, rubbing his cheek. I dash. Krona groans and shifts, causing her eyes to widen. Krona. Maka holds him in her arms, looking down at him with hope in her eyes. Maka. His eyes flutter open, those pale blue eyes focusing on her. He gives her a ghost of a smile. Why, you're okay. He touches her face gently with his fingertips. Why, you got away from the thing and I'm dash. He frowns deeply once he looks around, realizing he's back at the mansion. How did I get here? Did someone come to help us? I sent us all back. It's not a complete lie, but she doesn't want to upset him after he just woke up from nearly dying. I told you you were going to be alright. Why, you're so amazing, Maka. I dash. Krona's smile grows a bit more till his eyes fall on something behind her. His expression falls. Maka looks back to see Ragnarok looking at the boy. They're staring at each other. Silence falls over them and it's thick. Thick with tension. Krona's eyes flicker, but he looks more hurt than mad. Ragnarok's expression softens and he lets out a loud sigh. I'll leave you two alone. With that the raven-haired boy disappears. Maka looks back at Krona, taking note how his shoulders are slumped, his bangs covering his eyes. He looks broken. And she broke him. Krona. She reaches out to touch his face, but he just moves away from her. Why, you shouldn't have saved me. The boy hugs himself. Death is easy to deal with, this pain isn't. I couldn't have let you die. I need you dash. And no you don't. His voice is bitter. Why, you just need him. I could never be what he is, and I saw how happy he made you. Heard with my own ears how you said his name, how you screamed it, and no, I could never be like that. I can't satisfy you, and it hurts. Krona, me and you have had sex before, that was just dash. But you said you were mine. She hears the crack in his voice. Don't you remember? Why, you told me you were mine, all mine. I don't want him touching you. I don't want him kissing you. I don't want you in his arms. I don't want to ever feel what I did when I saw that. I am yours, Krona, but I'm also his dash. But I don't want you to be. Krona's voice rises as he whips his head up to look at her, tears at the corner of his eyes. I don't want you to be his. I want you to be all mine. I want to be the only one who holds you, who kisses you. Why, you're my one and only Maka. Why can't I be yours? Maka doesn't know what to say. She opens her mouth, but no words will come out. Guilt strikes her heart as she stares into his eyes. She can see how hurt he is. But she can't say anything. Every time I close my eyes to blink, I see you back in the alleyway with him. I see his hands over you, and I feel. He grips his chest, his voice cracking again. I can't deal with this anymore, Maka. I can't. I really can't. He loves you, Maka, but damn it, I love you more. I loved you first. So why can't it just be me? Why does he have to be evolved? Why do you kiss him? When you told me that you're all mine. He's a part of you, Krona dash. No, he isn't. His voice is so bitter. All he's done since I've met you is hurt me. He tried to hurt you in the beginning, then he decides he likes you and kisses you when he knew you are mine, but he doesn't care. I don't want anything to do with him. Krona. Maka looks at him sternly. You can't just throw away everything good he's done for you. Remember, we're a family dash. Is having a family always so painful? Krona puts a hand to his heart. And maybe it was for the best I never had one. Krona, what are you dash? Do you know what a broken heart feels like? Those silent tears keep falling down his face as he looks her in the eyes. Yes, I felt it when Mon died. Maka keeps her eyes on him. Then you know how I'm feeling right now. You know the pain I am in, how much it hurts. What I felt when my mom died is a lot worse than what you're feeling now. It's not like you lost me, Krona dash. I might as well have. His voice is bitter again. Why, you don't understand how much I love you, Maka, and I was okay with you not loving me back. I was okay with you beating me up. I was okay with you making me cry, but I'm not okay with someone else getting your affection. You're an angel, Maka, and I want you all to myself. I don't care how selfish it is. I've never had anything good in my life before you, and I can't sit here and let Ragnarok touch and feel and love you. The person who gave me a reason to live. Ragnarok is stuck with us, Krona dash. That doesn't mean he has to kiss you. That doesn't mean he has to touch you. Krona's eyes flicker, they're starting to get dilated. You like him so much, don't you? What is it? His bad boy attitude? The way he gets pissed off at everything? How he just treats you like a sack of potatoes. I could do that, Maka. I could treat you bad if that would satisfy you. I'll do anything if it means that you would be all mine. He leans closer to her, a smirk starting to form on his lips. Tell me, little one. What do you want from me? Do you want me to be sweet? Or do you want me to hurt you? Maka shivers when he touches the cut that is now scabbing up on her chest. Krona wants to be sweet, but I just want to hear you scream. Maka ignores how her stomach is starting to twist, and she hopes she isn't blushing. She can hear Theat's voice start to groan. I believe you want me to hurt you. He smirks as he touches her hot face. And I will. Oh, I will hurt you. I'll make you feel pain for what you did to us. I deserve it. Maka tries to keep her darkness in check. I hurt him, I deserved to be hurt. Tell me, did you like his kiss? Did you like kissing death? Kissing something that wasn't meant to be kissed. Krona's voice gets low. When she doesn't answer, he grabs her by the neck. Well? Answer me, little one. Did you like it? Maka doesn't respond. Krona lets out a high-pitched laugh, causing her to wince once he lets her go. Of course you liked it. I heard you crying out like a cat in heat because of that boy. Krona keeps laughing, but tears are starting to fall down his cheeks. You shouldn't mess with someone when you belong to me. You really shouldn't mess with a crazy person's fucked up heart either. You like hurting me. You both like hurting me. He can't deal with you anymore, so I'm going to. I'm going to make you scream. His tears fall on her face. How do you think it feels to be laughed at by the girl of your dreams because you pissed yourself only to come back to see her getting freaky with an old friend? The only friend I've fucking had, but he isn't my friend. I was confused. I'm not anymore. I'm really fucking not. Krona's eyes are nothing but rage. He lashes out and grabs a hold of her before she can move, flipping their bodies so he's on top of her, pinning her to the bed. Krona glares into her before he takes a deep breath and holds it. It looks like he's about to explode on her, about to scream at her. Maka braces herself, closing her eyes. Hey. She can't help but to open her eyes at that. Hey there. Krona gives her a goofy smile, his eyes holding a playfulness now. She'll never understand this boy. Knock knock. A dash. I said knock knock. Krona tightens his grip on her wrist, causing her to yelp. Who's there? Krona. Krona who? Me, of course. He screeches, causing her to wince. Geez, you suck at this. Maka doesn't know what to say. Now. His voice gets serious again. Tell me, little one. What is it the boy has that I don't? Is it the way he's rough with you? Forceful? I can be rough, and oh, I can be forceful. Maka feels her stomach twist more and she knows she's blushing. But she really wants to hide her arousal. Krona's shy, but I'm not. The boy grabs her by the ankle and lifts her leg all the way up till her foot is by her head, Krona getting between her legs with that perverted smirk on his face. This is the perfect position for me to break your leg, don't you agree? Or are you thinking this is a perfect position for something else? Fuck. The voice moans. Maka has to bite her lip to stop her own moan. Her body is getting so hot. She turns her head away from him, trying to hide her expression, but he already saw it. You have been a very bad girl, Maka. It is in your nature to cheat and to break the hearts of men, but... He smirks as he digs his nails in the back of her thighs, piercing the skin. I believe you just have to be tamed. Maka feels something wet start to fall from her nose. Her leg is trembling under the palm of his hand. You can't tame me, boy. The voice chuckles darkly. Oh. Krona raises an eyebrow and Maka's eyes widen. He can hear her? Let's see about that, we can make it a game. Krona's perverted smile grows as his shaky eyes roam her body without shame. I'll make you putty in the palm of my hand, little one. Stop doing that. Maka hates she gave him the satisfaction of her stutter. To tame you I could make you hurt, maybe get a whip and give you 40 lashes? Or take a nice carving out of these nice thighs of yours. Krona chuckles darkly when Maka shivered as he moved his fingers up her thigh. You're trembling, my dear, but is it out of fear? Or? His smirk grows. Something else entirely. Maka glares away from him, but her face is still red. She can't give in to this feeling. She doesn't know what the fuck will happen. So many things I could do to tame a bad little girl like you. He licks his lips. I like how you taste. He grabs her ankle that's by her head, his smile is sinister. I could eat you up. Krona leans his head down and licks her inner thigh before he licks up from her inner thigh all the way back up to her ankle with the tip of his tongue. In more ways than one. He speaks this against the back of her heel as he lightly kisses it. NGH. Maka can't help her moan this time, her eyes starting to get hazy. Please just let me out. The girl's voice almost sounds desperate. But you don't deserve pleasure. Krona leans down and bites her inner thigh really hard, his teeth piercing her skin, causing her to cry out in pain. You deserve to be hurt. He licks up the blood on her thigh before he leans back up to look down at her. Maka is grinding her teeth at the pain. The inner thigh is a very sensitive spot. You belong to me. Not that other boy. You will only say my name. And you will only moan when I touch you. He leans closer, his voice low. It would be wise not to disobey me. I get stronger each day that passes. You make me stronger. Each time you hurt Krona, remember I'll be close behind to punish you, to deal with you. Krona traces a fingernail over her chest where her heart is. Your heart will be mine. All mine. I can't wait to hold it, to love it. You'll be mine forever, little one. Maka is trying to keep herself from losing it, but her face is so hot. Krona's eyes flash with something before he pulls away. You don't love me, you don't even care about me. I give you my heart but you don't return it. Am I nothing but your entertainment? Your joke? Your toy? And when you're bored with me you go to him. Is that it? Am I your toy? You like to play with me, to play with my feelings. I love you so much, yet you let it be known that you don't love me. You fucked around with that other boy, let him touch you while I was upset. You laugh at me, and take joy out of hurting me. Am I nothing but your fuck buddy? Is that it? All you want me for is my ass. Do you take joy out of my tears? I know you take joy out of seeing my blood. You use me as your punching bag, but this punching bag is about to punch back. You mess with that boy openly in front of me. Don't think I didn't see that time you and that boy kissed when Krona was spinning the key, or he didn't see it but I did. What am I, your whore? Your bitch? And that's it? You don't love me. You don't even fucking care about me. And you know what? You're a fucking bitch. Krona speaks all of this so fast, his face hot with anger, till he's done. The boy pants above her, his head bowed. I know. She could have swore she heard the boy's breath hitch, but she's not too sure. I am a bitch. I know I am. And I'm sorry, Krona. About everything. About who I am, what I've done to you. But you're lying when you say I don't care about you. Did you know I almost broke the fuck down when I thought you were going to die? I cried and all I could think about was saving you no matter what. And I know laughing at you today was wrong. I felt bad about that after we had done it, because you never laughed at my fears, so what right do I have to laugh at yours? None. I felt horrible and I still do. I feel horrible for everything I've done to you. You don't deserve it. You have always been there for me since the beginning. Yet you're right, all I've done is hurt you. I'm a bitch. I'm the worst kind of bitch, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm sorry about making you cry. I'm sorry about making you like this. But don't you say I don't care for you, because you're the one I care the most about. You are the only reason I didn't give up, that I fight. I didn't want to tell you this, but maybe it will help you see. Krona, I wasn't able to send us all back here. I was only able to send you. I was left behind. I wanted to save you, even if it meant that I would die in the process. Maybe what I feel for you isn't love, but it has to be at least care. I know I care for you. I just got a bitch a way of showing it. The boy on top of her starts to tremble. She waits for a mad laugh to escape his lips. But instead it's a sob. Krona looks up at her with tears falling down his face. His eyes aren't dilated anymore. He's sane. Maka. He chokes her name in his tears before he lets go of her, falling on top of her, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Didu, you really see care about me? Of course I do. Maka wraps her arms around him, rubbing his back gently as he sobs into her shoulder, soaking her. Baby, but you hurt me. Krona wails, gripping into her dress, his body shaking so hard against her. I know. Maka nuzzles his head. But I warned you a long time ago, didn't I? I told you I would hurt you, but you insisted with staying with me. I'm going to hurt you, but just know I do care for you, and I can't live without you. I can't move on without you. You're what's holding me together, Krona. Just the thought of losing you turns my stomach. I know I care for you, but I also know I'll hurt you. Please. Krona's voice is muffled. He's pleading for something, but Maka doesn't know what. Krona continues to cry on her, holding her as he speaks muffled please. He's never cried this loud before. A part of her is laughing at this, feeling joy. Another part of her just wants to die. She's hurting him. She wants to do something, anything to make him feel better, to show she's sorry. Maka's eyes get wide as she snaps her finger, something appearing in her hand. Krona. She speaks his name softly as she pulls the boy off of her. Krona sniffles, snot coming out of his nose, his eyes still leaking a mile a minute. He looks so hurt, like a kicked puppy. Maka takes a deep breath before she holds out the stuffed bunny towards him. When Krona's eyes fall on it, he stops wailing, his eyes getting wide in confusion as his sobbing stops. But his eyes still continue to water. I'm sorry. She puts the bunny into his hand before giving him a light kiss on the forehead. Krona blinks before he looks down at the small animal in his hands. He gives it an attentive squeeze. He almost seems confused about what it is. I saw you looking at this earlier today, so I thought you wanted it. Maka feels nervous. I wanted to get you something as an apology gift for laughing at you. I know it's not much. Why you got this for me? Krona sniffles one final time before he wipes his nose, his eyes never leaving the bunny. How did you see me looking at it? Why you were playing around with Ragnarok? I thought you weren't paying attention to me. Krona, I'm always paying attention to you when you don't think I am. I look at you. I always notice things about you, Krona. Do you want to know what else I notice about you today? The boy nods, his eyes lighting up a bit. Well, you're in love with McChickens, you don't like the sun beating down on you because it causes you to squirm more, your favorite ice cream is vanilla, I could tell by the way your eyes light up when you tasted mine, you twitch whenever I would brush past you, your eyes were always on me, and I know you didn't want to go to the movies because you were nervous about me being in the dark. Do I need to go on, or do you know I paid attention now? Aye. Krona blushes and he turns his face away from her, trying to hide it, but she saw it. I always keep a watchful eye over you, but I can make mistakes. Is that the wrong bunny dash? And no. It's not. He looks down at the small bunny in his hands, his tears starting to stop. It's the bunny, the bunny I wanted. Krona smiles down at it as he brings the animal and hugs it to his chest. Thank you. He holds the bunny so close. I needed this. I want to let you know how much I care. Maka gets closer and kisses his cheek gently. I want you to promise me, Krona, I never want you taking a hit for me. You almost died today because you protected me. You can't die. You just can't dash. I can't promise that. Krona wraps his arms around her. Because I'll always protect you, and I'm fine now. He smiles at her and she wonders if she should tell him he's cursed. Krona, I dash. The boy leans in and kisses the corner of her mouth. It's so soft and simple, but her whole body heats up. I still love you. He draws circles in her shoulders. Maka wants to feel his heart beat. She reaches over and slowly starts to unbutton his gray shirt. Maka. His face gets red as she gets to the last button. The boy squeaks when she throws the shirt off and puts a hand to his chest, over his heart. It's beating so fast. Beating for her. And only her. If only she could say the same. Krona, I have to tell you something. What is it, Maka? He looks at her with those eyes, all his attention is on her. You're not really okay. That thing you got hit with had some magic on it or something and you got cursed dash. I know. Krona frowns as he reaches over and touches his neck where the tattoo is. When I was out I could hear everything going on around me but I couldn't get up. It was really weird and scary but I was so happy to hear your voice. His eyes flash. What's going to happen to me, Maka? I am going to die in 3D days. No you're not. I'm not letting you die, Krona. Tomorrow I'm going to make you a potion and you're going to have as much time as I do left. But how much longer is that? That voice sneers. I don't want to die, I don't want to leave you. Krona grips her tighter, his body starting to shake badly. Maka thinks she saw the tattoo on his neck start to light up a little. She has to keep him calm. You're not going to die. She brings up his face so he's looking up at her, her words being spoke against his lips. I promise you. I am sorry, Maka. His eyes get watery when he spots the cut on her chest. I hurt you dash. Don't even. Maka gives him a playful knock on the head. I deserved it. Eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Giga. I don't want your eyes. Or your teeth. Krona tenses, his eyes getting wide in panic. Maka blinks. Then she starts to chuckle. And it feels so good to laugh. It's a figure of speech dash, Krona groans and Maka chuckles more. It means if you do something to someone they have a right to do it back to you. Where do the eyes come in? He mumbles as he looks around, probably looking for the blanket to cover up. She can see how red his face is getting. That's all in the beauty of figures of speech. Maka smirks as she snaps her finger. The blanket falls over the two, Krona quickly grabs it and lets out a sigh of relief with the feel of it on his bare skin. Maka snaps her finger again and the light turns off. She's really tired. This whole day has been exhausting. The date, Krona and Ragnarok fighting, crazy Krona, fighting that monster, being chased by that monster, dealing with Justin, dealing with fucking Medusa, then back to crazy Krona. Maka has had a very, very long day. She still can't believe she made it after all that. Here she is, in bed with Krona. And he's alive and breathing. I'm so happy you're okay. Maka speaks with her eyes half-lidded, her mind not really there as she moves closer into this boy. I was so worried, so worried. I was worried about you too. Krona blushes but he seems more eager to wrap his arms around her and bring her closer. You better not do that again. Maka mumbles against his neck before she starts to lightly kiss his throat. Believe me, I'll try not to. The boy tenses only to relax into her, his body warming. I'll kill this witch for doing this to you, Krona. I'll rip her to fucking pieces. Maka can't help the deranged giggle that escapes her throat. I'll turn her inside out for you. Place her back together just to rip her apart again. Then again. And again. Krona giggles with her, his grip tightening on her. It's almost crushing. We will kill her together. Maka purrs as she licks down his bare chest. I get the top half. Krona groans, throwing his head back to laugh. No, the top half is mine. I want to see the look on her face. Maka protests and bites into his hip to prove her point. Ow. You piranha. No biddies. Krona grabs her head and digs his nails into her. Can I lick? Maka licks over the bite marks with the tip of her tongue. Yes, you can. She can hear the smirk in his voice. Just lick a little lower. Maka goes down and bites him on his waistline. Bite. He cries in alarm as he thrusts his hips up, knocking Maka off of him, but she just giggles and goes back down. Krona chuckles to himself, his fingers twitching, and his eyes shaking, flickering between being sane and being insane. That's when Maka unloosens his member from his tight jeans and immediately taking him all the way in. This bust of pleasure snaps him out of his state and he moans, throwing his head back. Wait, Maka, I keep losing it. I don't think. Oh god, Maka. His body completely relaxes as she keeps bobbing her head up and down. Whatever argument he had died on his lips into a heated moan. How can you cause me so much pain but make me feel so good at the same time? Krona is panting, some drool falling from the corner of his mouth. But this isn't safe dash. Maka gives him a hard suck and any thoughts leave his mind as his head fall back down on the pillow. He closes his eyes, trying hard to keep the bubbling feeling inside of him in check, while dealing with the bubbling feeling below his waist. One final bob is all it takes for him to release in her mouth, a strangled cry emitting from his throat, his madness fading away into bliss. Krona stares up at the ceiling, panting, his mind all over the place. He might just lose his head. Why, you can only be mine. Krona's voice is shaky but he manages the words out. Maka doesn't respond. He lifts the blanket up to see her head on his stomach, her cool cheek against his hot skin, her eyes closed, her wheat hair all over the place. She's beautiful. She's perfect. And she's ours. That voice chuckles in the back of his head as he gently pulls her up and positions her head on his chest to make her more comfortable. He can't get this voice out of his head, and the more time goes by the more stronger this voice is becoming. It's almost his own voice. And that scares him. He knows this boy's thoughts, has seen his sick fantasies. With the rate things have been going, this boy is going to get what he wants. But all Krona wants is... He nuzzles his head against Maka's as he pulls the blanket up more so she doesn't get cold. All he wants is her. Completely and fully. Medusa. The woman in question doesn't look up from the book she is reading, her expression bored as she flips a page, completely ignoring this full of rage voice. Answer me. The voice booms beside her now. What has gotten you so worked up, Ragnarok? Medusa replies coolly as she flips a page. Can't you see I'm trying to read? Fuck that. Ragnarok snarls, his piercing blue eyes glaring into her. Tell me what the fuck is going on right now. What on earth do you mean? She still doesn't look at him. I know it was you. You fucking sent that monster on us, but why did you do it? Do you want Maka dead? Do you want Krona dead? The boy is gritting his teeth. I did no such thing. Medusa's lips curl in a sick smile. The witch who cursed Maka did it, Ragnarok. She crackles madly at this, getting Ragnarok's face to get hot with anger. Me and you both know who the fuck that witch is. I don't believe I do. Medusa turns to look at him, her piercing yellow eyes almost daring Ragnarok. But if you know who this witch is, please let me know. We need to find her right away for Krona and Maka's sake. Ragnarok gives her a long, hard look. Medusa just smirks at him. So you're playing fucking games still, huh? Ragnarok snaps, his being flickers a little from his rage. What are you trying to do? I'm just having fun, Ragnarok. Medusa chuckles darkly. I'm just having a lot of fun. By killing them off. Ragnarok's voice is dark, he can't keep it in check. I still don't know what you mean. Medusa stands up from her desk and walks past the boy. I want nothing more for the both of them to live. Maka is my child after all. She's not your child. He can't stop his growl, or the flicker of his being. What was that, Ragnarok? She looks back at him with those piercing yellow eyes, they have a dangerous glint to them. He just glares away from her, a deep scowl on his face, his chest puffing up. That's what I thought. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to find the witch responsible for this. The smirk on her face is sickening, Ragnarok just wants to bust all her teeth out. Medusa crackles madly as she fades away. Ragnarok lets out a roar, it sounds more animal than human as he starts throwing chairs around in his rage. This fucking bitch. What the fuck is she doing? What does she want? It's driving him crazy. Now fucking Krona is cruised, and who the fuck knows what's that's going to do? And Maka? His breath hitches, and before he knows it he's leaning against the wall for support. He thought he had lost her. He thought she was dead. Fear, the emotion he felt, was too great for someone without a body. It was fucking painful, it was a fucking horror. His mind still isn't right from today, he isn't stable. Shit, it just went completely wrong. He wasn't planning on what happened at the alleyway, not at all. Ragnarok's cheeks flush only for him to punch the wall in irritation. They were just fucking walking, but she had to be so close to him, she had to fucking rub his hand, and she had to fucking look at him with those eyes. He snapped, lost control. And when he tried to regain himself, she just pushed him right back into her. Because she wanted him. He could feel her ever so faintly, but he could feel her wetness, her thighs around his waist. It fills him with desire all over again, but of course Krona had to fucking come and see it all. He doesn't know how to feel about this. Krona went fucking crazy because of it and tried to kill her, tried to kill him. Ragnarok knows their relationship won't be the same. But really, Krona's got a taste of his own medicine. He's had to watch them mess around. He's had to deal with it. But Krona fucking breaks too easy. Ragnarok doesn't regret what he did. He just regrets Krona seeing. Maybe he feels a little guilty, just a little bit. And then after the whole thing with Maka, everything went downhill. The fucking monster getting separated from her. Yeah, but how the fuck did she even get back? He doesn't know. Medusa won't tell him anything. He fucking hates this. Nothing makes sense. But he knows she's playing with all of them, sneering at them with that fucking crooked smile of hers. He hates her so fucking much. If he could go back in time. But he can't. He shouldn't think about the past. Too much is going on the present. Ragnarok closes his eyes when he opens them back up. He's in her room. He stays against the wall. He's supposed to be a guardian. But really he knows he will end up killing her in the end, maybe even with Krona. Ragnarok wishes he could sleep. Because now he has the night to himself just to think about all this shit. Has the night just to look at her and see her breathe, something he can't do. It's hell. But it wouldn't be so fucking bad if he knew what was going to happen, but he doesn't. He wouldn't be surprised if he goes fucking mad by the end of this. Hell, they're all going to go mad. Chapter 44. Maka screams as she weaves through the dark trees in her way, her legs spreading out as far as possible in a full-out run. She is being chased. And sadly she knows by who. Her heartbeat is ecstatic. She really can't deal with this now. Maka pushes her body to her limit, her screams trying to drown out the other person's footsteps. But she knows he's right behind her. It's so dark, the only light she has comes from the vertical eyes that appear on the trees and on the ground she's running on. Maka would rather be in darkness. These eyes are the reason the boy can see her. She sees a light up ahead and a hope fills her. Light means civilization. Civilization means other people. Other people means help. Maka pumps her legs with new determination, a new hope pulling her despite her fear and pain. The light's getting closer. And the boy's footsteps behind her are getting fainter. She's losing him. She's going to live. She's going to. Maka runs into a wire fence. The metal digs into the skin of her face, leaving a bunch of criss-cross lines imprinted on her skin. Maka blinks in confusion as she takes in what's before her. It looks to be an abandoned carnival. There's a cotton candy table and old, dry food litters the ground. There's blood everywhere. This is a carnival of hell. But Maka isn't looking at all this, but she's looking at someone. Through the gate she sees Krona. He stands with his back to her but the boy is holding someone is in his arms. She can't see who it is, but it stirs something inside of her. Krona. She shouts as she grabs onto his fence and shakes it. The pink-haired boy doesn't respond. He pays her no mind. Maka hears the boy's footsteps behind her. Panic grips her heart. Krona, please let me out. He's going to kill me. She struggles with the fence, growling like a mad woman. The boy doesn't even turn around, but she hears the girl he's holding giggle. Krona dash. Someone grabs her and turns her around, holding her by her shoulders against the fence, the wire sticking uncomfortably in her back. I found you. Kid smirks at her, his yellow eyes shining with dark glee as he leans closer. It's been a while, hasn't it? Krona. She screams for him, struggling against this other boy. It's no use. He can't hear you, he's caught up in other matters at the moment. Kid chuckles at how her face falls. Why do you look so glum, my dear? It's not like he is the only heart you have the demon and you also have mine. You are the queen of hearts, but you're an awful ruler. I think it's about time for a rebellion. I think it's about time you lost your head. Kid pulls out that axe she knows too well, his eyes locking onto hers. Maka is paralyzed with fear, she can't do anything. Don't look so afraid, surely you saw this coming. Kid flips her around, holding her head against the fence, his fingers in her hair. You have broken the hearts of men and have caused insanity to spread. I will put an end to you. Maka isn't listening. With her being pressed against the fence like this, she's forced to look at Krona. He's holding this other girl's hand. She still can't see who it is, but her stomach is twisting in the oddest of feelings. It's okay. Kid nibbles at her neck, his body being pressed against hers. You still have me? He gets up to her ear and whispers in it. Maka still isn't listening, her eyes are glued to Krona. He's smiling, and it's not because of her. This feeling in her stomach is becoming unbearable. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Kid lifts up his axe. Then what's the point of having the cake? Maka speaks absent-mindedly. If you can't eat it, why even have cake? If you think like that, why do you keep on to Krona? Obviously you can't get what you want anymore without hurting him. What's the point in having him then? I care about him. But how much? A lot. Is that the best you can do? You don't even sound sincere, or are you trying to deny your feelings? Is there more in that dark heart of yours? Kid's fingertips start to stroke her chest over where her heart is. Tell me what you feel right now, Maka, watching Krona not even care enough to look your way. Holding another girl. How does it make you feel? I don't feel anything. Maka growls, her voice dark. Ouch, Maka. It sounds like Kid is frowning. And this is the boy you picked over me? And yet you care so little. You must have not cared for me at all. She doesn't respond. No more pain. Kid's voice seems to shake as the axe touches the back of her neck, then it pulls back. No more of you, Maka. You vile, vile creature. I hope you enjoy the fires of hell. Maka knows that's exactly where she's going. Her eyes still hold on to Krona and this girl. They laugh together before they walk away hand in hand. Maka feels like puking. Goodbye. Kid growls as the axe hits the back of her neck, breaking it and causing her to cry out in pain. He only cut her halfway. Maka closes her eyes, screaming her head off quite literally when Kid chops down one final time. Her head falls off, but she continues to scream out in pure agony. Why does she still feel this? Why hasn't she died? Isn't this where she would wake up? Maka feels someone touch her arm. But how would she feel that when her head is away from her body? She continues to scream. Geez, would ya stop that? Her breath hitches and she opens her eyes. Krona is sitting on her lap, the boy straddling her, a amused smirk on his face. Maka still screams, she can't help it. She just felt her head being cut off. Ah, shut up. He slaps her across the face. His palm hitting her cheek makes her realize something. He hit her cheek, she still has her head. This causes a tear to fall down her cheek out of relief. That wasn't real. Krona watches her tear a moment before he leans in and licks it off of her cheek. Even your sorrow tastes so sweet. The boy pulls away from her to smirk. What happened? Maka frowns, looking around. She's still outside of the fence, and it's still sticking into her back. Let's have some fun. He gets off of her and lifts her up with no difficulty, holding her like a baby. Put me down. She struggles with him, not at all trusting this boy. She knows this isn't Krona. Hey, have you ever dreamed of flying? The boy looks down at her blankly. I dash. Too late. Fly, birdie, fly. Krona suddenly throws her up in the air high enough she flies over the fence. Maka screams as she starts to make the trip downward. Flap your wings, birdie. I'm not a fucking dash. Maka hits the concrete with a crack, her body bouncing before it does a roll. Ow. She's pretty sure she broke something. Wow, you suck ass. Krona pouts as he disappears. He's quick to appear right back in front of her. Now come on, Maka. This is no time to be lazing around. We got things to do. People to see. Krona grabs her by the arm and forces her up, causing her to wince. He wrinkles his nose when he sees the blood drip down her face. You really let yourself go. You couldn't at least got cleaned up for our date. You're the one who fucking a date. Maka blinks at that. Yes, a date. His lips curl into a sick smile, his eyes losing that playfulness as he grabs her hand tightly and starts to drag her forward. What do you want to do first? There's the Bone Crusher, that's a really fun ride in these parts. Is that a roller coaster? Maka's eyes light up a bit at that. No. He looks back at her. Then what kind of ride is it, dash? It's exactly what I said, the Bone Crusher, it crushes all your bones in 10 seconds. Krona's eyes light up as he tugs her along. Come on. It's going to be great, dash. Hell no. Maka struggles with him, digging her feet into the ground, but her shoes just make a skit sound as he continues to pull her along. Oh yes. He chuckles darkly, dark glee shining through those eyes of his. What's wrong? It's only 10 seconds, geez, I know you have one, but don't be such a pussy. I'm not a pussy. Maka huffs, glaring at this boy as she continues to struggle with him. It's called being smart. I'm not dying, dash. But it's a ride to die for. Krona sneers, his grip tightening, causing her to yelp. Where's the real Krona? Maka pulls back only to squeak in alarm when he suddenly let her go, causing her to fall on her butt behind him. I am the real Krona. He turns around, towering over her as he stares down at her with a blank expression. Are you blind? Or is it that you don't want to see? You're not him. Maka stands her ground as she stands up. Krona doesn't act like this, dash. Oh. He gives her a challenging look. How would you like me to act? Sweet? Nice? Gentle? But you pushed me away when I acted like that. Now I won't let you push me away. He knows what he wants, and I know what I want. You might as well get used to me because I'm the dominate now. Dominate? As if. She scoffs, something inside her bubbling. I'm still the one in charge. We'll see how long that lasts. A knowing smirk comes to his face as he takes a step closer and she takes a step back. Come on now, let's get on that bone crusher dash. I'm not getting on the fucking bone crusher. I'm not getting on anything with you. Maka snarls, her fist gripped. Oh really? Krona's lips go in a tight line as he takes a step closer, only to stop. Maka watches with shaking eyes as he picks up a piece of broken glass off the ground. Maybe this will change your mind. He moves the glass in front of her tauntingly before he takes a step forward. Maka turns to run away from him only to bump into his chest when he appeared in front of her. There's no escape, this is my domain. Krona grabs her wrist, holding it firmly as she thrashes against him. Get off. Maka screams as she kicks him in his shin, but he doesn't seem affected at all. So you can run from me? Not a chance, sweetheart. He pulls her wrist closer and brings the piece of glass towards it. You think hurting me will make me want to go with you? It's just going to piss me off, you son of a bitch. Maka stops going off when she sees glass being dragged across the wrist. His wrist. Krona digs the piece of glass deep into his skin, blood starting to drip from the wound. There's no mistaking it, it's black. Maka wasn't expecting this. She just stares at this boy in confusion. What do you think about this? What do you think about my blood? Krona looks at her with an unreadable expression, as it drips from his wrist. I don't know. She answers honestly as she watches it drip, but something inside her bubbles. Krona gives her a ghost of a smile before it disappears and he has that hard expression again. They say black is a very plain color. He stares at his blood. But black is made when all the colors are combined, so you see it is very colorful. His eyes get a faraway look. When people see black, they think of dread, of hate, of fear, but when I see black I see myself. I guess that would explain a lot of things. Black is a demon's color after all, it's deadly, but it doesn't have to be. Krona starts to move his blood on his wrist, smearing it on his other hand before he lifts it up. Maka watches with fascination as the blood on his hand starts to take shape, starts to form into something. The blood forms into a flower. It's completely black, but it has the outline of a plant looking a lot like the flower that is on the boy's neck. Krona holds it by its short stem, looking it over like he's trying to see if he's satisfied with it before holding it out to her. Maka blinks at it, still amazed at what she saw. Take it. Is that nervousness in his voice? It sounded almost like he's afraid of rejection. Maka reaches out and takes the flower from him, her fingers lightly brushing against his before she pulls her hands to her chest. The flower is hard and it's nothing but black. He made this with his blood? Maka looks over at him, still trying to process this. What she didn't expect to see is the boy's cheeks being tinted a light gray. Well. He pouts, not looking at her as he kicks the ground a little with his foot, the gray in his cheeks darkening when she looks at him. He looks irritated. It's crappy, isn't it? It's beautiful. Krona's pout falls as he looks over at her, his eyes take in the smile she's giving him. Yeah. The boy perks up as he takes a step closer. This time Maka doesn't take a step back. Now will you spend time with me? Are you going to take me on the bone crusher? Well, it's only 10 seconds dash. No. Ah, what the butt? You're no fun. He pouts at her as he grabs her hand. Their fingers become intertwined as they begin to walk together down this abandoned carnival. I can't believe I did that. The boy grumbles when his eyes fall on the flower he gave her. I swear I'm too nice sometimes. I guess old habits die hard. Old habits. Maka raises an eyebrow at him. Being nice is my old habit. But it seems it worked on you this time, and I will continue to be good to you as long as you are good to me. But his eyes flash, and before she knows it, she's being pinned against a wall, Krona having a dangerous glint in his eyes. If you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you. I'll make you scream and I'll enjoy every moment of it. You have put me through hell and back, but the next time you send me to hell I'm dragging you down with me. Maka's eyes fall on his bleeding wrist. By her head on impulse she leans over and starts to lick up his blood. Cons it air this a warning. It looks like his eyes want to soften a bit as he watches her lick him, but he keeps that dangerous look. You think you have the advantage over me because I love you and you don't love me, but I know you have weakness and if I must I will use them. I will tame you. His voice changes and that pervert smirk comes to his face. I'm going to tame you, good little one. Try me, bitch. Maka's voice changes, that bubbling getting worse as she smirks back at him. I have no fucking weaknesses. Unlike you, I don't give a shit. I don't love you and it makes me laugh when you cry like a bitch. We'll see who will be crying after I'm finished with you. His smirk grows as he gets closer, his nails digging into her flesh. You are more like a lioness now, but soon you'll be nothing but a dog that stays by my feet. A dog that is loyal to its owner. I'm no one's bitch. Maka leans closer to him, her hands scratching down his chest. I'll never be loyal to you. You might as well give up on that little dream of yours. Your weakness gives you away, little one. He leans in, his taunting words brushing against her lips. I have no weakness. She giggles as she leans in and bites him hard on his lower lip. Oh, I believe you do. He pulls away, his lip bleedly slightly as he takes the hand that's holding the flower and smirks. I really believe you do. Go fuck yourself. I'd much rather do that to you. In your dreams. She giggles, her body is starting to heat up again and she giggled to hide her moan. No. In your dreams. A perverted smile comes to his face. I know you're holding back right now, you want to fuck me silly, don't you? I want to fucking rip you apart. She pants a moan escaping her throat when he tightens his hold on her. Then do it. His grin is too large. And the grin on her face is too large. Something is about to snap between them. When everything starts to fade away around them. Remember my warning, little one. He smirks at her. I can be nice or I can be wicked. The last thing she sees is his smirk before everything fades away. Maka's eyes slowly open, being greeted by a pale, silky smooth chest. She smiles slightly and sighs in contentment as she nuzzles deeper into his hold on her, his pink locks brushing her cheek. Krona tightens his grip on her, so maybe he's awake. Maka frowns a bit. The air feels thick. She just woke up, but it feels like the room is about to explode with tension. Maka turns her body so she's still laying her head on his chest, but she can look around the room. Oh. Ragnarok leans against the wall next to the door, his piercing eyes are hard. Maka doesn't have to look up to know the two boys are staring at each other, glaring at each other. But she looks up anyway. Krona is staring at the other boy with an odd look in his eyes, halfway haunted, halfway normal. His grip on her tightens and he brings Maka closer to him, his eyes lighting up with a challenging glint. It looks like you had some fun last night, Krona. Ragnarok takes in the boy's bare chest and how low his jeans are on his waist. The blanket was moved off of them at some point. You don't see me going crazy. You want to though. You're seething with jealousy. Krona sneers, a smirk starting to twitch on his lips. At least I'm open about my feelings. I can express them, something you lack greatly in. I'm really not in the mood for this shit. Ragnarok bares his teeth, his eyes getting dark. After everything that's happened, shouldn't you be more worried about her than starting a fight with me? I'm not playing games anymore. His voice is dark. Neither am I. Krona responds coolly. I'm not sharing what is mine with you any longer. What the fuck are you talking about? Maka. You will not touch her. I don't even want you to look at her with those lustful eyes of yours. Stick to what you know. Did you forget that you're dead? That she's alive and has a beating heart and you don't? It's pointless loving her in more ways than one. She will never love you back, but also you will never have her either. You're nothing but a ghost, a fleeting image of the past that has gotten way over his head. Don't make me get some holy water and dash. Ragnarok, by this point, is puffing and huffing like a bull about to charge, but when he said that last part, something snaps in those eyes of his. You son of a bitch. You don't fucking talk to me like that without regretting it. I don't care if you're fucking crazy, you know what you're saying. Alright, so what? I took Maka and I enjoyed myself for the first time in 17 years. That doesn't mean you have to act like a fucking asshole. You are so fucking ungrateful. You get to sleep with her. You get to feel her skin under your palm. You get to feel her heartbeat against your own. You get to experience the pleasure she gives you, and you get to hold her with your own arms. So yeah, I got to touch her, got to kiss her, but did I really experience her? No, I didn't. It wasn't even my body. It was someone else. Yet when you fucking touch her, it's all you. I'm not fucking backing down. You're stuck with me, Krona, and no matter how much you hate it, you know it's true. You're not going to take away the only thing that makes me feel alive. Ragnarok pants, his breathing jagged as he glares into the other boy's eyes. You want to feel alive again, but I just want to live. Krona brings her closer. She is the only good I've ever had in my life, and you know this. You have been stuck with me for my whole life. You know everything I got to experience, and what was that, Ragnarok? Being stuck in that fucking room alone for years. Being fucking reminded that I wasn't wanted every day of my life. That I wasn't wanted by my own mother. I haven't experienced anything but Maka, and you're trying to ruin that. You're trying to take her away from me. You have experienced plenty of things. You got to live your life. Maka is my life. And you're trying to take that. You're trying to steal my life. Everything I fucking experienced in my past wasn't anything good. His eyes flash. I died young, and now fucking look at me. Your bitch of a mother killed me. She ruined everything and made me into a fucking slave. Well, at least you got to make the decisions in your life that lead to this. At least when you were born you were free. I never got to make any decisions. I never had a choice. I was born her slave. I was born a puppet with no other purpose but to be mastered by her. I never had a fucking choice. Krona pants, his eyes wide and haunted, filled with rage and hurt. It goes completely silent. The only thing breaking it is both the boys' hard breathing. Maka sees both their points, and it hurts her. Her eyes light up in panic when she sees that tattoo on Krona's neck start to light up. She has to keep him calm. Krona. Maka frowns, reaching out to pull him close. He lets her hold him, so she runs her hands through his hair, trying to comfort him. You are the best thing that's happened to me in my life. His eyes get this far away look to them. But you weren't even my decision. What do you mean? Maka looks down at him, but he doesn't look at her. His eyes are so odd. I didn't choose any of this. I just followed orders. I didn't know that dash. Krona. Ragnarok gives him a wary look, his voice is a warning. You're right. I wasn't your decision. This causes his breath to hitch, and something like guilt flashes through his eyes. You were my decision. Maka. Krona's eyes refocus, they're not haunted anymore, and he's looking at her with those beautiful eyes she knows and loves. I chose you. She rubs her nose against his, causing him to blush. Sweet Krona is back. For now. Ragnarok leans against the wall with his arms crossed. He watches them blankly. Maka wants to believe Ragnarok knows how important it is to keep Krona sane. She also wants to believe that he isn't bothered by all this. But the raven-haired boy is just good at hiding his feelings. Let's please not start this morning with a fight. My head is still killing me from yesterday, you know. Maka gives them both a small smile. Why, your head hurts? Krona frowns as he reaches out and starts to lightly massage her temples. Does this feel better? Yeah, thanks. Maka gives him a warm smile which causes his face to get a dark red, his gaze shifting before it falls back on her, and he gives her a smile of his own. She just feels relieved. She didn't lose Krona in the madness, he's still there. Not for long. That voice chuckles. You can say that again. Another darker voice chuckles. Maka's eyes get wide. She did not just hear his voice in her head. Maka looks at Krona to see he has the same expression on his face. Great. It's like their inner crazies are teaming up. How did you sleep? Krona mumbles nervously as he keeps rubbing her head. All right, I guess. Maka studies him a moment. Did you have a dream? His hands tense against her head at that. And no. His gaze shifts. Well, I did. Maka watches him tense once again. Oh. He gives her a nervous smile. Yeah, it was really weird. How's so? He looks down at his hands. Well, in the dream I had you tried to rape me. Jiga, no I didn't. He whips his head up looking at her with wide eyes. You might as well have. You had me pinned against the wall talking about taming me and then you lean in and said, I'm going to rape you so hard right now. I did not say that. I don't know what I was doing but I know I wouldn't have raped you Maka. I am so not a raper. Aha. Maka shouts causing Krona to jump a inch off the bed. What? He squeaks looking rather nervous. You did have a dream. And you dreamed the same thing I did. I dash. Wait a minute. Her eyes narrow causing some sweat to form on his brow. Did you make me dream that? And no I. Krona's gaze is shifting everywhere, his face red. I don't. Krona. She gives him a look. And maybe I did. He tenses and puts his hands up defensively. BB but I don't know how I did it and I had no control of my actions. All I remember thinking about is wanting to spend time with you and he took it to a whole other level. Krona shifts under her gaze, his arm tightly gripping the other. Maka blinks. Krona can get in her head now. Does that mean he knows what she's thinking? Yes. Maka tenses, the hairs on her arms sticking up. Or at least I can. I'm not exactly in your head. It's like listening to someone talk on the radio from sitting at home. So you see you can't escape me. Anything you think I'll know, even in your mind you're not safe from me, little one. Maka's body gets hot and she shivers a little. No way in hell. We are not going to take this. The girl's voice groans slightly. Get your creepy ass out of here. You're one to talk. He chuckles darkly. You sound like you're wetting your panties every time I speak. You're stupid, . No, you're stupid. Am not. R2. The two voices are having the most childish agreement in her head right now. Maka tries to blink them away but they go back and forth. Krona is staring at her with the same wide eyes. Can he hear both the voices too? Maka and Krona groan at the same time and start to rub their temples. Oh yeah, he can definably hear it too. Ragnarok watches them raising an eyebrow. He doesn't know the hell they are experiencing. What the hell is wrong with you two? Hey, oh my god, I have something to tell you. His voice booms. What? Listen closely, this is really important. I doubt that. I see dead people. He whispers. The two voices are silent a moment. Before they both crack up in mad laughter. Maka and Krona start to giggle, causing Ragnarok to look between them nervously. What the fuck is so funny? We see dead people. They both point at him and giggle. Oh. This pisses him off. Ragnarok's eyes narrow and before they know it he's right in front of them. And I see two bitches who need to be slapped. He lifts up his hand and with one hit, hits them both across the cheek. The voices in their heads hush. The madness receding and releasing them. I needed that. Maka sighs as she rubs her cheek. I still think he was a butt-f-face for doing that. Krona rubs his cheek. Yeah, I mean geez Ragnarok, you don't have to beat the shit out of us. I fucking hit you once. That was fucking nothing. Oh I agree with you, it was nothing. Krona flips his hair causing Maka to chuckle. Want to say that again you little bitch. Ragnarok grabs Krona putting him into a headlock. He starts to grind his knuckles into his head. Oh Ragnarok stop. Krona struggles with the other boy but his lips twitch up into a ghost of a smile. That's what I thought. Ragnarok chuckles slightly. Suddenly both their eyes get wide and they pull away from each other like they just realized what they were doing. They glare darkly at each other before they both cross their arms and look away. Damn it. So close. But at least that little scene filled Maka with a hope. Maybe their family isn't ruined. There's hope. No there's not. His voice taunts, she can practically see his smirk. Shut up you whore. She taunts back. Slut. Bitch. Cunt. Maka grabs her head. Just shut the fuck up. It gets really quiet. When Maka opens her eyes she didn't know were closed. Ragnarok and Krona are staring at her with wide eyes. But Krona has a look of understanding in his. Before Maka can make this any more awkward than it already is, a letter appears in her hand. What's that, Maka? Krona tilts his head looking at it. I don't know. She frowns slightly as she opens it up and takes out a piece of paper. Ragnarok sees the symbol of a snake in the corner of the letter and he immediately lets a scowl come to his face. Maka reads the letter. Dear Maka. Please come down soon and meet me in the dining room. We have much to discuss. 3 Medusa. Ugh. Again with the fucking heart. I think she wants to fuck you. His voice sneers again. A lot of people want to fuck me. You included. The voice inside her head actually sounds sassy. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. You would touch me with your pole. Oh, you're dirty. He lets out a groan. You don't know the half of it. She purrs. What does it say, Maka? Krona is blushing, messing with his fingers, his eyes shifting. His blush looks gray. Medusa wants us to come downstairs to the dining room. Apparently, we have much to discuss. This bitch. Ragnarok grumbles, snatching the note to look at it. He blinks when he sees the heart. Is that a fucking? I don't want to talk about it. I wouldn't either. Ragnarok chuckles though, which gets him a glare from Maka. Let's go. Krona looks between Maka and Ragnarok wryly. You better not be flirting with him. She hears his voice again. I can flirt with whoever I want. You don't own me, bitch. Oh. His voice is challenging. I believe I do, little one. You know that makes me crazy. The voice moans, and Maka feels that cage inside her get pressed on. Her whole body is getting warm. God damn it, is she really getting aroused by just his voice talking? Why yell let's? Maka chuckles awkwardly, getting Ragnarok to look at her funny. Krona and Maka's gaze meet. Right now Maka is looking into those incident blue orbs, but she knows what's hiding inside of him. And he isn't incident. She can feel him as she looks into his Krona's eyes, and she wonders if Krona can feel her darker side by looking into hers. Are we just going to sit here and fucking stare at each other, or are we going to more? Ragnarok looks between the two with his eyebrow raised. Krona gives him a look, but Ragnarok's voice is enough to get herself together. We're going. Maka reaches out and grabs Ragnarok's and Krona's arm. She closes her eyes, mumbling something under her breath before she feels her power go out. When she opens her eyes, they're all standing in front of the door that opens to the dining room. Wow, Maka, you have gotten better. Krona gives her a smile. Yeah, now we're not falling from the fucking sky. Ragnarok grunts. What Eves? She puts her hand up, getting his eye to twitch before she points at the door and it opens. So I wonder what she's going to dash. They all walk in and stop. Maka must be seeing things. She looks at the other two, but their mouths are as wide open as hers is. Oh God, please, can they just all be crazy and they're not really seeing the person she's seeing right now? All three teenagers blink viscously, trying to rid this ghastly vision, but it doesn't work. Stein is still sitting at the dining room table. The man is sitting on one of the side chairs, his glasses are glared, but she can tell he's reading the book on the table in front of him. He has a coffee mug in one hand, and a pen in the other. What's really unsettling though is he has a fucking screw sticking out of the side of his head. How is he even alive? Maybe they're seeing a ghost, or even better, just a hallucination from their med minds. But for some reason she knows this is no hallucination, this is no ghost. This is Stein, in the flesh. And he's in their home, drinking coffee, like this is the most normal thing ever. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok haven't dared move, let alone speak. They're still all hoping the man will go away when they blink. But it never happens. Maka leans her weight on one side and the floor makes a creaking sound. They all tense when the man looks up from his book. His glasses stop glaring as his gaze meets the rest of theirs. Maka can't read his expression. But he isn't surprised. Not like all of them are. Well, hello Krona, Maka. Long time no see. His voice is calm, his face still giving nothing away. His stony eyes fall on her and he seems to be taking her in, it's causing the hairs on her arm to stick up. I'm glad to see that you are alright, Maka. You were in bad shape when I found you the other day. Krona and Ragnarok give her a questioning look. What are you? Maka stops, her eyes flashing. She remembers the pair of dark shoes that stopped by her head in the forest, then looking up and seeing the glasses and the stick mark. It was him. You're the one who brought me back. She speaks in disbelief. Stein gives her a smile. And she wish he wouldn't. Yes, it took me a while to find you, but it seems you were limping right in my direction. Your hand had third-degree burns, and you seemed to be almost feverish. You passed out just as I got to you, and I didn't have any of my equipment, so I had to improvise. He gets a odd grin on his face. Maka shivers. Stein was alone with her while she was pasted out. He's the one who bandaged her up and brought her back here. Just thinking about it gives her the creeps. Why would you help me? Maka eyes narrow. How the hell did you even know about this place? Stein opens his mouth. That would be because of me. Medusa suddenly reappears next to Stein, and Maka can't help but to notice her attire is a bit different. She wears a short black dress. It's low cut and it looks like her boobs could pop out at any moment. Maka also doesn't miss the way Stein looks at her. Ew. What the hell are you thinking? Ragnarok screeches, pointing a finger at Stein. He's one of the doctors from Darkside Asylum. You know, the fucking place we broke out not too long ago. They're still fucking looking for us, and now you have this asshole here. Stein isn't a doctor at that asylum anymore. He is on the run like you. After his outburst with attacking a nurse, the cops are looking for him. You don't need to worry about him turning you in. Medusa locks eyes with Ragnarok. Yes, they don't want someone working as a doctor at the insane asylum that is insane himself. Stein smirks, his newly stitched up face looking like it could rip any moment. Okay, but that still doesn't answer the reason why he's here. Maka gives Stein a glare. Stein is my lover. Maka, Krona, Ragnarok stare at this woman a long moment. What? They all scream, half out of horror, half out in shock. It's true. Medusa smirks as she gets into Stein's lap, the man wrapping his arms around her, that crazy grin still on his face. Me and Dr. Stein have quite a history, don't we? A history is putting it lightly. He smirks back as she runs her fingertips over the sticks of his face. You always wormed your way into my life. Oh doctor, you know just what to say to turn me on. Medusa purrs before she clashes her lips against his. And there they are violently making out in front of 3 horrified teens. Ew. Gross. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok's mouths are wide open from shock. This is not what they expected to see early in the morning. Maka is so galled she hasn't eaten breakfast yet, or she would surely have lost it. Medusa pulls away to smirk at the 3, but her eyes fall on Krona. Say hello to your new daddy, Krona dash. This seems to snap the pink-haired boy out of his shock because he screams. It's high pitch and Maka has to cover her ears. But hell, she doesn't blame him for screaming, she would be fucking screaming too. Medusa is practically fucking this man, the same man that was Krona's doctor for years, the same man that was such an asshole, the same man they all hated. And now Medusa just told him that's his new father. She is trying to shatter whatever sanity Krona has left. Krona. Maka grabs a hold of him, and pulls him into a hug so he's screaming into her shoulder. Stein is starting to chuckle like a madman and Medusa is just smirking. Ragnarok seems to be pulled out of his shocked state from Krona's scream. He has a look of disgust on his face before he walks over to Krona and puts a hand on his shoulder. Trying to comfort him, but really there's no comfort in something as gross as that. He isn't really your father. Maka speaks in his ear calmly, trying to get him to stop screaming. If you don't think of him as your father, then he isn't Krona. Spirit was my father, but he wasn't my father to me, so I didn't call him that. Stein isn't your dad, Krona. Ragnarok's eyes flash at this, him getting a faraway look. A father is the man who is the reason you were born. A father is a person that protects and you respect them. I know Stein doesn't fit any of those fucking things for you, so he isn't your father. Even if he was, you don't have to fucking accept it. Ragnarok grips his shoulder a bit tighter. Maka looks over at him a bit surprised. Krona's scream slowly dies and he's left panting in her shoulder for a moment. Thank you. He gets off of her, his face is very pale and he looks sick. I am better now. Maka nods and grabs his hand. We're going to get through this together, okay, Krona? Maka looks into his eyes. He looks at her a long moment and his eyes steady. Oh, okay, Maka. He takes deep breaths. Maka gives him a small smile before they all turn around to face Medusa. The woman is kissing Stein again. All three of their faces fall in disgust. Do you have to fucking do that in front of us? Maka wrinkles her nose. It's fucking gross. I guess we should save this for the bedroom, doctor. Medusa purrs against his lips. We can explore more in there. Ugh. The three teens make the sound of disgust at the same time. Krona is trembling, the poor boy. I agree. I could do a little experiment. A smirk comes to this man's face. Ugh. They all groan again, Krona ending up trying to hit his head against the wall with Maka having to stop him. Why don't you head up to our bedroom and I'll meet you in a minute. She gives him a wink before she gets off of the man. I'll get our implements ready. Stein actually gives her a wink before he walks out of the dining room. Isn't he something? Medusa chuckles. Krona, Maka, and Ragnarok give her the same look. Are you fucking nuts? Don't tell me he's living here. Maka shudders at the thought of seeing that grossness every day. Hell, just seeing Stein would have been bad enough. Yes, and I know you do not like him, but this is a big mansion. You will barely see him. Maka gives her a look because she knows that's a lie. Now to more serious matters. Medusa takes a step forward. I think we should have a training session now. It would be in good preparation for the potion you have to make tonight. Yeah, I'm not the best at potions. Maka kicks her foot thinking about the last one. You must make at least one good potion before midnight tonight or Krona will die by Wednesday and there would be nothing we could do. When Krona shivers, Maka gives him a reassuring squeeze. I'll make it. I won't let Krona die. Let's start this training. Her eyes burn with determination. Yes, of course, but first. Medusa's eyes fall on Krona and Ragnarok. I want you two to be trained as well. You failed terribly at protecting Maka yesterday. So while I'm handling Maka, you two will be trained by Erika and Free. Medusa snaps her fingers and Erika and Free appear behind the two boys. Krona and Ragnarok turn around, giving them a look before they look back at Maka. They both seem hesitant. Go now. Medusa gives them a sweet smile, but her eyes flash with something. Krona and Ragnarok look at each other. Before the two boys leave with Erika and Free, leaving Maka alone with Medusa once again. You're not alone, sweetheart. You still have me. You can't do shit. I'm her real protection. That voice scoffs. That explains why she's almost died so many times. He replies coolly. It's not my fault this bitch won't let me out. She screeches. Maka dear, are you alright? Medusa breaks through the voices, frowning slightly at her. Ugh, yeah. Maka stops gripping her head to look up at her. So training. Well, I have to do something first, so please go ahead in the room and set up. Medusa disappears. I'll be back soon. Maka has a feeling that the something she has to do is a certain daughter. And that makes her sick to her stomach. Ugh. Maka groans as she walks out of the dining room and through the hallway to the door that leads to the small room with the stone flooring. The doors open on their own and she walks in. Do you miss me, little one? I know I miss you. It's been a full 2 minutes since I've seen you last. You're annoying. Her voice sounds like it's being forced steady. Oh. Ow, that really hurt me. He scoffs. It's obvious you don't think I'm annoying, not at all. I bet right now you're getting all horny stuck in that small cage of yours. Shut up. She sounds flustered. I'll shove a horn up your ass. Oh, you would like that, wouldn't you? He groans a little. You'd like to shove many things up my ass. My foot being one of them. She pauses. And my tongue. You would not lick me there. Now he seems flustered, a moan on the tip of his tongue. Try me. Her voice is seductive. Some other time. His voice changes. I'm being called Appin. Now remember my warning, little one, don't do anything you would regret. Somehow Maka knows the boy is gone from her mind now. We need to find a way to block him out. The voice seems to have regained herself. With him knowing all our thoughts, it could end badly for us, and it gives him the upper hand. A witch needs to be clever, but we cannot be clever with him knowing our every move, and she huffs. He distracts me with his madness with that fucking hot voice millimeter. Maka tries to tune out her moans and how her body is heating up as she makes her book appear in front of her. Okay, so we need a spell to protect her mind. Maka closes her eyes and thinks off just that before she points to the book. It turns pages rapidly, stopping on a page halfway through it. Maka blinks as she reads the title. Mind block. That actually worked. She continues to read it. While the intruder is in your mind, you must chant Mens Mea 3 times. This will protect your mind and send the intruder out. This spell doesn't last too long, so be aware when it wears off your mind is vulnerable again. Maka puts this information in the back of her mind and nods. That seems simple enough. I wonder what other spells we could find. That voice coos. Medusa is taking a while, we should check out the book ourselves, learn some spells. Maka doesn't think that's a bad idea. A smirk comes to her face as she flips the pages of this book. Being the person she is, she goes straight to the back where she knows the strongest spells are. The pages stop flipping. She looks at the page it landed on and she can't help but for her breath to hitch. Giving a body to the dead. She can't believe she is looking at the title. It's possible to bring the dead back? Maka looks down at the rest of the words eagerly, excitement bubbling up inside her. This spell involves a spirit and dash. What are you looking at? Maka tenses when she feels Medusa's breath on the back of her neck, the woman already peering over, seeing what she's looking at before she could even try to hide it. Maka doesn't say anything because she knows what she's looking at. Medusa pulls away and gives Maka a long look. They're silent a moment. It's forbidden. What? Maka looks over at her. That spell is forbidden. Medusa locks eyes with her. There's no law against this spell, but any witch that has tried to complete it has failed, and failure in this spell results in death. Her eyes are watching her carefully. Of course a witch is attracted to danger, but this spell is a death trap. How do you do it? Medusa gives her another look, searching for something in her eyes. I'm not going to do it, I'm just curious as to how hard this spell must be. Maka gives her a cool look. Medusa stares at her a moment longer before nodding. The actual spell isn't hard at all. You need a body that just died and you need some of your blood. All you do is say the chant in the book, but the spell always backfires, and instead of giving life it takes away the life of the one doing the spell. It's impossible to complete. But if it was completed, what would happen? The spirit would be connected to the body, and no matter the gender of it or how it looks, the body will mold to that of the spirits. So by the end of the spell the spirit will have its body back and it will have a life again. Medusa still keeps a watchful eye on her. And it's impossible. Maka gives her a look. Medusa responds by pointing at the book. It turns to some of the last pages. Maka blinks as she looks at it. It's a list of a bunch of names, hundreds of names, thousands. This is all the names of the witches that have died trying to do this spell. It was placed in this book for the purpose of warning any witch who stumbles across it. Some of these witches were weak, some were very strong. All dead. The head witch has never even dared to try this spell. It is impossible. Maka frowns deeply at this. She had a hope for a split second. That she could give Ragnarok his body back, that she could give him his life back. But it's impossible. Are you ready for your training? Medusa walks so she's standing in front of her. Yeah. Maka closes her book, her eyes setting fire with determination. She might not be able to bring Ragnarok back. But she will save Krona. She won't let him down. Maka grips the cup with shaky hands. The pain is almost unbearable, so she quickly drinks the slimly contents of it. She forces it down her throat, ignoring the taste and how it makes her feel like she's swallowing a snake. The cup is emptied before Maka throws it across the stone floor. She pants and swallows, trying to get the taste out of her mouth, but it's hard. That's when the relief hits her. Maka lets out a sigh as warmth seems to flow through her veins, recharging her, reviving her, melting all the pain away. What is this stuff anyway? Maka asks as she wipes some of the extra black stuff off from the corner of her mouth. My own special potion. Medusa smirks at her. It heals and recharges a witch's power. It tastes like shit but I feel great. Maka sighs again as she stands up from the stone flooring. You did very good Maka, as always I'm impressed with how far you're coming along. You never cease to amaze me. Medusa takes her in, looking at her like a shiny prize looking at her proudly. Apparently. Maka grunts but she feels good. Getting all her power out like that, learning new spells. It makes her feel powerful. I must tell you now that I will be gone for the day. Medusa looks at her. And why is that? Maka feels a red flag being sent up in her mind. I'm going to be looking for the witch who has done this to you. Medusa looks at her firmly. I won't stop till I find her, my child. I will not let you die. She turns her back on her. Be sure to look at the potion soon, it's on page 200. With that Medusa fades away. Write the potion. Maka almost feels nervous about this whole thing. Spells are one thing but potions. That's a fail. If you would just let me out you wouldn't fail at anything. That voice coos. Come on, you need me. Maka brushes her tutu off before she turns on her heel and walks out of this room. She doesn't need her. She doesn't need anyone. You're getting darker. The voice chuckles. But have you ever heard of a tragic flaw? This is yours, and it will be the death of you. She has a lot of flaws. And they're all more or less tragic. Maka takes a deep breath, her bangs covering her eyes as she walks down this hallway towards the dining room. She should go look at the potion. Maybe if she studies it, when she tries to make the potion it will come out perfect. I doubt it. Maybe she could practice it, try it a whole bunch of times, and I have a feeling that we will only get one shot. Maka won't believe that. Too much is at stake for only one shot. The dining room doors open by themselves and she lifts up her head just to look around. It's empty. Krona and Ragnarok aren't back yet. Maka lets out a sigh as she walks over to the star room. The doors open and she walks in. The door closes behind her but she stops dead in her tracks. Oh hello Maka. Stein closes the cabinet in the room. He looked like he just put something inside of it. He looks at her with those stone eyes, his face giving nothing away. The hairs on her arms stick up not just because it's Stein but he's wearing what looks to be a lab coat and it's stained with blood. In his hand is a bloody scalpel. I just got out of the lab. Had to restock your inventory. His lips are twitching as he turns to face her fully, his glasses are glared so she can't see his eyes. Maka stays as far back as possible from him, a spell already on the tip of her tongue if she needs it. Medusa has told me so many things about you. Stein takes a step forward, his grip on the scalpel tightening. She says you're very special. What I want to know is how special? What makes you so different? Is it your personality? No. It's something inside you hidden in your body. His glasses are glared but Maka can feel him looking her up and down almost hungrily. It's lustful but something's odd about it. She can't put her finger on it but have I ever told you how smooth your skin is, Maka? So thin and soft. His voice is changing, his lips twitching so much, the grip on his scalpel tightening as he takes another step forward. Of course I couldn't have told you. Because I was your doctor but I'm not your doctor anymore. Maka is covered in goosebumps now and with every step he takes she takes one back. You're a fucking creep. She growls, her eyes setting on fire. I knew you were a fucking pervert. But I'm not a pervert. He keeps getting closer. I only state the facts. I only want to know the truth. Your body could give me plenty of answers. One cut here, a rip there, your soft skin will be like paper under my scalpel. Easily your body will open up to me, exposing you to me. Maka's back hits the wall, and she tries to hide how badly her body tensed. She doesn't like how close he's getting. She doesn't like how he's talking. She doesn't like him. Maka's finger twitch and she opens her mouth to chant a spell. When he throws the scalpel at her, this breaks her concentration and all she can do is watch as it gets closer. It hits the wall right by her head, almost getting her ear. But she doesn't have time to celebrate. Stein is right on her, pinning her against the wall. Better be careful. He smirks at her as he reaches over and grabs the scalpel out of the wall. Something snaps inside her. She does not want him touching her. No, you're the one that better be careful. She growls, her eyes setting on fire as her power comes out. Stein is sent flying across the room, but he just does a backflip and lands it perfectly, looking at her almost boredly. For an old guy, he's in shape. I'm not your fucking patient anymore. I'm a fucking witch, and you try to do anything, I will kill you. You can't get away with pissing me off anymore. I will beat the shit out of you. I don't care if you're Medusa's lover, bitch, you don't fuck with me. Maka is fuming, her hands twitching. Get the hell out. Now. I'll leave you alone. Stein walks forward towards the door. He stops at it and looks at her, his glasses aren't glared so she can see his eyes slightly shaking. But know this, I'm no longer your doctor either, Maka. There's no rules here, no limitations, though I never followed the rules before, but now I have no restraints. You may not be my patient anymore, but I'm not your doctor either. He gives her a large smirk and it looks like it's about to rip his sticks before he walks out of the room, shutting the door behind him. Fucking creep. Maka lets out a sigh, feeling so much better now that he's gone. Is she really going to have to deal with this guy again? He's even more of a jackass than before. Not to mention it's like he let out his inner creep. She shudders. Potion. Maka takes a deep breath before she walks over to the large book in the room that's sitting on the stand. The pages flip till they stop on the 200th page. Bondage. Maka raises an eyebrow and reads more. Just as all other bonding spells, this one connects two people in a way of connecting curses. This spell can make the curse more easy to deal with, or it can make it so much worse. It depends on the curse and its effects, so make sure you look over all this before you decide to make this potion. If this bondage is a mistake, you may break it like all other bonds. You must just follow the instructions of the cancellation in the back of the book. To know you completed this potion correctly, when both of you drink it, if you concentrate you will see a chain connecting you two. The chain should be red. To start this dash. Maka hears the door open behind her and she turns around. Erika, Krona, and Ragnarok walk in. Both boys look exhausted. Krona is wearing his shirt that matches her dress, his hair is messy and it looks like his eyes are having trouble to steady. Ragnarok's gaze is on Krona but he looks faded. Erika is giving her a smile and she's not sure she likes that or not. Lady Maka, I see you're already looking at the potion. Erika takes a step forward. Does it look hard? Krona asks, sounding nervous as him and Ragnarok stand on either side of her, looking down at it. I don't know, but I'm about to find out. Maka schemes the page. I'm about to do a practice run on this thing. So what do we fucking need? Ragnarok walks over to the cabinet and looks back to her. We need a cow's tongue, 3 peas from a pod, and basil leaves. Maka reads it out loud. She hears the cabinet open, and she's sure Ragnarok is looking for these things. All these fucking potions are gross, but at least I'm not drinking this one this time. He grunts. Maka. Krona suddenly puts his hand over hers on the book. She looks up at him to see those eyes staring into her own, and for once she can't tell what he's thinking. Are you okay? I'm fine. Maka blinks as he rubs his thumb against her hand. It's just well, I felt something odd when I was training this dark feeling. His eyes seem to be searching hers for something. Did Medusa do something? G give you something? She dash. Alright, fucking got it. Ragnarok walks over and places 3 things on the table with his nose wrinkled. 1 nasty ass cow tongue and all the rest of that crap. Good. Maka smiles before she looks back down at the book. Okay, the last thing we need, and it says here it's the most important, is the heart of a tamed elephant. Tamed elephant. He frowns slightly but goes back to the cabinet. What the fuck? Why, you were saying? Krona gives Ragnarok a almost annoyed look before he looks at her. She just gave me dash. It's not in here. Maka and Krona turn to look at Ragnarok, who looks confused. What do you mean? Maka raises an eyebrow. I mean it's not fucking in here. There's no elephant heart in here. Ragnarok walks over to the 2 and crosses his arms. But we need a elephant heart. Maka's chest starts to tighten in panic. Krona is starting to get scared, so Maka pulls him closer to her. He relaxes but barely. Well, we don't fucking have one. Ragnarok snaps, but his eyes flash with worry. No elephant heart, no potion, no Krona. You will have to hunt for one yourselves. Erika takes a step forward and they all look at her. Where in the hell are we going to get a tamed elephant's heart? Maka snaps, anger starting to bubble up inside her. The heart should have already been there. Erika closes her eyes, a look of concentration coming to her face before she opens them back up. There is a circus that has stopped in a town not too far away from here. There has to be an elephant there. So we're going to go to the circus and kill a elephant. Maka blinks. Pretty much. Well, this is fucking something. Ragnarok growls, he's looking pissed off. Why the fuck do we have to go get it? I thought Medusa stocked this thing herself. Maka's thoughts exactly. A tamed elephant's heart is hard to come by and this is the only potion that requires it. Medusa can't see the future. Erika gives them a straight face. Alright. Maka takes a deep breath. So how the hell are we even going to do this, ? I don't know, but it shouldn't be too hard. You just have to sneak in the back when the circus is doing a show and kill the elephant. Erika looks between them. It's not a high-security circus. This should be a piece of cake for a witch. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok give each other a look. They have a bad feeling about this. The circus show starts at 7, but there's a carnival that's going on right now while they wait for the circus to start. Erika looks at Maka. This gets her to perk up. A carnival? Does it have roller coasters? Games? Food? Maka is practically beaming now. A carnival? Krona bites his lip, giving Maka a look, but she doesn't catch it. Yes, I believe so. Erika smiles. I think it would be a nice thing to do, a nice escape before you take on the circus. I think we should go. Maka beams at both the boys beside her. I don't fucking know about Dash. I think we sold go too. Krona grabs her hand and holds it in his own. Ragnarok gives him a look before he grabs her other hand. Krona gives him a dark glare, his eyes starting to flicker. Great. Erika hums before she snaps her fingers and 2 cups appear. Ragnarok, this one is for you to make you stronger, and Krona, this one is for replenishing yourself. The 2 cups float over to them. Ragnarok doesn't even think about it, he just chugs it down. Krona stares at it a moment before he slowly starts to drink it. The room becomes cold as Ragnarok lets out a growl from his power. Krona doesn't feel as tense. How the hell are we going to get back though? Ragnarok gives Erika a look. The necklace will take you back, and this time if you're not back by a certain time I will come after you. We will not let what happened last time happen again. She gives them a serious look. It better not fucking happen again. Ragnarok's eyes get dark, his chest puffing up a little, causing the room to get that much colder. Met me when you're ready to leave. I'll be by the stairs. Erika disappears. So are we really about to kill an elephant? Krona grips his arm, his gaze shifting. We don't have a choice. Maka grips his hand tighter. I'm not going to let you die. His eyes light up at that and he looks at her with those beautiful eyes. Are we really about to go to a fucking carnival? Ragnarok grumbles next to her. I think it will be fun and I really don't want to be here. Krona and Ragnarok give her a look expecting her to go on. But she doesn't. She really doesn't want to be here with Stein. That creepy motherfucker. Krona's eyes flash before he tightens his grip on his arm. I think I'm ready to go. Krona pulls her closer, his eyes on where she's holding Ragnarok's hand. You better let go of him, little one. Men mees. This cuts him off and he doesn't say any more. Maka feels Krona tense, and when she looks over at him, he still has those innocent eyes, but she can see a part of them darkening. Oh yeah, she definably pissed his other side off. But oh well. Are you all ready? Erika looks between the 3 teens. Yup. Maka smirks as she straightens out her black tank top. She changed into that with white shorts. Erika said this place is going to be hot. I think so. Krona mumbles, his cheeks still slightly tinted at what he's wearing. Maka picked out a matching black tank top, but she let him wear white jeans instead of shorts. The tank top hugs nicely, but really it makes him look more venerable. And Mako likes that. Let's just get this over with. Ragnarok grunts, his form more visible. Have fun and remember. You must get the elephant heart and be back here to complete the potion by midnight. Erika starts to say a chant. Be careful. Oh, we will. Maka grins at Krona. We're getting on a roller coaster first thing. Giga. How about you His gaze shifts desperately looking for a way out. How about we eat first? Why yeah eat first? He gives her a nervous smile. Oh my god. Maka faces palms. You're right, we should eat first. That way we can puke our guts out on the roller coaster. The smile of relief that was slowly starting to form on his face completely falls, his face getting pale in horror. Giga. I don't think I'm eating. Oh yes you are. You have to have cotton candy and candy apples and French fries and cheeseburgers and... Maka gets a goofy smile on her face. Damn, we fucking lost her. Ragnarok grumbles looking at her as he waves a hand in front of her face. Carnival is like her fucking paradise. Food everywhere for this fat ass. I don't want you puking your guts out, Maka. Krona grabs a hold of her and shakes her slightly. But it's a part of the roller coaster experience. Maka smirks at how he tenses. I've ridden a roller coaster before and I didn't fucking puke. Ragnarok grunts. I didn't even fucking scream. Oh, I bet you did. You're just embarrassed to admit it. Bitch, I bet you'll be fucking crying. We'll see, won't we? We're going to ride the highest roller coaster there, and whoever screams first has to sing and dance to Barbie Girl in front of everyone. You're on, bitch. Are really the highest one? Krona is so pale as he looks between the two. Yes, the highest and the most scariest one. Maka grabs his hand that's slightly sweating. Giga. I am really not eating then. Krona grips his hair in distress. From what you told me when we were getting dressed about them, they sound like a death trap. Oh, they fucking are. Ragnarok crosses his arms. Then why are we going on one? He looks close to hyperventilating. Because it's fun. Maka sticks her tongue out. Don't worry, for your sake Krona, we'll do everything else first before we do the roller coaster. How does that sound? Be better. Krona still looks pale. And Ragnarok, this time when you get a body, look for one that's matching us. Maka looks over at the other boy. What the fuck I look like? The raven-haired boy scoffs. You both already look like jackasses dressed like that. I'm not fucking doing that. Please. She tilts her head and he tenses. We would be all matching and that would be awesome. Ragnarok stares her in those sparkling green eyes, his hard eyes melting before he glares away looking missed off. I'll see what I can fucking do. But I'm not looking as mentally challenged as you two do. Krona gives him a dark look as he grabs Maka's hand and pulls her closer to him. You like to use your charms to get what you want. He whispers in her ear and she shivers. But remember, I have a few charms of my own. Maka ignores how her body gets hot and the voices moans as she pulls away to look Krona in the eyes. But they're not mad, they're just slightly shaking. Don't worry, I know. She smiles at him and gently runs her thumb against his hand. This causes his eyes to steady and his expression to soften. Let's fucking go. Ragnarok gives Krona a look before he grabs Maka's hand. Krona's expression falls and his body tenses. Goodbye. Erika touches Maka's forehead. The last thing Erika sees is Maka's eyes closed while Krona and Ragnarok glare at each other. Then they disappear. This should be interesting. Has everything been set up? Medusa appears in front of her with Stein by her side, the man holding her in his arms, his head in her shoulder. Erika nods. Yes, I set them to the carnival and gave them the orders to sneak into the circus during the show. Perfect. Medusa chuckles as Free appears by her side. And what about you, Free? Everything good on your end? Not really. Free frowns. Don't you know who's at the carnival? He's going to Dash. I am well aware. Medusa waves him off. It will be fine. It adds to the suspense of it is all. Medusa gives off a sick smirk. This is going to be fun to watch. The madness in Krona is growing, and with this curse he's able to communicate with Maka's darker side. It won't be long now till Maka gives in to her darker side, and then I can have her. Not to rain on your parade, but... Free scratches his neck. Krona is fucking nuts. When I had to train him, God, he even gave me chills. What if he's too crazy? What if he just kills Maka? I mean, it's no secret that something is going on between the three. Definably some drama. Erika nods. Ragnarok doesn't even seem stable. Perfect. Erika and Free give her a confused look. What about Maka dash? There is a risk that Krona will kill Maka, but it's worth it. I'm almost positive that won't happen, at least Maka's darker side won't let it happen. Medusa strokes Stein's hair. Trust in me, I know what I'm doing. Things are coming together exactly as I want them. You're putting a lot of stain on them this time. Free presses lightly. And after what happened yesterday, are you sure they can do this? Yes. I have faith in Maka. Medusa smirks. I am being hard on her, but it will work out in the end. We don't have much time. She must strong, and she must be able to think fast. She turns her back to them. Keep an eye on them. Medusa holds Stein as they disappears. It's time to turn up the heat. Erika and Free look at each other. The heat is already up. She wants a inferno. Chapter 45. Booyah! Maka cheers as the ping-pong ball she thrown lands in a small fish bowl with blue paper in the bottom. I'm a fucking beast. She grins over at Ragnarok, who is already grumbling under his breath, a look of irritation on his face. What the fuck ever? That was just luck. The raven-haired boy takes a ping-pong ball from the box, holds it out with a look of concentration, before he throws it at the many fish bowls. It bounces off the edge, then falls in the cracks. This game fucking cheats. I had that. Ragnarok fumes, hitting the game table with his fist, causing Maka to sneaker. Maka smirks before she looks over at Krona, who is holding a ping-pong ball in his hand like it's a pearl instead of a plastic ball. It's your turn, Krona. We only need 4 more and we get a hermit crab. Oh, okay. Krona's gaze shifts nervously as he takes a step closer to the table. He stares at the fish bowls a long moment, biting his lower lip, his hand starting to shake. It's okay. Maka soothes as she grabs the hand that's holding the ball and steadies it. Just throw the ball. If you miss, it's okay, I mean, look at Ragnarok dash. Fuck you, bitch. You got this, Krona. Maka gives him a peck on the cheek, causing the boy's face to turn pink. I got this. He looks at her with those eyes. You got this. I really got this. Hell yeah, you got this. I fucking got this. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Krona roars as he throws the ping-pong ball with a lot more force needed. The ball bounces off a fish bowl, bounces off a passerby's head, bounces off the table, then by some miracle does a perfect land in a bowl with red paper. Maka and Ragnarok blink before looking over at Krona. I really did get it. Krona blushes, his eyes innocent as he looks at where the ping-pong ball is proudly. Ragnarok and Maka give each other a look. It's no shocker the boys outburst. He's been randomly doing crazy things since they got here, like shouting out random cuss words like he has Tourette or trying to do a striper dance on a lamp pole. Yeah, it's been a odd day already. And they have only been at the carnival for about 20 minutes. During that time Ragnarok got a body, which happens to be a raven-haired boy with a bullet body, and to Maka's delight is wearing a black shirt with white pants. They made a trip to the bathroom, and now they're playing their first game here. Did I do something wrong? Krona bites his lip and starts to shift. I thought you just had to get the ball in the fish bowl. No, you did good, Krona. She offers him a smile before she winks at him. I knew you were good with balls. Oh, only the small ones. Krona speaks seriously, looking at the ping-pong balls. I can't deal with big balls dash. Maka cracks up, not being able to help it, causing Krona to look at her confused. Oh, Krona. What? He tenses when he sees that Ragnarok is laughing with her, something flashing through those eyes. Oh, nothing, Krona. She chuckles. First the nuts, now this? I'm starting to believe you really do have a thing for them. I do, but why is that? Krona trails off when Maka gives him that perverted smile. The boy's eyes light in realization, his face catching on fire as he squeaks. And not those balls, Maka. I am talking about the ones made of plastic. Why, you know, the bouncy ones. Oh, they're bouncy all right. Maka chuckles as Krona gives her a light shove, his face flustered. You like to dibble them balls, Krona. Maka. He whines as he gives her another playful shove. This time she loses her footing and falls back, landing right in the arms of the raven-haired boy behind her. Don't let fucking Krona push you around. He smirks down at her, his face being upside in her perspective, a smug smirk on his lips. Better watch your step, don't want to fall now. I wasn't going to fall. Maka scoffs as she helps herself off of him, but the boy doesn't let go of her hand. I had it all under control. Sure you fucking did. If I wasn't there you would have cracked that fat head of yours. He sneers, the boy towering over her in his new body. And if I cracked my head then we definably wouldn't be getting a hermit crab. I mean, I seen the way you missed the last 12 fish bowls and I dash. Fuck you, bitch. This game fucking cheats. His eye twitches as he gets closer, his forehead almost touching hers as he glares. No, you just suck. She smirks without knowing it, her body is getting closer to his and his is getting closer to her. No, it fucking cheats. Ragnarok's forehead leans against hers, his brown eyes burning holes into her, but it's not hate or anger they're burning with as a hand goes to the small of her back, pushing her up against him. The game isn't the only one who cheats, little one. His voice speaks through her head, monotoned, causing her breath to hitch and for her to look over at Krona. The pink-haired boy is staring at her with those haunted eyes, his lips in a tight line, and his hands on his hips giving her a scolding look. Something flashes through her head. The way Krona is looking at her and standing reminds her of a time with her mother when she had stole a cookie before dinner and her mother had scolded her, putting her hands on her hips, and that look in her eyes said it all. Maka had dropped the cookie immediately. And with Krona looking at her like her mom, she does the same thing. Maka pushes Ragnarok away and it's not light. It's a shove. Ragnarok is taken by surprise and stumbles a few steps before he gets his footing back. What the fuck was that for? He snaps, his eyes lighting with that flame, but this time it's anger. Maka can only stare at him wide-eyed. What was that? She really saw her mother, really remembered a time so far in the past. Her body reacted without her thinking. Like she really just got caught with the cookie by her mother, like she got caught doing something wrong. Well. The raven-haired boy growls as he takes a step forward. You were hurting me? Maka lies before she turns away from him. You were gripping me too tightly. I was barely fucking touching you. Ragnarok snaps, but something is odd about his voice. It sounds like uncertainty, maybe even suspicion. Maka doesn't respond to him, she just grabs one of the ping-pong balls and holds it in her hand. Good, good. Push him away, I am the only one that can hold you. Remember you said you belonged to me. You're mine. His voice coos, sounding pleased with himself. Shut the hell up. That voice snaps. That was a dirty trick. You're the trick, my dear. Hey, all I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe. The two voices are silent a moment before they start cracking up. Maka's breathing is uneven and it's hard for her to concentrate. Ragnarok is still talking to her too, but she's tuning him out. She feels Krona's eyes on her. Maka throws the ball and somehow it lands in a fishbowl with blue wrapping at the bottom. So you can handle small balls, little one, but can you handle my balls? His voice is smug. Well, you said we can handle small balls, so I'm sure we can handle yours. Her voice sneers. You would kill just for me to teabag you. His voice is still smug, but it's getting husky. My balls are so large they would crush your face. If you keep talking all big, you're only going to disappoint me. Her voice is getting uneven. I'll crush your skull with my bare hands. Oh baby, I'll do a lot of things to you with my bare hands. He moans, causing Maka to shiver. Stop teasing me. She groans as Maka hears her hit against the cage. It's torture. Is someone horny? Is someone suffering all alone in that cage? I'd gladly add to your pain, ripping your heart out. Tasting your tears, tasting the saltiness of your sweat. His voice is seductive and dark. Stop it now. The voice is growling and moaning, pounding against the cage desperately. I'm going to make you scream all night dash. Ah. The voice screams in half ecstasy and pain as she grips the bars of the cage. By this point Maka is sweating badly, her heart is beating so fast and her body is warm. Come to me dash. She's had enough of this. Men's maya. Fuck. His voice grumbles before it fades from her mind. Maka dash. What? She snaps, pulling at her hair, turning to growl at who addressed her thinking it was the boy's voice in her head. Her expression falls when her gaze falls on Ragnarok, the boy's eyes are a bit wide. She breathes heavily as she looks around her. Krona, the guy at the game, Ragnarok, and a large number of people are staring at her now from that outburst. Maka feels a pain in her head and the more she stresses the more it hurts and... Fucking stop that. Ragnarok seems to snap out of it as he grabs both of her wrists, ripping them away from her hair that she was pulling that she didn't even know she was. He gives her a look over, an odd expression on his face. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dot? She just stares at him with wide eyes, her heart is beating too fast. The cage cracked a little more. She's starting to tremble, a giggle on the tip of her tongue. And everyone is still looking at her. Hey, you alright? He doesn't hold her as tightly, his voice falling to a whisper as he watches as her eyes shake so much. She wants to hug him, to feel comforted, but that image of her mom scolding her comes to her mind. I'm fine. She snaps as she pushes him away from her yet again. This causes something to flash through the raven-haired boy's eyes, his teeth being bared, and his chest puffing up as he goes to grab her to probably hurt her. She said she's fine. Krona grabs her and pulls her so she's against his chest, the pink-haired boy giving Ragnarok a glare. What is your fucking problem, bitch? Why do you keep pushing me? Ragnarok's voice is so low. The crowd is watching them intently now like this is some sort of TV drama. Maka can't respond to him. Probably because why you're in her personal space, Ragnarok. Krona rubs a small circle in her arm. A girl needs her space, silly boy. Space. He puffs up, his eyes flashing. I was just fucking trying to make sure she's alright. I don't know if you weren't there, Krona, when she fucking screamed for no reason. I don't know if you were in your fucking La La Land, but obviously something's wrong with her. What's wrong with her? Krona strokes her cheek. If you would just disappear, everything would be okay. You're the cause of all this. What the fuck are you talking about? Ragnarok grinds his teeth as he takes a step closer. You're what's getting in the way of our relationship, boy. You were never meant to be a part of this. Tell him, my dear, tell him to leave. Tell him that you only want me. Krona looks down at Maka, who has her head bowed, her bangs in her eyes. Ragnarok looks at Maka, waiting for her to say something, anything. If she was looking at the raven-haired boy, she would see the hint of fear, the hint of uncertainty in those eyes of his, even though he's trying to hide it with his anger. They're silent. Maka doesn't move. Krona and Ragnarok both look at her expectantly. The pink-haired boy's lips go in a tight line. I'm sorry to interrupt, but... The guy at the game speaks up nervously as the two boys look over at him darkly. Why you want a hermit crab, dash? Maka whips her head up, surprising both the guy and Ragnarok. We did. Maka runs over to the table and looks at this guy with sparkling eyes. I thought we only got 3 in though. The red fish bowls count for 3 blue ones. He still looks uncomfortable. Alright, way to go, Krona. She looks at the pink-haired boy and gives him a smile. You won us the hermit crab. It wasn't all me. Krona blushes and grips his arm with the other. Why you won it too, Maka? Ragnarok looks between the two with a look that could only be described as... What the fuck? You can pick any of these little guys over here. The guy walks over to a large aquarium resting on the edge of the table, Maka walking with him. She presses her forehead against the glass as she looks at all the different multicolored shells that belong to the small crabs. Her eyes scan them, really wanting to find a awesome shell or a hermit crab that seems to be walking a lot. Unfortunately, they're all in their shells hiding from her. That's when her eyes fall on one of these creatures. And it was like love at first sight. I want that one. Maka points at it, her voice bouncing with her excitement. The man just digs in the aquarium and gives it to her, seeming eager to get her away as fast as possible. You got to be fucking kidding me. Ragnarok looks at the harem crab in disbelief. Is that a? Krona blinks at the shell. Yup. Maka looks down at the shell's colors of tan, red, and brown. It's a cheeseburger. You picked a fucking crab that looks like a cheeseburger. Ragnarok grumbles. What the fuck are you going to do? Eat it. I would never. Maka looks offended as she holds the small creature in her hand. I picked it because it's cute. The shell is cute but hermit crabs are scary, Maka. They pinch you and they look like an alien that's going to eat your brains. Krona's eyes get wide with panic as he looks at the small thing in the palm of her hand. Aliens don't eat brains, Krona, that's zombies. Giga. How do you know they don't eat brains? Have you ever seen an alien and asked it what it eats? He gives her a challenging look. Yes, I have. She deadpans. And no way. Krona looks at her with wide, terrified eyes. What did they say? Oh my god, they came in peace, right? You could say that. She leans close, her face serious. But they told me they eat people, more specially cute boys with pink hair and fat asses dash. Oh my god. Krona squeaks, tugging at his hair in distress. I am going to die. Maka, I have pink hair and a. He gets flustered and shakes his head. I am going to be alien food. Oh god, what if that hermit crab wants me? I don't want to be eaten, Maka. Don't worry, Krona, I heard they anal probe their victims before they eat them. How is that supposed to reassure me? I don't want something going up my butt, Maka. And nothing is supposed to go up there. Did you know if you shoved food up your ass that you would poop out your mouth? Maka doesn't notice Ragnarok talking to the guy at the game, a look of irritation on his face. And no way. That's so gross. Why would anyone want to do that? Hey Krona. Maka bows her head, her bangs covering her eyes. Why yes, Maka. Krona frowns and gets closer towards her, his eyes shining with concern. My dick died. A large smile rips out on her face as she looks up at him with her eyes shaking. Can I bury it in your ass? Giga. Krona twitches as he jumps back, his hands instantly going to his butt as he looks at her with wide eyes, something changing in them. But you don't have one of those. And how could it die? And why would you want to bury it in my ass? Maka just giggles in response, her eyes bouncing madly. Krona's flustered face and innocent eyes are soon replaced by a smug smirk, and those dark eyes. Oh my. He coos as he takes a step closer. Looks like someone is losing it. I'm cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Puffs. Maka laughs, throwing her head back as the boy comes to stop right in front of her, towering over her. You're cuckoo for my Cocoa Puffs. He laughs madly with her, grabbing a hold of her hands with enough pressure to break her bones. He leans in, his lips mere inches from her own. But don't worry, I'll continue to drive you mad. You will be my princesses, your heart will be my crown jewel, your blood will be my wine. I will be your prince of madness, I'll steal your mind, steal your heart, steal your body. You belong completely to me. Say it, I want to hear it from those mad lips. Say you're mine, say you only want me. But that would be lying. She stops laughing, a smirk coming to her face. I will never belong to anyone fully. All I need is myself. Boy, do you forget what I am? I'm a witch. You're messing with the wrong girl. Her fingers are starting to twitch, that large teeth-filled smile still ripping her face. You obviously don't know who I am. Krona's smile matches her own as his hand grips her waist, her arms going around his neck, both gripping each other so tightly. I will tame you. You will bow by my feet, and if not, I will put you through hell. I will get love or I will get revenge. It's your choice, little one. You will never get love from me. She leans in so she's speaking his against his lips. So that only leaves one other option for you, boy. She rubs her front against his, her voice seductive. I suppose it does. He grips her waist tightly, pulling her so she's rubbing against his denim tent harder as he leans in. Or I could change your mind, I could tame you, I could make you love me. Not a chance. She groans, that smile never leaving her face. We'll see. His voix gets dark, his nails digging into her waist causing her to moan as he pierces her skin. His lips get so close to her own. Do you guys want a fucking cage or not? Ragnarok's voice seems to break a spell between the two and she looks over at him confused. Maka looks at Krona who is away from her, not holding her or digging his nails into her. She lifts up her tank top and there isn't any nail prints on her skin. What? Krona looks over at her, a deep frown on his face, something in his eyes she doesn't understand. But weren't they just? Wasn't she just? Maka. Ragnarok huffs, irritated. What the fuck are we doing? Stop staring off into space and answer me. Do you want this fucking cage? Yes I dash. Maka looks down at her hand that's holding the hermit crab. Her breath hitches. The shell is cracked, it's squished against her hand. She broke the shell, the crab flattened like a pancake. The guy and Ragnarok both see what she's done. Well, looks like we won't be needing a fucking cage. The raven-haired boy grumbles as he walks over to her, away from a scared-looking game attender. Maka, are you okay? Krona frowns as she scraps the hermit crab from her hand. I don't know. She gives him a look, searching his eyes for something. There's nothing. He's innocent. That boy is never innocent. That voice pants. Don't let him fool you. He is a snake just like his mother dash. Fuck you, bitch. Maka screams, stomping her foot down. Again it gets quiet as everyone stares at her for that Ramdan outburst. Maka. Krona grabs her hand, his concern shining through as she pants. Nothing to fucking see here. Ragnarok snaps at the people pointing at her, baring his teeth and puffing up his chest. They leave. Alright, what is up with you? The raven-haired boy stops beside her, his glare falling to something else as he looks her over. You have been jumpy like you're on fucking crack and you just turned that hermit crab from a cheeseburger to a fucking pancake. And you're shaking. Krona frowns as he rubs her shoulder lightly, trying to stop how badly it's trembling. I hate myself. Is all she says. Maka, don't say things like that. Krona's frown deepens as he rubs his thumb against her hand. Why do you hate yourself? You're being overly dramatic. Ragnarok snaps, but she catches his concern in how he gets closer. What's there not to hate? She chuckles humorlessly. There's nothing to hate. Krona pulls her closer, his arms nervously wrapping around her. I don't hate you, Maka, I love you. Ragnarok looks at the other boy before he looks at the trembling girl. He's holding something on the tip of his tongue, but he just glares and looks away. Let's just do something. Maka pulls away from Krona, taking a deep breath to regain herself. How about? Her eyes look around the carnival, looking desperately for a distraction or something to do. Her eyes fall on it and she smiles in relief. Let's get on the teacups. If you think I'm getting on those fucking teacups, you have another thing, dash. Krona grabs her hand and starts leading Maka towards the ride, not even letting the raven-haired boy finish. Ragnarok blinks before his face falls to a scowl. He grumbles before he walks after them, doing strides till he's by the girl's side, and just as any other time he slides his hand into hers, holding it firmly in his heart, or more like this body's heartbeat picks up speed at the faintest sensation of her skin. But unlike all those other times, Maka tenses, then she rips her hand out of his. Him and his hand are left feeling empty. Ragnarok has a scowl frozen on his face as he sits in this dim pink teacup with his arms crossed, waiting for the ride to start. He feels ridiculous. And to make matters fucking worse, Ragnarok looks at Maka from the corner of his eye. She's sitting beside him, but it's like she purposely scooted as close to Krona as possible, leaving plenty space between them. He doesn't like the feeling he's getting as he watches her hold Krona's hand as she watches them laugh together. But she won't take his hand. She already fucking denied him once. He doesn't want to grab her hand again just for her to rip it out of his grip. Like, what the hell is with her? She's never had a problem with him touching her or holding her hand. But she fucking tensed when he touched her. He hated how that made him fucking feel. It made him feel like shit. And now here he is, sitting in a fucking pink teacup for her, and she won't even look his way. She's not trying to hold his hand, not trying to be near him. But she's all for Krona right now. Something is stirring inside of him, something is about to snap. Every little smile or giggle she gives Krona, it just adds to this fire growing in his chest. Can't this ride just fucking start already? Ragnarok turns his scowl on the guy that's running this ride. He's still helping more people into these gay-ass cups. He takes deep breaths and tries to look anywhere but her. He can't help his eyes, and they wander till he's looking at her again. Her body is turned away from him towards Krona. But her other hand is resting by her side. It's close and it's tempting. He just wants to touch her, to turn her body so she's facing him to kiss those lips. But he doesn't. He just glares at her hand. He at least wants to hold it, but fuck, he's getting pissed off just thinking about how she snatched her hand from him the last time. What the fuck is her problem? She's been acting weird towards him ever since that stupid ping pong game, pushing him away from her. That pissed him off too. No one just fucking pushes him around. But what really pisses him off is that he pretty much let her get away with it. Is this girl really making him that much of a bitch? I am just saying. Krona's voice breaks his thoughts. What if THSE teacups belong to a giant? And I am pretty sure he wouldn't like us in his cups. He might even drink us. Ragnarok feels that fire in his chest grow when he hears Maka giggle at what he said. It's not fucking funny. Krona is a fucking dumbass. And I'm just saying that we're fine, we're totally safe. He catches her give Krona a peck on the nose. Oh, he is so pissed off. He almost doesn't understand it. The cup suddenly jerks to life, and it starts to move around slowly in a circle. Here we go. Maka cheers as she grabs onto the metal plate in the middle that makes the cup spin faster, and she turns it. Don't go too fast. Krona grabs onto her, his head resting on her shoulder, looking like this is the scariest thing ever. Ragnarok grumbles some choice words under his breath before he looks away from the two, looking at the carnival and people here. It's packed, full of games, rides, and people. There, I'm done. Maka lets go of the plate and chuckles. Now we just sit back and enjoy this. What's there to fucking enjoy? Ragnarok looks at her from the corner of his eye again, and she's holding Krona close to herself, running her hands through his hair. He hates how he feels. The raven-haired boy's eyes fall on her unimpeded hand. A possesses is starting to grow. He just wants to snatch her from Krona. He wants to hold her. He wants her to touch him. He doesn't want her so far away from him. After watching her nuzzle the other boy, he can't take this anymore. Ragnarok reaches out and grabs her hand tightly, gripping it a lot harder than he should be, but he can't help it. She just pisses him off so much. Maka yelps, her whole body tensing as she looks over at him. Ragnarok doesn't like the way she looks at him, like him touching her is a problem. She tries to take her hand from his, but he just tightens his grip, causing her to bite her lip to hold back her cry of pain. But he doesn't loosen up. He can't. Two emotions are fighting inside him, his anger and something else. He doesn't know how to deal with this other emotion, so he uses his anger. You're hurting me. Maka stops struggling with him, her voice is shaking. Only when she says these words does he loosen his hold on her. But she takes this moment to rip her hand from his. Then she moves farther away from him. Oh yeah, something is about to snap inside him. Krona puts an arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer to himself before he makes eye contact with Ragnarok. There's a large grin ripped out on his face as he sticks his tongue out at him. Ragnarok feels his face get hot with anger, his teeth grinding as the three continue to spin on this thing. This fucking bitch. He lets his scowl deepen, trying to hide how he really feels right now. Ragnarok reaches out to grab her arm just to touch her, get closer to her. She sinks away from his touch. His breath hitches at the sharp pain he feels as he pulls away from her. That hurt. He means, what the fuck did he do? He didn't do anything. Could it be about what happened yesterday? Maybe she just doesn't want to touch in front of Krona, even though that still pisses him off. It makes him feel a bit better. That's better than her just not wanting his touch, not wanting him. He feels that sharp pain again, but just shakes it off. Alright, let's try something else, then start a conversation or some shit. This ride sucks ass. He grunts. I like it. Krona gives the other boy a look. Maka doesn't respond to him. He's getting so pissed off. Alright, try again. Don't you think this ride is going too slow? He forces his grin at her. Let's fucking turn the shit out of this thing. I bet Krona will be the first one to puke. Maka looks over at him. She opens her mouth only to close it, then she looks away. Okay, maybe she doesn't feel like fucking talking. The breeze is nice, isn't it, Maka? Krona sighs as he nuzzles her head. It's soothing. Yeah. It's relaxing. She smiles at the other boy. That's it. Relaxing is boring. Ragnarok growls as he grabs the metal plate in the middle and starts turning it rapidly. He's taking all his anger, all his frustration out on it. The cup is spinning so fast now and he doesn't stop. Ragnarok! Stop it! Maka screams at him as she tries to grab the plate, but he keeps turning it, it being too fast to her. Krona is hiding his face in her chest. He's trembling. Seriously, stop it. You're going too fast. Maka hits him on the shoulder. This only makes him spin faster. I'm just having some fucking fun. He growls, not looking at her as he keeps spinning and spinning. Everything around them is a blur. He's moving it so fast. Ragnarok, stop. I am going to puke. Krona pleads with him, his voice muffled in the girl's chest. He doesn't listen to him, his rage has taken him over. He just spins faster and faster. Ragnarok, fucking stop. She screams at him and he can hear her desperation. Please just dash. The raven-haired boy grabs the metal plate, stopping its spinning immediately. Maka and Krona fall off their seat at the sudden stop, but he doesn't care. Oh god. Krona's face is pale as he leans over the side of the teacup and he starts gagging. Maka looks like she's about to puke too, but she doesn't. She rubs Krona's back as he pukes over the side before giving Ragnarok a look. What was that for? Oh, now she wants to talk to him. He gives her a dark glare and he can see her tense. Good. She needs to remember that he isn't some pushover. He's fucking dangerous. He's killed countless people. It was him, not Krona. He's fought demons, witches, and anything you can imagine. He isn't scared of her. He isn't fucking scared of anything. He's already dead. He has nothing to lose. But that's not true, is it? Ragnarok growls as he gets up and hops out of the still-moving teacup. Where are you going? She calls for him. Ragnarok doesn't respond. He just walks off the ride's platform. He needs a moment. He needs fucking something. So you guys ready for this? Maka looks at Krona, who is trembling, and then looks over at Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy has such a deep scowl on his face as he glares at the haunted house in front of them. He's pissed. Maka sighs as she looks back at Krona, who is clinging to her for dear life. Giga, do we really have to go in there, Maka? The ghost probably don't want us to bother them. Krona looks at her pleadingly. Aw, come on, I bet they're lonely in there. She pokes him in the rib, causing the boy to squeak. Ghosts only get lonely when they see what the living have. Ragnarok's voice is so low as he pushes past her and starts to walk towards the entrance. Maka watches the back of this boy a moment before she starts to pull Krona along, the boy still talking about how they shouldn't be doing this. She mumbles reassurances half-heartedly, her mind elsewhere. What's wrong? Don't let that jerk get you down. You have me, I'll always be here. His voice coos, causing her to tense. You're worse than cancer. That voice sighs. We can't get rid of you. Of course you can't get rid of me. I'll never let you go, never let you out of my sight. She can hear the smirk in his voice. I refuse for you to play with me. The voice pants. Maka, be careful, it's hard for me to concentrate with him, but we can't listen to anything he says. He is a snake. A snake. She can hear the frown in his voice. I believe you have me mistaken for my mother dash. You're just like her. The voice coos. A bratty bitch who has a fit if things don't go his way. You're trying to control her, but you don't know who you're messing with. I have never been so offended in my life. His voice is so dark Maka shivers. Or turned on. He groans and it sounds like a growl. I will fuck your brains out dash. But I already lost my fucking head. The voice giggles, but it's low, giving way to some moans and groans. As have I, but I've kept one of my heads. His voice is perverted. If you know what I mean. So vulgar. Her voice is uneven. It explains a lot. All you do is think with your dick, while I have brains to destroy you dash. Oh please. He chuckles. You only think with that wet pussy of yours, don't you? What are you thinking right now, little one? Fuck. She moans, pushing against the cage. Maka breathes hard, sweat dripping down her face as she holds on to something for support. Maka. She looks over to see Krona looking at her with concern, guilt flashing through those eyes as he takes in her state. Sorry. She leans off of him and takes a deep breath. Let's go. Are you sure? Why, you seem like you should dash. Maka drags him into the haunted house with the boy giving one last defiant squeak before he's in this place. It looks like the stereotypical haunted house from the front, with its stained black tiles, a porch that creaks as you step on it, a skeleton's hand just laying at the front like that's supposed to scare you, but it's a bit different inside. It's nothing but darkness, a straight path, a narrow path forward. Ragnarok stands with his back to them. The only reason she can see him is because the doors behind them are still open, giving them light. So he waited? Maka thinks about reaching out for him, holding his hand. But her mother flashes through her head, scolding her, and she stops herself. She can't touch him. They start to slowly walk down this dark hallway, the doors closing behind them, putting them in complete darkness. She leans away from Ragnarok, afraid she will keep seeing her mother mad at her. It's having a huge effect on her sanity. Krona grips onto her tightly, trailing behind her because this path is too narrow for them to walk side by side. Ragnarok leads the way, but she can't see him, only sense his presence. Maka knows he isn't happy. Maka. She feels Krona tremble against her. What's going to happen? And nothing's going to jump out at us, right? There's not going to be any aliens, are there? Oh, or what if this is a trap and they really are going to kill us? What if dash? Shut the fuck up, Krona. Ragnarok suddenly stops, causing Maka to bump into his back, intense at how low his voice is. You always freak out for no damn reason. You shouldn't be worried about the fake spirits here, you should be fucking worried about real, dangerous ones. His voice is venom. You know any of those, Krona? The air between them is filled with thick tension. This narrow path they're standing in seems all the more narrow, feeling like the walls are slowly closing in on them, taking the breath right out of Maka. She feels something dark stir behind her. Krona doesn't speak, doesn't move, and honestly that scares Maka more than if he would have started yelling at Ragnarok. The space between them is hostile. The raven-haired boy's chest is heaving, his back pushing her with every breath he takes. Krona is still holding her hand, but his grip is tighten. It's like they're waiting for something, waiting for all this tension to turn into something else. Arg. Something screams behind them, and drops of water sprinkle on the three. This is a cheap scare, but with all that's going on it causes Maka to scream. The walls are closing in on her, the darkness is going to swallow her whole, she's going to die, she's going to fucking die. No! Maka cries desperately as she pushes against the barrier in front of her, trying to escape this fate, trying to stay alive. The barrier growls and stands its ground, grumbling something that Maka is too afraid to understand. Don't be afraid, little one. You belong to darkness. You belong to me. Krona's grip has tightened on her hand, his lips against her ear, his words sending shivers down her spine. All the while the darkness is creeping in to close for comfort. Maka lets out a pathetic whimper, balling her hands into fists against whatever is in her way. The barrier tenses and soon she feels strong arms around her, pulling her, leading her. Maka happily lets herself move, wanting nothing more to get away from this place. Her mind is reeling, her breathing uneven. Krona is still whispering dark things in her ear, causing that voice to groan and Maka to whimper. It's eating at her sanity. The strong arms around her tighten their grip and soon she's being moved faster. There's no escape, no escape. She no longer hears Krona's voice, it's Azura that is whispering in her ear now. Panic is tightening her chest, and she feels like sobbing. She doesn't know where she is anymore, but it's dark and the darkness is suffocation. And Azura is still whispering in her ear, telling her how she's going to die, telling her how she will be his forever. Her mind is close to breaking. Maka sees a green light in front of her, it's dull but it's enough to fill her with hope. There is no hope. There's only me. His voice sneers, cold hands touching her face. This is the last straw. Maka screams and with all her strength pushes against this barrier, moving it with her. The narrow path suddenly ends, there being a step down to the new platform that she doesn't know about. Fuck. The barrier curses as it stumbles with the step, but Maka is still pushing on it and she ends up tripping over the step and tackling the barrier. Maka falls down, landing on something firm, and it's breathing. Her eyes slowly open as she looks at what she landed on fearfully. Her mind stops spinning and the panic settles in her chest. Ragnarok stares up at her with an expression of shock, maybe even concern. But that expression quickly leaves his face, so he's just looking at her with irritation, his skin tinted green from the light coming from the cage in the wall with a fake skeleton staring at them with those empty eye sockets. Maka waits for Ragnarok to snap on her, waits for his curses, and maybe even his fist. He's been pissed all day and now she just pushed him down. He's going to yell at her, hurt her, but that doesn't happen. Ragnarok looks into her eyes that are mere inches from his own. He's glaring so darkly, those eyes piercing through her. Ragnarok lifts up his hand, causing Maka to flinch, expecting him to hurt her, only for his hand to cup her cheek, this thumb gently brushing something wee from her face. You're fucking alright. The raven-haired boy growls, but it's softer, his eyes never leaving hers. This is for fucking little kids, but here you are crying. Maka shifts, bowing her head. He doesn't know what she felt, what she hear, or the fear in her heart. Ragnarok grabs her chin and forces her to look at him, his grip tight and his eyes hard. They soften when he takes in the girl on top of him and he loosens his hold on her. You're fine. His voice is firm, comforting. Nothing's going to fucking happen to you. The last of the panic Maka is feeling dies as she stares into this boy's eyes, his words sinking in. She's okay. Maka is alive and Ragnarok is holding her in his arms. Nothing is going to happen. Maka's trembling stops and she nods, never breaking eye contact with him. The raven-haired boy's eyes give way to some emotion she doesn't understand, his hand caressing her cheek, that crooked smile gracing his lips. You such a fucking pussy. Fuck you. Maka glares at him, but it looks more like a pout, causing the raven to chuckle. It's that soft laughter, the same one she heard back when she bit her tongue. Ragnarok cups her cheeks, pulling her face closer to his breath ghosting her lips. Their lips are about to touch. Maka is suddenly ripped away from Ragnarok, bony fingers digging into her ribs as she's yanked up to her feet. She looks at Krona, the boy holding her so tightly, but she can't see his face. His bangs are hiding his eyes from her, his body is so still. A panic is starting to rise in her, a fear as his nails dig into her flesh. Krona. Ragnarok gets up, looking at where the other boy is holding her so tightly. Loosen your hold on her. The pink-haired boy doesn't listen to him, he doesn't move, but his grip tightens on her wrist, his nails digging in, piercing her skin. Maka bites her lip, a fear turning her stomach. Krona, you're fucking hurting her. Ragnarok snarls, his eyes flashing at seeing the blood from her wrist starting to drip. He reaches out to grab the other boy when a whimper escapes Maka's lips. Krona lets go of her, his hand recoiling back to his side. He stands straight, gripping the arm that had a hold of her tightly, his hand is curved like a claw, her blood on his fingertips. Ragnarok steps closer to her, watching the other boy with caution. The air gets thick with tension again, the quiet is getting to her head. Krona just stands there, his bangs in his eyes, his grip on his arm so tight it looks like he could break it. Ragnarok is glaring at Krona, but he doesn't even seem to want to break the silence. Maka doesn't know what's going to happen. Something is stirring inside her. The only sound between them is the slight dripping of her blood on the concrete. Krona starts to tremble. Krona. Maka breaks the silence, not able to stand it anymore. The pink-haired boy tenses before going still. He lifts his head up slowly, Maka holding her breath. She's expecting to see his lips in that crazed smile, but no. This is the oddest face she's ever seen. Krona looks at her with his teeth showing, but not in a smile. His mouth looks like a rectangle, a tight-line smile. His eyes are haunted like she expected, but one is half-lidded while the other one is open wide. His face looks like a grimace, but at the same time like someone trying not to smile. She's never seen anything like it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ragnarok looks at this boy, his voice hard but she can see the worry in his eyes. What the hell is up with your face? Krona turns that half-grimace expression towards the raven-haired boy, his odd face stays but his fingers that are a claw start to twitch. Ragnarok grinds his teeth, glaring at this boy, glaring into the face of madness. Krona looks in pain. Maka walks closer to this boy, her legs moving without her telling them to. Krona. She speaks his name softly as that awful face turns to look at her. She ignores the bubbling inside her as she reaches out, touching his cheek, trying to get rid of this face. Krona grabs her hand with enough force to break it, causing her to cry out in pain as he pulls her up against him. Time seems to stop around them. Ragnarok's yell silenced, and when she looks back at him he's frozen, his mouth open but no words come out. It's only her and Krona now, no one can help her. Krona. She grinds her teeth at the pain he's causing her as she struggles against him. The boy's odd face finally falls, it's now blank but his grip hasn't loosened on her. He's not here. Krona speaks motor-toned. It's only me. Krona dash. The boy yanks her bleeding wrist towards his lips almost carefully. He licks the wound he caused himself, licking up her blood. Maka trembles watching him, biting back a moan, listening to the voice's groans. She can't ignore how hot her body is getting or how every time he sticks the tip of his tongue in her cut she gets dizzy. Krona. She gasps when he sunk his teeth into the wound, causing her to hiss in pain, tears welling up in her eyes, but her body gets so much warmer. The boy only sinks his teeth in deeper, her blood staining the concrete flooring. The pain is unbearable, her mind reeling, that voice screaming out in ecstasy. That's when Maka backhands Krona. The force gets his teeth out of her flesh, his head turning to the side, his cheek red from her hit. Maka doesn't feel bad. She feels her lips twitch up into that smile, a giggle forming in her throat. Krona starts to chuckle darkly as he looks back at her with that grimace face. This is all it takes. Maka starts giggling with him, both laughing together in some unknown joke. Krona leans on her for support, their laughter getting increasingly louder and louder. If someone were to walk in and see this, they would think two friends were just having fun together, but it's much more than that. It's much more dangerous. Suddenly Krona stops laughing, his lips going in a tight line as he glares darkly at her. She sees that rage in his eyes. Even in her med state all she can think is, oh shit. Before Maka can do anything, Krona pushes her against the cage with the skeleton, pigging her to it with that dangerous look in his eyes. You just don't listen, do you? His voice is so dark, his eyes full of that rage. Is this what you want out of me? Is this what you want? Krona bangs her against the cage, her head hitting the bars with a crack. Maka doesn't respond to him as he continues to bang her head against the metal. There's another crack and she cries out in pain, her head bleeding badly from being busted open. Oh pp's sorry. He gives her a sheepish smile as he pulls her head away from the soaked metal. That dangerous look hasn't left his pale blue eyes. I guess I don't know my own strength. Maka feels anger heat her face, her fingers twitching as the wound in the back of her head closes, the pain melting away. Let me out. That voice screeches as Krona smirks at her and it's predatory. Ah, did I make you angry? Good. Now you know how I feel. He leans in, that smirk growling. I'd be careful with using those powers of yours. Someone unwanted might just pay us a visit. Are you sure you're not just scared? A smirk rips out on her face, this dark feeling overbearing. You don't scare me, little one. He sneers. But you should be very afraid of me. I will rip you and your mind apart. You can't rip something apart when it's already in pieces. Maka giggles, her eyes shaking. Krona smirks at her, his expression dark before his eyes shift menacingly to look at the frozen raven-haired boy. You don't take a hint, do you? I've been giving you warnings, hell, so has your mother. His smirk grows at how she tenses, something black covering half his face, his lips turning a bright red. It looks like clown makeup on this boy's face. You are a bad girl, not even listening to your mother. She must think you're a whore, you know? Poor Kami, having to watch her daughter get defiled by two demons. I thought you cared for your mother? But you didn't listen to her. Do you hear that? It's your mother crying. You made her cry. First you left her alone to die, now you're not listening to her, and for what? To whore around with that boy. She's crying harder now. You made her cry. Maka trembles against him, these words cutting deep. Her legs feel weak, her mind is falling apart. She wants to destroy everything, she wants to fucking destroy him and that knowing smirk of his. She wants to rip out his eyes and shove them down his throat for making her feel this way. She wants bust in his painted face. You broke her heart. Krona whispers into her ear, the clown paint making his smile look like it's all the way up to the cheekbone. Her mind flashes with the image her mother laying in that hospital bed, with those needles piercing her skin, that gas mask covering her nose, that single tear falling down her cheek. Maka can't take it anymore. The cage inside her cracks once more. Instead of laughing madly or going crazy, Maka sobs. It's loud and pathetic, but she can't stop. Hot tears of anger and sorrow fall down her face as her legs give in on her. Krona doesn't hold her up and she falls on her butt, wailing and howling out in pain. The boy's expression of dark glee changes to a deep frown. His eyes shaking, flickering. Why are you crying so? You should be laughing. You should be smiling. Krona smiles madly and points to it, much like how a photographer would to try to get a child to smile for the camera. Maka continues to cry, no smile comes to her face, mad or sane. It hurts too much. Her wrist and head throb, causing her to wail like a hurt animal. Krona hit a soft spot, a part of her that is so fragile, and he shattered it into pieces. All she can do is howl and cry, even that voice is quiet. She has been silenced. Krona's mad smile twitches into a frown, his face getting pale and he's starting to tremble. Why hasn't it broken? Why are you crying like that? Come on, smile. Laugh for me. Krona's voice is a mix between rage and guilt. He starts laughing loudly, throwing his head back as if to demonstrate what she should be doing, but Maka only sobs pitifully. No laughter could form in her throat. That voice is still silent. Krona's laughter stops once he realizes she's still crying, his body trembling worse, that black paint on his face starting to run off of his face. Shit. His voice is low as he stares down at the girl who is nothing but a mess. You're not going to stop crying, are you? Maka hiccups in response, her body trembling so bad. Do I need to make you stop? His voice is dangerous, but all Maka can do is wail. Very well then. Krona gets closer, causing Maka to close her eyes, waiting for the pain, but it never comes. Instead she feels the boy sit next to her, putting an arm around her. He pushes her to him so she's crying in his chest. She wants to push him away, wants to hurt him for making her feel this way, but instead she clings to him, her wailing muffled in his tank top. Krona holds her, cradling her against his chest as his gingers gently go through her hair. Hush little one, don't say a word. Krona's voice is a hum as he continues to stroke her hair. Daddy's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Maka keeps crying in his chest, but his voice is so calm, so inviting. As his fingers stroke her hair, images start to go through her head. Her mother's smile, her and her mother at the park, her mother putting a bandage on her knee as she cried like a baby. If that mockingbird don't sing, I'll break that birdie's neck. His voice is still calm as he continues to run his fingers through her hair. Maka sees her mother reading to her, sees another picture of her mother tucking her into bed. Hush little one, don't you cry, Daddy's going to take all the bad away. Maka sees her mother standing in front of her as a kid. Her younger self is looking down at her small red shoes, guilty. Kami is looking down at her with her hands on her hips, a scolding look on her face. How could you have broken that vase, Maka? Your grandmom gave it to me. It was special. Kami frowns. Little Maka responds to this by sniffling, causing the woman's expression to fall. I didn't mean to break it, mommy, I am sorry. She balls up her jean dress up in distress. It's okay, Maka. The woman sighs. Just be more careful. Kami turns to leave, to clean up the mess her daughter made. Didu, you still love me? Little Maka whimpers out, looking at the back of her mother with large watery eyes. Kami pauses and turns to look at her daughter with a blank expression. Maka starts to cry, tears falling down her small face. Kami gives her daughter the warmest and softest smile Maka has ever seen. It causes little Maka to stop crying, her eyes wide at such a smile. Of course I still love you, baby, nothing could change that. This won't be the only time you do something wrong, but every time I will forgive you because I love you. Don't ever believe for a moment I don't. Love last forever, remember that, baby. Kami walks over and kisses the little Maka's cheek, causing her to blush, a wobbly smile coming to her lips. Okay mommy. I'll never forget. Little Maka giggles as Kami pokes her in the stomach, the older woman laughing with her before they fade away. Maka opens her eyes, aware of the boy's fingers through her hair and his singing again. Her crying has stopped, her cheeks becoming dry. Hush little one, don't say a word, daddy's going to end it all. Krona's song is right in her ear, a tiredness falls over her and Maka struggles to keep her eyes open. Careful. His voice is dark, her consciousness fading away. It can be a happy ending, or it can be a bad one. She falls asleep in this boy's arms, her body and mind weak. The cage is weaker. Maka? Are you okay? Maka's eyes flutter open at his voice, her looking up, it looks at her with concern, his arms around her as his eyes scan hers. Do you not want to go in there? I really don't have a problem with not going. Krona eyes the haunted house before them with the skeleton staring at them from under the porch. Maka blinks the fuzziness of her brain away and frowns as she takes in where she is. She's laying her head on Krona's shoulder, both standing in front of this haunted kid's ride. Something is wrong, shouldn't. Maka's mind is broke apart and it hurts to try to think back, but it feels like she's missing something. Maka? Krona's concerned voice pulls her back and she looks over at the boy. Krona is frowning deeply, his grip tightening on her shoulders as his eyes search hers for something. What the fuck is taking you guys so long? Ragnarok suddenly comes out of the haunted mansion, his face a scowl, his eye twitching in irritation. I've been in there for a fucking hour. Are you both that much of pussies? You're overreacting. It hasn't been that long. Maka grunts, but really she's not too sure. How long has she been asleep? Or out of it or whatever? No, I'm fucking not. Ragnarok marches over, his brown eyes aflame. What have you two been fucking doing? See, chilling. Krona lets go of Maka to hold her hand. Do you still want to do the haunted house? This question was directed towards her. Maka doesn't even have to think about it. Nah, haunted houses suck ass. Let's get something to eat. Maka looks away from the haunted house, not liking the weird feeling in the pit of her stomach when she looks at it. You're the one who fucking wanted to do this. Ragnarok's eye twitches more. And are you never full, bitch? Nope. She sticks her tongue out, showing off the silver barbell in it, causing Krona to blush and fidget. I can tell. He scoffs, but his eyes lose that edge, a edge Maka doesn't know why it was there in the first place. Did they have a fight? She can't remember. Maka's eyes fall to the raven-haired boy's hand. I'm releasing your mind for now, but be careful. I'm always watching. I'm always a ward. His voice sounds through her head, causing her to tense. Maka takes a step towards Ragnarok, getting him to raise an eyebrow, but something flashes through those eyes. A memory tries to resurface as she looks up at the boy's lips, but it doesn't come back to her. Ragnarok is staring at her, his eyes still hard, but she can see the anticipation in them. Maka gives him a smile before she reaches out and grabs his hand. Ragnarok's eyes soften completely as he looks down at their hands, then back up at her smile. His shoulders relax like a weight had been taken off of them. Let's get that food. Maka smiles at these two boys. Oh, okay. Krona gives her a small smile. Whatever. Ragnarok grumbles, but it's light. Maka starts to walk with both these boys' hands in hers, and this time she doesn't feel guilty. She doesn't see her mother scolding look. All she feels is these two boys' hands in hers. Ragnarok's firm hold in Krona's soft one. And that's all she needs to feel. It's gone. Krona gasps, his eyes wide with awe as he licks his lips. Yup, cotton candy melts in your mouth. Maka sticks out her tongue, putting a piece of his pink cotton candy on it. Krona watches as it dissolves in awe. That's amazing. And it tastes so good. Krona puts a handful of cotton candy in his mouth, puffing out his cheeks for a moment before it dissolves. I don't even have to worry about choking. It just disappears. This is amazing. I wish my hair really was made of this stuff. Krona grabs another handful and is about to put it in his mouth when he stops himself, his face getting pale. Wait, no, I take that back. If my hair was cotton candy I wouldn't be able to stop myself and I'd eat my hair. Then I would be bald and I can't deal with that. I still say being fucking bald is better than having gay pink hair. Ragnarok grunts as he takes another bite of his hot dog, his hand still gripping Maka's tightly. Only real men have pink hair. Maka gives Krona a wink causing him to fluster as he puts more cotton candy into his mouth. Real gay men. The raven-haired boy scoffs as he takes another bite of his hot dog before he looks over at her. Ragnarok almost chokes on his food. Holy fucking shit. He blinks at where the hamburger, candy apple, popcorn, and funnel cake were. Now all is left is the wrappers. You ate all that. Damn, I thought you were going to fucking share that. I did share, remember that piece of funnel cake I gave you? Bitch, that was a fucking piece while you ate the whole goddamn cake. Well geez Ragnarok, if you wanted some more you should have spoke up and not waited an hour dash. Bitch, it's only been 10 minutes. PSSH. Maka waves him off causing the boy's eye to twitch. I'm going to fucking laugh when all this food catches up to you and you end up as big as a fucking house. Bitch, you're going to be so big the ground is going to shake when you walk, you'll give fucking Godzilla a run for his money. Giga. Don't even joke about that Ragnarok. Krona twitches nervously as he looks over at the other boy with his face pale. The ground shaking? Godzilla. Sweet Jesus. Maka and Ragnarok look at each other before they start to crack up. Sweet Jesus. Maka chuckles. What the fuck? Ragnarok covers his mouth to stop pieces from flying out. I don't know where that came from. Krona blushes as he tugs at his hair. SC Ragnarok? Why you can't joke about Maka becoming a monster or I say weird things. Well sweet Jesus Krona. Ragnarok mocks his stutter with a smirk on his face. Maka can't help but to crack up even when Krona pouts. The raven-haired boy got Krona's voice perfectly. AA guy can't even talk with you too. Krona crosses his arms, his face still red. If you didn't say things like sweet Jesus then you could. Ragnarok chuckles. Krona hugs and looks away. Don't be like that. I thought it was cute. Maka moves his bangs out of his face and tucks them behind his ear getting him to shyly look at her. Why you think everything I do is cute? He mumbles but his cheeks are getting redder. Yup, that's true because you're just too adorable. Maka pinches his cheek, making them even more pink. Yeah right. Ragnarok grumbles as he drinks his coke almost angrily. Don't be jealous Raggy. You're a cutie too. Maka gives the raven-haired boy a wink and pitches his cheek. Ragnarok responds by doing a spit take right in her face, soaking her with coke. How fucking cute was that? He gives her a smug smirk as she wipes her face off. That was adorable. Maka smirks when his eye twitches. You're a doll Raggy. Bitch, I'll knock that fucking smirk off your face and then let's see how fucking cute you think I am. Cute like a baby kitten. God Raggy, you just make me want to pinch the hell out of those cheeks. If you fucking touch my cheeks again I swear I'll knock your fat ass out. But you so cute dash. He's not cute Maka. Maka and Ragnarok turn to see Krona standing in front of the bench they're sitting on, his lips in a tight line, and his hands on his hips. I'll show you what cute really is. Krona bows his head, his eyes being covered by his bags, his body going completely still. Maka's chest tightens as Krona lifts up his head, fully expecting that med smile but instead. Why you think I'm so cute right Maka? Krona looks up at her with big water eyes, his cheeks tinted pink, his gaze shifting from her to the floor. He plays with his fingers nervously, biting his lower lip as his body shifts. Maka can't help but to blush. He looks so helpless, so vulnerable, so fucking cute. Krona, you are fucking adorable. Come over here right now so I can squeeze you cutie. Maka opens up her arms, not able to stop the large smile on her lips as Krona's eyes light up. Why yay? Krona lets out a squeal as he runs over and tackles Maka into a hug, letting out a content sigh as he nuzzles into her chest, sitting in her lap. Don't let his charms fool you. That voice warns, but for some reason Maka knows she's blushing just like she is. Maka kisses the top of his head and he giggles as he turns his head so he's giving Ragnarok a goofy smile. The raven-haired boy isn't looking at him, drinking angrily out of his coke again. Hey Ragnarok. Krona nuzzles into Maka's chest, his arms wrapped around her on her lower back. The raven-haired boy doesn't respond, drinking his coke till it makes the sound that you know there's no drink left. Krona lets go of her and gets up so he's standing right in front of Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy gives him a dark look. Krona takes a deep breath. I'm Sugar Baby, the real Sugar Baby. All you other sugar babies are just imitating. Krona puts his index fingers on both his cheeks as he moves his hips back and forth, his eyes sparkling. His voice is high-pitched, sounding like a little girl. So won't the real Sugar Baby please jump up, please jump up, please jump up. The boy hops around, his dancing getting the group some looks. He continues to repeat these lines as he rocks his hips back and forth till he does a twirl on his heel, his face ending up mere inches from Ragnarok's. I'm the real Sugar Baby, bitch. Kronos gives him a goofy smile, but his eyes hold something more dangerous. Ragnarok blinks. That's what I thought, speechless by my cuteness dash. The raven-haired boy punches him in the face, knocking him away. Ow my eye. Oh yeah, I'm real fucking speechless. Ragnarok coughs. I hope my fist gave you the fucking message. Maka is cracking up, holding her stomach. She lost it since he started singing. Why you hurt me, you jerk? Why you ruined my Sugar Baby face? Krona stomps his foot on the ground like a child. Here Krona. Maka giggles as she gets up and walks up to him, reaching a hand out to heal him. Krona grabs her hand roughly and pulls her forward, his lips being pressed against her ear. Careful now, little one, don't want to die today, do we? Maka shivers as his tongue licks the shell of her ear before he pulls away. Maka blinks. The boy's face looks healed, his busted lip now has what looks to be a black scab over it. Krona, how did you dash? Oh. Let's play that. Krona suddenly lets go of her and starts to weave his way through the crowd of people. Maka would have ran after him if someone didn't grab her wrist, stopping her. Ragnarok, we have to dash. Maka turns around to look at this boy only to be pulled so she's up against his chest. The raven-haired boy stares down at her, his face blank, causing Maka to forget what she was about to say. He stares at her a moment longer before he pulls out a napkin from his pocket and starts to wipe her face with it. Don't want to look like a fucking dumbass with food all over your face, do you? He grumbles as he works the napkin over her mouth. He looks irritated, but she can see that smile twitching on his lips. Once he's done, he throws the napkin on the ground before grabbing her chin and tilting her head to the right, then to the left, inspecting her face. Ragnarok makes a nod of approval before his thumb brushes against her lips, a smirk on his. You're so fucking messy. He chuckles, causing Maka's stomach to turn a little. Maka grabs his face and pushes his lips against hers softly, the boy's laughter dying as his body tenses. Soon Ragnarok's hands move down to her waist and he grips her tightly as he kisses her back roughly, his tongue being shoved down her throat. Maka groans into the kiss as she scratches her nails down his back, their tongues fighting for dominance. The raven-haired boy grunts in approval as his hand slides lower and grabs her ass. They get many glares from people passing by for this distasteful behavior. Ha! This will show him. That voice chuckles. This is jolly good fun. Maka breaks the kiss out of breath, raising an eyebrow. That voice did not just talk in a British accent. Oh, but I just did. It's simply splendid, isn't it? How would you fancy eating some crumpets and tea with me? That voice chuckles after the words, causing Maka to groan. What is it? Ragnarok's voice breaks her out of her thoughts as she refocuses on the boy that is looking at her with an odd expression. Why do you have that look on your face? What look? Maka touches her face. You look like you were grossed out. Oh Ragnarok looks at her a moment before glaring away. Was it me? Huh. Maka looks at him confused. Ragnarok sighs before running a hand through his dark hair. The kiss, was it fucking bad or something? He scratches his cheek. Haven't done it in years, so I'm not at my fucking best. Maka blinks. She can't believe it. Badass motherfucker, Ragnarok is showing her insecurity. For a guy who swears he isn't cute, this is pretty fucking adorable. She smiles at him. Look, just say yes or no, don't fucking smile at me like a jackass. Ragnarok's face gets hot as he looks at how she's staring at him, his chest puffing up, his fist gripped. I should knock that smug smirk right off your dash. Maka grabs him by the shirt and pulls him down, slamming her lips against his. It's a rough kiss and Ragnarok takes a sharp intake of breath at how her tongue raids his mouth before pulling away, leaving the boy staring at her with widened eyes, his cheeks slightly tinged, his breathing uneven. He was taken completely off guard. Does that answer your question? She gives him a wink. Don't look so flustered, Ragnarok, it was just a kiss dash. Fuck you, bitch. I'm not fucking flustered. Ragnarok snaps at her, glaring, but his face gets darker. Maka chuckles at his eye twitching before she grabs his hand. Come on, let's catch up to Krona. I saw him run over to the balloon game. Whatever. Maka starts to pull him through the crowd, not catching how his eyes light up a little at looking at their connected hands. His lips twitch into that crooked smile. Maka's eyes search over the heads of many people trying to see the pink-haired boy. She sees his pink hair bob up and down a few feet ahead. Maka bumps into someone, causing her to stumble back, being caught by Ragnarok. Watch where the fuck you're going, pal. The raven-haired boy growls, his eyes narrowing. Whoa. Chill, dude. Let's be cool. Maka blinks. No fucking way. She takes in the boy before her, his spiky white hair, his sharp teeth, those red eyes. It can't be this guy. I didn't mean to bump into your girl, I dash. The boy's red eyes met Maka's, his half-lidded eyes getting wide with realization as he points at her, dropping his cigarette in the process. I know you. I think, yeah, I definably fucking know you from somewhere. No. No, you don't. Maka moves her hands in front of his face, speaking slowly, her eyes unblinking. You don't know me at all? I don't. The boy blinks. But I thought. You don't know me, but you know hot dogs, why not get yourself one? Maka moves her hands in front of his face. That does sound pretty cool right about now. That's because it is cool and you're a cool guy, right? Fuck yeah. Then get that hot dog. I will. The boy cheers as he turns on his heel and pushes through the crowd to get to the hot dog stand. Whoa. Ragnarok watches him go before looking at Maka. What kind of spell did you use on him? Some mind control shit. I didn't use any spell. Maka grunts. He's just a dumbass. Are you fucking serious? He chuckles, causing Maka to smirk. Yup, but let's not try our luck, who knows, he could suddenly growl a Bran. Maka grabs his hand and pulls him again. Yeah, just as soon as I get my body back. He said it to be joking, but Maka hears the bitterness. She frowns, not helping but to think about that forbidden spell. Is it really impossible? If it was, why would they even bother putting it in the book? Someone had to have done it before, it can't be. Maka. Krona waves her over with a smile on his face, standing in front of a table with balloons pinned to the wall behind it. See, come on. She smiles, forgetting her thoughts as she runs over, pulling along a grumbling Ragnarok. Holy shit. Maka stops dead in her tracks, letting go of Ragnarok to stare wide-eyed at a prize hanging on the wall next to the balloons. It's a huge brown teddy bear, its button eyes staring at her with longing. She wants it. She wants it so much. You got to pop 50 balloons to get the bear. The man at the game grunts, reading her mind. I'll win it for you, Maka. Krona touches her shoulder, giving her a smile. His hand lingers on her a moment before he grabs her hand and leads her up to the table. 5 to 50 darts, please. The man puts a handful of darts on the table before moves, getting out of the way. Krona picks up 4, putting them between each of his fingers before he pulls back and throws. All 4 pop a balloon. Wow, that was awesome, Krona. Maka beams at him. That was nothing, it's all in the wrist. Krona shifts before his gaze locks on hers. Why don't you give it a try? Alright. Maka grabs a dart, closing one eye. She concentrates real hard, sticking her tongue out to the side. She throws it and somehow it bounces off the balloon it was supposed to pop and falls to the floor. Maka blinks. How the fuck does that even happen? She fucking sucks at this game. Krona's giggle breaks her train of thought and she looks over at him. And nice try, but let me help you. Krona walks closer, putting a dart in her hand. I got it. Maka grumbles stubbornly as she grips the dart in her hand, and goes back to concentrating. Suit yourself. Krona shrugs as he walks away from her to pick up some more darts for himself. Maka narrows her eyes at the red balloon like it's her lifelong enemy. This is the day you die. Maka speaks in a country voice as she pulls back the dart and throws it, making a bang sound like she just shot a gun. She watches in anticipation, only for the dart to bounce off it and fall to the floor again. Oh, you definably got this. Krona chuckles at the glare he gets from her before he stances. Watch and learn. Maka watches as the pink-haired boy starts to twirl on his tiptoes with darts between all his fingers on both hands, looking like Wolverine. He twirls faster and faster till he's just a pink and black blur. He jerks to a stop with his back to the balloons, but he throws the darts behind him, not looking. Maka scoffs watching the darts fly through the air. There's no way in hell that all 8 darts pop a balloon. Maka stares at the wall with her mouth wide open in disbelief before she looks over at Krona, who is grinning at her. How in the hell did you make that? Maka stares at him with large eyes. I never miss. He smirks, his voice getting lower. Maybe it's the fact Maka is still dazzled by his abilities that she doesn't catch the dark glee in the boy's eyes. Are you ready for me to help you? Krona tilts his head sweetly. Maka looks back at the 12 darts on the board, all his, then she looks at the ones on the ground, hers. Yeah. Maka sighs in defeat. Just because I really want that teddy bear. She grumbles, not noticing the boy creeping quietly behind her. I'll get you that teddy bear. A dark voice whispers in her ear, causing her to jump, but Krona wraps his arms around her, steadying her. Whoa, I know you're excited, but calm down. He chuckles as he lets go of her and hands her a dart. And now aim. Maka looks at him wryly before she turns her attention back on the balloons. She takes a deep breath, closes an eye, aiming for a green one. And no wonder you can't pop a balloon. Krona makes its king sound as his eyes roam her body. Why, your position is all wrong. Try spreading your legs more. Instead of letting Maka do this herself, the boy walks over, and with his own feet he pushes hers apart. Perfect. Krona hums, but it sounds more like a purr. Now try. Maka tries to concentrate on the green balloon again, but it's hard with Krona's gaze on her and this dark feeling turning her stomach. Relax. Krona reaches around her and grabs the wrist with the dart, stopping its trembling. His lips are against her ear, his body pressed against the back of hers, destroying any space they had between them. You have to relax now, try. He lets go of her wrist and takes a step back. Why, you can do it, Maka. He gives her a sweet smile, and somehow that calms her down. She takes a deep breath, concentrates, and... I know what you did back there. His voice growls in her ear again, causing her to yelp. She throws the dart and it completely misses. Silly goose. What did I tell you? Krona reaches over and grabs another dart, putting it forcefully in her hand. His voice is cheerful, eye in her ear, but she knows it's fake now. Try again. Krona dash. I'll help you, remember, relax. Krona grabs the wrist of the hand holding the dart again, his body being pressed against hers. Maka can't relax. Get into position. Krona kicks her leg a little roughly, causing her to fall forward on the table, being bent over it. She hears Krona whistle. Now, little one, this is a good position, but not for throwing darts. His voice is low, smug. Maka can't help her body getting warm and she has to bite back a moan. Let's try this again. Krona grabs her by her hair and lifts her up so she's standing straight again, Maka yelping in pain as he spreads her legs. Now throw. Her hand is trembling too bad, she can't steady it. She's too worked up. Here. Krona purrs in her ear, his tongue licking the shell of it, causing her to gasp as he grabs her wrist again. Let me help. Maka can only nod numbly, her arousal growing by the minute along with this dark feeling. It's all in the wrist. He sucks on the top of her ear, getting a moan out of her, along with a mad giggle as he flicks her wrist, the dart being throw. It pops the green balloon. Very good. He pulls away from her, causing her to whimper. Damn, why is she liking this so much? It looks like we're out of darts, Why don't you collect them back up? Krona looks down at the empty table then back at her. Okays. Maka giggles as she walks around the table to where the balloons are. She's about to grab one of the darts when one flies right beside her head, almost grazing her ear before it pops a balloon. Maka turns around. Looks like we had more after all. A crazed grin rips out on his face and before Maka can move he throws 2 darts at her. They pierce through both of her hands, pinning her to the wall. Maka cries out in pain, blood dripping down her hands as she struggles with the darts but they won't come out. It's not smart to get in front of a dartboard, little one. Krona smirks as he walks around the table. You could get hurt. Maka growls in pain as she struggles but she knows it's no use. She bows her head. The only sound once again is her blood hitting the concrete flooring. That's when she starts to giggle. She throws her head back and laughs, her eyes dilated and shaking. MMM. Krona groans as he takes a step closer. You're using madness to hide your fear but I want you to be afraid. He throws another dart, this time it pierces her thigh. Maka's laughter turns into a whimper, her eyes steadying at the pain. That's better. He smirks. I'm going to kill you, did you know that? He throws a dart, it popping a balloon by her head causing her to jump. But of course I still need to play the game because I stick by what I say. Krona's eyes narrow as he pops another balloon near her side. Again you have displeased me. You kissed him, didn't you? Krona wasn't looking but I was. I'm always watching you, little one. He throws 8 darts this time, each bidding a balloon around Maka. Tell me, what do you think I should do to you? What should your punishment be? Maka trembles, her eyes wide, her hands and thigh stinging in pain, sweat dripping down her face. She can't respond to him. Answer me. Krona roars, his rage shining through as he throws a dart, this one piercing her stomach. Maka cries out in agony but she still doesn't respond. Still not listening to me? Krona hums as he walks over, ripping the dart out of her stomach causing her to whimper. You never listen, do you, little one? Krona uses the dart to rip open her shirt, his eyes roaming down her stomach to look at the wound with dark glee. He leans in and licks up the blood that fell below her belly button before going back up and sticking the tip of his tongue in the small cut. Maka groans, half out in pain and half out in pleasure. You're so dirty. He lifts his head up with her blood on his lips, his eyes dark with rage and lust. So I guess the only punishment I can give you. He takes a step back, pulling out 8 darts from nowhere. Is a painful death. Maka moans in response, her blood dripping more into the floor as she thrashes against these darts but they don't give. Krona watches her body move hungrily before he throws all the darts at her. One pierces her rib, her thigh, her arm, her chest, both her shoulder, both her wrists. Maka only giggles, tears streaming down her face, as her blood leaks from her body. God, you're so fucking hot. Krona growls, something dark dripping from his nose. Scream for me. Maka bites her lip when a dart pierces her collarbone. She won't give him the satisfaction. You still won't listen. If only you would have listened to me, you would have love and I'd be fucking you silly right now, but no. You choose to mess with that boy, well fuck you. Krona throws 2 more darts. This time they go through her eyeballs. Maka cannot even describe this pain as she cries out in agony, blood falling out of her eyes like tears. Oh yes. Krona moans, his voice sounding closer. Painful, isn't it? Maka continues to scream as she feels the boy rub against her thigh, feeling his hardened member push against her. This is nothing like the pain you put me through. He grabs her head. At least for you, this torture has an end. Krona twists her head. A satisfying crack fills the air. Maka's body goes limp, it hanging up only by the darts piercing her body. It goes deathly quiet. I still love you. Krona laughs madly, tears falling down his face. Maka doesn't respond. Her body limp, her blood staining the floor. She hangs there like a broken doll nailed to a wall. Check the description for the links to the author.